Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Realized His True Potential. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto's eyes were fixed in an angry glare as he stormed through the village in a brisk pace, uncaring towards the villagers as he brushed past them with his shoulders. Today he wasn't in the mood to be their whipping boy. In fact, he was set off to the point he would most likely lash out violently if anyone pushed his buttons. It had been 3 days since the invasion and Naruto had just about fully recovered from his fight against Gaara. Having passed out minutes after the Sand siblings' retreat, Naruto had very little to no recollection of what happened. There was an invasion, that much was obvious, and Hirazenjiji had fought his old student, Orochimaru of the Sannin, the very same Sannin who had completely effed up Naruto's chakra pathways during the second stage of the Chunin exam. When Naruto woke up, he found out the invasion had been defeated and that Hiruzen had forced his student in a stalemate. Orochimaru had decided to cut his losses and flee. Naruto was relieved to hear that. He knew the old man was powerful, but he was also old and fragile at age of 69. His stamina couldn't have been anywhere near Orochimaru's. He was also very confident he had earned his promotion. After all, not only had he defied the odds and defeated Hyuganiji, he had also defeated Sabaku no Gaara and saved both his teammates, allies, and the village in the process. For the entire first day after the finals, Naruto stayed home in case he would get his notice of promotion by Messenger Hawk. None came. Naruto gave it another day, but no message came his way. It wasn't until he stepped outside to buy some groceries today, when he heard news that the promotions had already been handed out. Did you hear? Uchiha Sasuke defeated that red-haired demon from Suna. He saved us. I bet he's going to get a promotion. I heard Shikaku's kid already got the bump to Chunin. Looks like the genius lives on in the next generation. They should just make Yukihazen a Jonin already. Did you see his lightning jutsu during the finals? It was amazing. I heard he's the one who summoned Gamabuntasima. I thought Gamabuntasima only obeyed Jiraiya. Naruto clenched his fists tightly. The old man was going to get an earful today, and anyone who got in the way of him saying what he had to say better bring backup. Naruto ran up the last steps to the Hokage Tower and was met by 2 Chunin guards he vaguely knew, Izumo and Kotatsu. They were alright as far as Naruto knew. They weren't like the majority of the village populace and were genuinely nice guys, but today he didn't care about that. He couldn't bring himself to care about what anyone thought today. Hey, you're that Naruto kid, right? Izumo and Kotatsu held up their hands as Naruto was about to walk past them. Hokage just got out of the hospital, and he's asked to be left alone for some time. He doesn't want to be bothered by anyone today. Move, Naruto barked the order with visible aggression. Kotatsu took offense to that. Watch your tone, kid. Show some respect to your superiors. Move, please. Izumo eyed Kotatsu for his reaction and then turned to Naruto. Hey, whatever it is that's got you set off doesn't give you the right to barge in here and do as you please. Naruto glared at both of them with intensity. I am 2 seconds away from beating the CRP out of both you. His voice shook with barely restrained anger and the pair of Chunin flinched, more taken back by his anger than intimidated. If you want to keep this up, prepare yourself for a few broken bones because I am done with taking your sheet. Got it? The Chunin shared a glance and silently parted, allowing Naruto to gain entry. What the hell was that about? Kotatsu shrugged. It's his funeral if he wants to PSS off Hokage. The Hokage's secretary stood up out of her chair and adjusted her glasses with a rigid posture. How did you get in here? Nobody is supposed to bother Hokage today. Noticing she was being completely ignored, the secretary shouted after him. Hey! Naruto ignored her and walked through the double doors, and slammed them to a close behind him. Gigi, I need to talk to you for a minute. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk and was overlooking some paperwork. He was wearing his Kage robes under which his entire body was wrapped up in gauze, even his hands. The shinobi no Kami looked up and smiled at Naruto, apprehensive of his sudden barging in but wasn't surprised in the least. Naruto had never been one for manners. It was rather refreshing really, Instead of the usual pleasantries and veiled meaning behind select choice of words, Naruto said what he wanted when he wanted. "Hello there, Naruto-kun. You seem upset, what is it?" "Everything." Naruto took a seat without invitation and then got up immediately. He was too pent up to sit down and thus began to repeatedly walk from wall to wall in the Oval Hokage office. "You know, Gigi, I used to believe you when you told me things got better when I was a kid. You always said that one day people wouldn't hate me, and I believed you. I didn't know why they hated me back then, but I believed you." Hiruzen nodded slowly. "Did something happen, Naruto-kun?" "No, yes." Naruto wasn't making a lot of sense right now. He tended to ramble whenever he was this frustrated. "You know, it's been my lifelong dream to take that hat of you so everyone will acknowledge me, and you can live the rest of your days in peace, don't you, Gigi?" "I sure do." Naruto took a deep breath, knowing he needed to stop this tantrum if he wanted the old man to take him seriously. "Gigi," he said after a moment of silence, "not once since I found out I was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki have I resented the people for what they did or felt. I understand that they lost people they cared for in the attack, but that doesn't excuse them for the way they treated me my entire life, does it?" "No, it does not, Naruto-kun," Hiruzen affirmed with a grave expression. Naruto hadn't brought up the Kyuubi since the night he found out he was its container, thus the Sandaime knew whatever it was that was bothering him had to be serious. "Still, I never resented them for never liking me as person. I mean, I didn't exactly make things better by pulling pranks on them, but this time they crossed the line, Gigi. I'm so angry I feel I'm going to explode if I don't get this off my chest." "Please." Hiruzen urged him to continue. "Why didn't I get the bump to Chunin, Gigi? You know I deserve it more than anyone." Naruto slammed his hands on the Hokage's desk. It wasn't an aggressive move on his part, but merely a way to vent his frustration. The Hokage raised an eyebrow at Naruto, prompting him to realize who he was speaking to. "I'm sorry, Gigi. I haven't reviewed who gets promoted and who doesn't, Naruto-kun, but you seem to have a good idea who did. I've been out of commission for a few days after the botched invasion. The council has taken it unto themselves to make my job easier." Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled. He was getting his nerve back. "Nara Shikamaru got promoted and I didn't. All because he surrendered when he knew he had already lost the match. Obviously he's going to give up if he's out of energy. That doesn't show him cutting his losses through strategic thinking, that shows him being logical. If he hadn't surrendered, that sand chick would have just killed him. Don't get me wrong, Shikamaru helped out big time when we went after Sasuke, but why did he get a promotion over me? Opponent and then defeated Gaara, yet I didn't get promoted. I don't get it." Hiruzen eyed Naruto impassively, betraying no emotion through his calculative brown eyes as his minds went through the possibilities. Surely Shikaku's son would not have been promoted because he knew when to give up. That was common sense and logic. Of course, strategies and tactics were imperative prerequisites for any great shinobi, but Naruto had plenty of that, and he had proven so in his fight against Hyuga, who was a fearsome opponent to say the least, and with a year's worth of experience over Naruto. Had the council cleared Shikaku's son for promotion just for that? Because he was the son of Nara Shikaku. It wasn't a pleasant thought for the aged Hokage, not in the slightest. "That's not all of it, Gigi," Naruto continued. "Everyone is giving Sasuke credit for beating Gaara when it was me who did that. I beat Gaara after Sasuke got his butt handed to him, and it was me who saved Sakurakin. What's crazy is that everybody seems to forget Sasuke didn't sign the summoning contract with Toads, so how the hell would they explain Gamabunta's appearance?" It became increasingly clear to the Hokage how much Naruto had done to protect Konoha whilst he was fighting his former student, Orochimaru. Granted, Sabaku no Gaara could have been taken out by his Anbu if necessary, but for Naruto to have faced the Ichibi Jinchuriki so soon after having faced against Hyuga who did considerable damage. "I'm sorry for throwing this tantrum at you, Gigi. From the looks of it, you stopped listening and I can't really blame you, so I'm just going to go and figure out what I'm going to do next. If Sasuke doesn't get promoted, then at least Team 7 isn't split up and we can try again next year." Naruto gave the Hokage one of his rare bows. It was awkward and unrefined, but Hiruzen knew it was meant as a heartfelt apology. Naruto otherwise never engaged in formality. The blonde then turned to open the door when Hiruzen called after him. Naruto-kun, wait. Hiruzen rose out of his chair as Naruto turned to face him. I am terribly sorry your performance was overlooked, Naruto-kun. However, I did observe your match against Hyuga Niji, and I am well aware of your triumph over Sabaku Nogara. Where are you going with this, Gigi? Naruto-kun, I have always known you will one day become a splendid shinobi worthy of assuming the mantle of Hokage. Your mastery of the Kagebunshin along with your performance during your ranked mission in Nami no Kuni, coupled with the fact Jiraiya speaks highly of you is all the evidence I need to know you are well on your way. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You know Ero Sennin. Hiruzen gave a croaky laugh at the nickname. Jiraiya is one of many students I have taught, Naruto-kun. I raised him along with Orochimaru as part of my first genin team. Naruto's eyes bulged comically and Hiruzen gave another croaky laugh. I assume he did not mention I was his sensei. Now then, Naruto-kun, I hereby promote you to the rank of Chunin. I will be taking care of the paperwork. Hiruzen pulled a grimace as he said it. You go home and await further instructions. Gigi, thank you. You won't regret promoting me, I promise. 2 hours later, Naruto's apartment. When Naruto got home, he was so excited and anxious he didn't know what to do with himself, so he decided to clean up his apartment and then his equipment. He had just placed down the last of his polished kunai in a neat row when a ticking noise caused him to avert his gaze to the window where a messenger hawk-eyed him and squawked demandingly. Naruto got to his feet and quickly opened his window, allowing the bird to stand on one leg on his windowsill as it extended its remaining limb. It squawked again, as though it had somewhere else to be, so Naruto quickly took the red scroll of its leg. Thanks. Naruto went to pet the hawk, but it nibbled at his hand impatiently, so he opened the window again and got it to leave. Go on then, Naruto pulled a sour expression, shooing the bird away just as impatiently. The winged animal tuned and left with one last squawk as he closed the window behind him and sat down on his bed. Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled shakily as he unfurled the scroll with an anxious sense of excitement. As soon as Naruto unfurled it, a column of smoke burst out, and when it cleared, Naruto noticed his bed and floor were cluttered with a lot of assorted shinobi equipment. Of course, the one that immediately caught his eye was his Chunin flak jacket and a tanto attached to a belt next to it. Naruto didn't notice his breathing had gone shallow, he could hardly believe it. Quickly, the blonde discarded his orange jacket and put on his Chunin flak jacket with a sense of glee and exhilaration. Yeah. Naruto jumped excitedly with a fist pump and quickly grabbed the tanto and made swishing movements with it. He wasn't skilled in kenjutsu, not in the slightest, but at the moment he did not care, for he had been promoted. This is awesome. Naruto unsheathed the tanto and noted immediately that though it had been cleaned thoroughly, the blade itself was rather old. Naruto frowned. Why didn't the old man give him a new one? The train of thought had him inspect his supposedly new flak jacket, and as expected, he noticed it was noticeably different. Its mesh was more durable, it had pointy shoulder pads, and the body armor frame under the fabric was both heavier and stronger than he thought it would be. Upon further inspection, Naruto retrieved an envelope from his BRST pocket and quickly opened it. There were 4 documents within it. The first one was a neatly folded sheet of paper with the Konoha stamp on it and read, "Formal Notice of Promotion." Naruto unfolded the letter and began to read the following out loud. You, Naruto, it has come to our attention that you have performed admirably during your missions, and coupled with your performance during the Chunin exam, adequate mission success rate and skill set, we have deemed you qualified to join the ranks of Konoha's Niju Shotai of the Border Patrol Guard. The Border Patrol Guard is a department dedicated to homeland security missions in order to monitor foreign influences in Hai no Kuni. More will be explained to you upon assignment. You are expected to report in Briefing Room 1 in the Hokage Tower. Tomorrow at 10, your platoon leader will assign you to a team and further inform you of your duties. Signed, Shinobi Assignment Department. With a sense of euphoria, Naruto reread the letter another 2 times as he sat down on his bed. I can't believe it, I actually got promoted. Gigi pulled through for me. Naruto smiled, making a mental note to treat the old man to a meal sometime. Noticing he was subconsciously crumpling the remaining 3 letters, Naruto folded his notice of promotion and placed it back in the envelope, took a look at the second one. It appeared to be a receipt of sorts. Recipient: Naruto Ninja Rank, Chunin Ninja Registration, 012607. The recipient has been charged with the following: 1s. I. Flak Jacket, 1s. I. Tanto, 3 pairs of s. I. Shinobi Uniform /W, 2 long-sleeved shirts and 1 short-sleeved shirt, 2 pairs of s. I. Bodysuit, 1 pair of s. I. Shinobi Sandals Black, 3 packs of s. I. Kunai X25, 3 packs of s. I. Shuriken 50, 1 pack of s. I. Explosive Tags Mild, 1 pack of s. I. Makibishi 150, 3 rolls s. I. Sealing Scrolls 10 feet. Note: S. Standard issue. The recipient is hereby reminded to dutifully take adequate care of all equipment issued and is expected to vigilantly maintain all equipment issued. Signed, Konoha Armory Administration. Naruto smiled to himself and took a look at all his new equipment with a content feeling. GG must have cleared him for this equipment, and Naruto was immensely grateful, as he sure as hell he couldn't have afforded it otherwise. Naruto decided to take the note to heart and began to pick up his newly issued equipment, and laid them out on his bed, cataloging items by purpose, and then picked up the last 2 letters. One was a blank square sheet of paper and the other was a letter written in the familiar, neat calligraphic handwriting of the Sandaime. Thus Naruto took a look at it. Naruto, I presented your case to the Shinobi Council and they realized you did Konoha a great service in successfully participating in an erranked mission given by your sensei in time of war when Konoha needed you most. By the time you have gotten over your excitement, I gather you will have realized you are now a Chunin and thus one significant step closer to one day kicking me out of my office. On that note, you must have noticed by now your Chunin Flak and Tanto are not quite standard issue. This is because those were mine when I was a Chunin during the First Great Shinobi War, and thus are somewhat different. Naruto, I would like you to have those mementos to remember me by when the day comes I will no longer be around. Now that you are a Chunin, you will be expected to participate in tougher missions and in some cases lead squads of your own. As we both should realize by now, it is time you step up your training. I do not mean to insult you, Naruto, but you must make sure you branch out in the shinobi arts and not just for yourself but for the people that will depend on you on the battlefield. I have taken the liberty to have you issued with standard issue equipment for all Chunin and above and have used up one of your sealing scrolls to include a variety of jutsu and chakra control exercises I believe you should take the time to learn. The other notes included in this envelope will be a receipt of all equipment issued to you and a special sheet of chakra paper that will determine what your primary affinity is. When a shinobi reaches the rank of Chunin, we present them with a sheet of chakra paper so that they can determine their nature type or types so that they can decide to specialize in the element they are strongest in. It is highly recommended you have gained some form of mastery over at least 2 nature types to reach the rank of Jonin. You will be expected to report to the Hokage Tower tomorrow afternoon for briefing and team assignment. Please refrain from emulating your sensei and be on time. First impressions are crucial. I know you will make me proud, Naruto. You are the future Hokage after all. Signed, Sarutobi Hiruzen Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto reread the letter again and again, taking in every word as he sat down. The old man believed in him. He truly believed in him, that he could one day become a truly splendid shinobi and assume the mantle of Hokage. In his letter, the old man expressed nothing but expecting his best efforts and dedication. He didn't feel insulted in the slightest about the old man telling him to branch out more. Naruto knew he needed more jutsu in his arsenal. He realized that when he saw Sasuke had been taught the Chidori, but now that was the furthest on his mind. This wasn't about showing up Sasuke anymore. Naruto wouldn't allow it to be. The old man had put his faith in Naruto and he couldn't let him down now, not ever. Naruto rose out of bed and took off the flak jacket and tanto attached to his midriff by a utility belt, made sure he placed them down neatly on top of his new attire. Naruto then reached for his sealing scrolls and found one labeled with the kanji for jutsu, and unfurled it. As with the previous scroll, several smaller scrolls popped into existence, each with their own label marked on them. There were 4 different scrolls. One simply read, Chakra Control, Read, and the remaining 3 read, Genjutsu, ninjutsu, and fuinjutsu. Naturally, Naruto reached for the ninjutsu first as it was his strong suit, and upon unfurling it, he noticed the first jutsu on the scroll was the shadow clone jutsu. Confused, Naruto began to read and noted it was copied straight from the scroll of sealing he had stolen the night he graduated. As he skimmed down, he noted with a deadpan expression that the Hokage had underlined information he hadn't taken the time to read the first time around. Shadow clones will transfer all of their memories and experience upon being destroyed or cancelled out, thus making them perfect for reconnaissance and other applications, including ninjutsu training. Naruto stayed up late in the night going over all the jutsu he had read about. The old man included some easy chakra control exercises and some interesting applications, such as bending metal to repair a weapon, 2 jutsu of each element, various other jutsu and basic fuinjutsu so that Naruto could secure his equipment. By the time he went to sleep, Naruto could have kicked himself 1,000 times as he couldn't believe how deprived he had been. The Kagebunshin alone was a goldmine, and the Hokage had written a note, stating Naruto was one of very few that could use the technique on a large scale as his reserves were incredible and he never seemed to suffer from mental fatigue when his clones were dispelled in large quantities. The old man also urged Naruto to become more strategic how he used the technique and recommended devising basic tactics. The sly old fox even included a new application to the Kagebunshin Naruto didn't know about before. Naruto also found out his element was wind, which was great since the Hokage had included 2 powerful futon jutsu Naruto could get the hang of in mere hours and mastery over in the span of days. Naruto was rather excited to get started but reminded himself he was expected to be more responsible, and thus set his alarm clock and went to bed, though it had never taken him as much effort to fall asleep. The next day Naruto woke up early and for the first time in his life felt completely awake mere seconds after opening his eyes. Emerging from the bathroom, he got dressed in the standard Chunin uniform he had hung to his closet. Naruto felt pride and sense of achievement as he eyed himself in the mirror, pulling on his metal-plated gloves as he did it. Naruto picked up his headband and took of his blue cloth, opting for a black one instead as it matched his attire. No longer did he look like an obnoxious eyesore. Naruto knew he was done with his attention-seeking antics the moment he put down that letter last night. It was kind of refreshing, he realized, as he pulled his utility belt over his waist, attached his pouches and holsters and strapped his tanto to the small of his back. Naruto looked into the mirror once more, astounded by the sudden change in appearance. He seemed so different. He definitely appeared more presentable. Maybe even a little older and taller, now that he didn't wear his usual bulky garb. Moreover, for once, he actually looked like a professional. Minutes later, Naruto was running over the rooftops towards the Hokage Tower. He noticed he was turning quite a few heads from both villagers and shinobi once they got over the new appearance. Naruto paid it no heed. He would have loved to boast usually, but he was short on time and wanted to make a good impression, thus he made sure to hurry up. Naruto arrived at the Hokage Tower approximately 15 minutes before his briefing was about to start. The Chunin from yesterday looked at him with raised eyebrows and expressions that conveyed mixed feelings. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, feeling a sense of embarrassment for losing his cool yesterday. "Hey, sorry about yesterday," Naruto apologized, bowing his head ever so slightly. It wasn't really his thing and the Chunin knew it, but they made no comment. "I was angry, but I shouldn't have taken it out on you." Kotatsu eyed Izumo and nodded, smiling. "It's alright. You're that Uzumaki kid, right?" Naruto nodded and both Chunin shared a good laugh at that. Naruto frowned, about to make a snide comment of his own when Kotatsu shook his head. "Sorry, we were just thinking. That match you had with that Hyuga kid. Priceless. We were stationed below the Hyuga's private deck, and you should have seen the look on their faces when you won that match." "Oh, thanks." Naruto gave them a smile of his own. It was nice to get some recognition for once. "Yeah, that was a great one," Izumo agreed. The Chunin shared another glance and Kotatsu nodded, prompting Izumo to ask, "So, is it true?" "Is what true?" Naruto asked. "Come on." Izumo urged him. Naruto gave them a confused look. "What? Word has it you fought alongside Uchiha Sasuke and Shikaku's kid against that Gaara kid. I've heard a lot of different stories, But word has it Sasuke beat him. Is that true? No. Naruto bit out the answer with an agitated frown. Then who did? Kotatsu asked. I did. The Chunin looked at each other again and burst out laughing. It ticked Naruto off, but he refused to let his temper get the best of him, not on the first day of being Chunin. He couldn't disappoint the old man so soon. What's so funny? He demanded instead. Kotatsu abruptly stopped laughing. You're serious, aren't you? No way. Izumo shook his head. Why the hell do you think I'm wearing this flak jacket? Naruto gestured to his uniform. Though they found his flak odd, they couldn't help but laugh embarrassedly. Sorry about that, Kotatsu apologized. It's not a big deal, Naruto lied. He was anxious to get going so he brushed past them. I'd love to talk some more but I've got to report for briefing and assignment. As the rookie Chunin walked away, Kotatsu and Izumo looked at each other with incredulous expressions. So he really did beat Sabaku no Gaara and Hyuga Niji. Kotatsu feigned a shuddered, getting a laugh out of his partner. That kid is going places, Izumo. We need to watch out before he gets promoted to Jonin before we do. Izumo chuckled and waved him off. He's good, but he's not that good. Is he? 10 minutes later, Briefing Room 1. The briefing room was similar to the academy in terms of structure, though it was much larger and could probably hold up to twice as many people. In addition, instead of shelves of textbooks, there were many maps of Hi-no Kuni and the entire continent as well as a bulletin board with sheets of paper stuck to them. Naruto sat behind a desk in the room full of shinobi, feeling as though he was back in academy and counted about 40 in the room. Looking around, he noticed most were Chunin, and the majority of them were around his age. He recognized quite a few of them from the academy when he was younger. As Naruto expected, Shikamaru was also present. He sat a few rows behind him, for once actually sitting up straight and not dozing off and diligently making notes as the rest of them were. Okay, looks like everyone is here, said a tall bulky bald shinobi standing behind a lectern in the front of the room. Alright then men, today we are joined by two rookies. Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto are the only ones to have passed the exams this year. Quite a few found his amusing and sniggered, prompting the bald shinobi to cough to keep their attention. As pitiful as that may sound, this year's competition was tough. That's not important though, the man continued. For the newbies, my name is Kizu Enro and I am the platoon leader of the Niju Shotai. Enro was tall and muscular with a shaven head adorned with a deep scar running over his scalp and right eye. He was dressed in the regular uniform and wore a white piece of cloth with platoon leader stamped on it in red kanji attached under his flak jacket much like a suma. Naruto got a few looks. Few held contempt in their eyes but the majority of the shinobi were around his age and had thus never been told about the Kyuubi. If they had something against Naruto, it was either because he pulled a prank on them or because their parents told them slanderous things about him. Either way, he wouldn't let it get to him. Not this time around. I'll keep it brief for the two rookies, Kizu announced. The Niju Shotai is the highest numbered platoon in Konoha's border patrol guard and consists out of Chunin, Tokubetsu Jonin and a handful fully fledged Jonin. The better your performance, the more likely you'll be put into lower digits for tougher missions. As the 20th platoon, we are assigned mostly with the grunt work of our central government's homeland security, so expect to be out and about on border patrol most of the time. Kizu looked at the notes placed on his lectern and nodded. First order of business, make sure to make notes. Teams 305 to 307, you already got your orders yesterday. Get going and good hunting. Naruto noted each squad had 5 members as 15 shinobi got up and left the room. Teams 308 to 310, you're cleared for border patrol for the next 3 weeks. Another 15 Chunin rose and left the briefing room, leaving 15 Chunin left not counting Kizu and his 2 assistants. Team 311, you just returned from your mission. You guys are cleared for some Randar. I'll see you in a few days. Another 5 rose out of their seat, leaving Naruto with Shikamaru and 3 others remaining. You guys, Enro addressed the remaining 5 shinobi in the room, you are now official the 312th team of the guard. Tsurugaku, you're the senior, so consider yourself promoted to team leader until further notice. Congratulations. Kizu nodded to a tall chunin with spiky brown hair and dark eyes seated a row in front of Naruto and walked up to his desk, dropping 2 files on his desk. Here are their files. Team 312, you guys have a week to get familiar with one another before I set you on your first mission. Tsuruga to show those newbies the ropes. I'm trusting you with this one. Tsuruga stood up and nodded, accepting the 2 files Kizu passed him. Understood, sir. Naruto turned around with a smile to Shikamaru, who shot him a lazy smile of his own. At the very least they knew someone in the squad. That would make things considerably easier. Tsurugaku turned to them and cleared his throat. Nara, Uzumaki, Hayes, Nakamura, follow me. Naruto rose out of his desk, sharing a glance with Shikamaru, who merely nodded and followed the rest of the team. 20 minutes later, Training Ground 22. On their way to the training ground, Naruto and Shikamaru were silent whilst the remaining 3, who were already familiar with one another, spoke a few words. They arrived at the training ground and sat down under a tree as Tsuruga cleared his throat again. All right, let's get started, the team leader announced, addressing Naruto and Shikamaru in particular. I am already familiar with Hayes and Nakamura, but since you 2 are new, I believe a team-building exercise is in order. I will begin. My name is Tsuruga Suzumi and I will be your team leader, TL for short. You may address me as Taicho during missions and Senpai during downtime. I am 22 years old. I enjoy good literature and strategic board games. I specialize in sabotage and setting up traps with my explosive ninjutsu. I have an affinity for fire. My ambition is to one day join the ranks of ANBU. You left out you're the oldest in our division, Hayes pointed out with a laugh. Then turning to the rookies, he added, Suzumi here hasn't gotten promoted once since he joined the division 4 years ago. Tsuruga cleared his throat with a not-so-subtle glare at Hayes. Yes, I am the most experienced member of the Niju Shotai, and I have yet to be promoted due to the fact my experience is needed in our division. Before Hayes could retort, the Chunin then added, Why don't you go next, Hayes? Hayes was a teenage Chunin with silky bluish-gray hair going down the right side of his face and gray eyes. He had tan skin and flamboyant air about him. My name is Hayes, I am currently 17 years old and my hobbies include promiscuity and ninjutsu. I specialize in earth jutsu and sabotage just like Senpai over here, though I'm brushing up my kenjutsu. Hayes emphasized his point by resisting a hand one of his twin kodachis strapped over his shoulder. As for my ambitions, bang 100 chicks before I reach 30. At your rate, try 3,000, Nakamura commented with a tone of disgust Naruto could relate to. He wasn't sure whether he liked Hayes. The guy looked energetic and friendly, but he was somewhat of a tool. Nakamura was an attractive purple-haired kunoichi with pale skin and violet eyes. She was one of the few kunoichi that were present and wore a slit skirt with skin-tight shorts and stockings instead of shinobi trousers and carried a backpack rather than pouches. I'll go next. My name is Nakamura Rei. I am 14 years old and have been a Chunin for 7 months. My hobbies include art, cooking and gardening. My affinity is water. I specialize in medical ninjutsu and genjutsu. Naruto smiled. At least he's something in common with one of his new teammates. Tsuruga seemed to be very ambitious and loved authority. Hayes reminded him of Akiba if he loved women as much as dogs, but at the very least Rei seemed normal and she liked gardening, as did he. That, and she was very attractive, cuter than Sakura, so that was definitely a plus. Tsuruga cleared his throat again. Naruto was beginning to dislike that habit. Now then, Nara Uzumaki, you 2 take turns. Please tell us about yourself so I can see if your files are up to date. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and then sighed. My name is Nara Shikamaru. I am 13 years old and my hobbies include shogi and cloud watching. As for my affinity, I don't know what it is. I specialize in my clan's shadow possession jutsu and tactics. My goal is to join Konoha's strategic department. Tsuruga took a look at Shikamaru's folder and nodded repeatedly. From what I understand, you graduated second to last in your class. After Uzumaki Naruto here, who was the dead last of your year. The senior Chunin seemed rather disappointed to have been saddled with the 2 worst students of their year. How did you 2 pass? It was a rhetorical question they did answer, and he continued reading the file. Your sensei was Sarutobi Asuma, the Hokage's son. That explains your promotion at least. Tsurugaku raised an eyebrow as he read out loud. Incredible. An IQ over 200. Noted to have incredible tactical and strategic mindset. Son of Nara Shikaka. Impressive. I can see Asuma did a great job teaching you. It was just as Asuma was mentioned when Shikamaru brushed his ear. Naruto noticed the shadow user's new earrings were most likely a parting gift. He hadn't got one from Kakashi, then again Kakashi probably didn't know he was promoted. Naruto made a note to seek his old team after they were done here. Bring it. Looks like this kid is smarter than you, senpai. Hayes grinned at Tsurugu, who seemed rather perturbed by this. Alright, looks like I'm last. Naruto took a moment to formulate his thoughts. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm also 13 years old and my hobbies include gardening and pulling pranks. I have an affinity for wind and I specialize in ninjutsu, and I'm also decent at taijutsu. I suppose my ninjutsu is somewhat lacking, but I'm working on it. My dream is to one day become Hokage and protect the village from its enemies. Ah yes, Hokage. There was a tone of condescension in Tsurugaku's voice as he sat down on a log post and placed Shikamaru's folder on the floor and picked up Naruto as Hayes took a glance at the shadow user's files. Okay, let's see. Tsuruga frowned and turned the folder for everyone to see. You might want to submit a different picture for your file, Uzumaki. Naruto laughed at the picture of himself with white and red face paint, and Hayes burst out laughing whilst Shikamaru and Rei merely cracked a smile. Yeah, I'll think about it. Don't think about it, do it. Consider that your first order. Tsuruga frowned at him and continued to read out loud to share the information. Dead last of your year. Multiple infractions of misconduct in academy. Characteristics ranging from immature to impatient and impulsive. Tsuruga looked at him with barely veiled contempt. Naruto was pretty much the anti-version of himself. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment as Rei and Hayes looked at him as though they already knew he was going to be a burden to his team. Shikamaru, on the other hand, smiled at Naruto, having known him since childhood and having recently acquired a lot more respect for the blonde. The shadow user knew full well Naruto was going to be anything but a burden to the team. How in the hell did you get assigned 2 ranked missions? At this, his new teammates shared confused looks. Tsurugaku began to read more and then made a sound of understanding. I see, your sensei was none other Hatake Kakashi and you were on the same team as Uchiha Sasuke. That explains it. Naruto frowned at that. No, it doesn't. It came out sounding ruder than he thought and Tsurugaku didn't take kindly to it. Excuse me. Your file indicates you are insubordinate and immature, with little to no talent. How did you even get promoted? I heard you defeated Hyuga Neji, but I had my doubts. This just confirms it. Shikamaru turned to Naruto. He makes a good point. You weren't at the ceremony, how did you get promoted? I went to the old man and Naruto wasn't proud of saying it, demanded he promote me. Sort of. Hayes chuckled. Tsurugaku gave Naruto a cold look. I suggest you learn some respect and stop lying, Uzumaki. If you so much as raised your voice at Hokage-sama, you would have been thrown in detention, not promoted. You won't impress anyone with being a braggart and a liar. Let's just say we're close, Naruto replied vaguely. He doubted they would believe him if he told them exactly how close he was to the old man. And like I said, Uchiha Sasuke being on my team has nothing to do with the fact I got promoted. If it did, don't you think he would be here too? Or what, do you think he got promoted to Jonin before you? There is sting to that comment that struck a few chords with Tsuruga, who flipped over a few pages. It says right here, Uchiha Sasuke defeated. 2 Chunin known as the Demon Brothers from Kirigakure, defeated Momochi Zabuza's protege and assisted Hatake Kakashi in defeating Momochi, who is one of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure, I might add. All in one ranked mission you just happened to be a part of. Hayes and Rei seemed genuinely surprised and Shikamaru gave Naruto a curious look. He hadn't heard much about Team 7's first ranked mission either. Tsurugaku continued with a glare aimed at Naruto. And then, there is records of him defeating Sabaku no Gaara and saving Konoha and several allies, including you, in the process. That's not what happened, Naruto said through gritted teeth. Yes, Sasuke beat the Demon Brothers, but we both helped Kakashi-sensei beat Zabuza the first time around. The second time it was all Kakashi-sensei. As for Zabuza's protege, his name was Haku and he defeated both me and Sasuke before I managed to beat him with luck the second time around. And I'm sure you also beat Sabaku no Gaara, Tsurugaku inferred sarcastically, getting a chuckle out of Haze and an impassive stare from Ray directed at Naruto. He did beat Sabaku no Gaara, Shikamaru interrupted, cutting of Naruto's retort. He did? Haze asked with a somewhat dumbfounded expression. Ray looked at Naruto as though he was some fascinating creature. Him? Shikamaru sighed, annoyed he was getting involved in this. Yes, I was on the same ranked mission to assist Uchiha Sasuke. He was losing the fight until Naruto ended up saving him. Who do you think summoned that huge toad? Gamabuntasuma was summoned by Jiraiya. He is the only one alive with the toad summoning contract. Maybe you didn't notice, but Jiraiya was summoning his toads right in the village when Orochimaru attacked. Tsurugaku pointed out heatedly. There is no way this loser did anything that great. Naruto got to his feet aggressively. He had just about enough. What is your problem? Naruto, let it go. Shikamaru interrupted him again. Being one of the few that Naruto could genuinely call a friend, he understood why Naruto was so angry. After all, Sasuke had been beating him in everything since academy days. He realized how the blonde had to feel frustrated to say the least, to have his one win, his promotion, be associated with Sasuke. Still, this was their first day as Chunin and Naruto couldn't just go and PSS off their team leader. It's obvious they won't believe you. Just prove to them how strong you are when the opportunity arises. Naruto glared at the shadow user but couldn't help but agree and thus settled down. Fine, think what you want, Tsurugaku-senpai. I'll make you eat those words someday. Tsurugaku ignored that remark as he got his feet and clapped his hands together. Now then, let's familiar with team formations and tactics. These two need to get familiar with our teamwork. Haze groaned, great. 2 hours later, okay, that's it for today team. Tomorrow, we'll put the theory to practice. Dismissed. Naruto got up from the ground and put back on his flak jacket, having discarded it when it got too hot. They had been going over nothing but tactics at a snail's pace. It was as if Tsurugaku thought they were completely stupid. Naruto decided by the end he didn't like Tsurugaku in the slightest. Never mind the fact he thought all of his accomplishments were Sasuke's, the guy was just generally just in butt to Naruto. Haze was alright, Naruto didn't mind his attitude in the slightest. Ray didn't seem to think much of him, but he was fine with it considering most people were like that towards him initially and it only encouraged him to prove them wrong. It went without saying he was closest to Shikamaru on the team. They would probably grow closer now that they were on the same team. They got along nicely when they were kids but were pretty much strangers by the time they left academy for various reasons. I'll see you tomorrow, Shika. I've got to go to Kakashi-sensei and say goodbye to my old team. Shikamaru merely nodded. Sure, but would you mind telling me why your flak is different from mine before you go? It looks heavier. This is Gigi's old flak jacket from when he was a Chunin like a century ago. He also gave me his old tanto. Naruto indicated blade attached to the flak jacket by a belt. Koha. Shikamaru smiled lazily. I'll never understand why Hokage-sama likes you so much. It's because I'm the one who's going to let him retire. See ya, Shika. With that, Naruto took off, running towards Team Kakashi's usual training ground. Naruto arrived at training ground 7 minutes later and saw Kakashi reading his book whilst instructing Sasuke, who was fighting his clone, as Sakura cheered on her teammate. It was as if nothing had changed. The only difference would have been Naruto cheering for Kakashi's clone instead of Sasuke, which would usually get him a pummeling from Sakura. The thought brought a genuine smile to his face. Kakashi looked up from his book as Naruto held up his hand in greeting. The Jonin smiled lazily behind his mask and his clone caught Sasuke's fist, causing him and Sakura to notice Naruto had arrived. The Scarecrow had to admit, Naruto looked a lot more like the Yondaime than usual in his standard Konoha uniform. The knucklehead ninja appeared more confident and somewhat more mature, maybe even a little taller. Naruto. Sakura looked at Sasuke as though to confirm it was really her teammate. Why are you wearing that uniform? You got promoted, didn't you? Naruto came to a stop in front of his team and smiled proudly. I got promoted yesterday. Sorry I didn't tell you, it was sort of last minute, Sakura-kun. The Rosette shared glances with Sasuke and looked like she was about to try dispelling a genjutsu. I'm serious. I really got promoted. Gigi himself promoted me yesterday. Sakura gave her sensei a wide-eyed look. Is it true, Kakashi-sensei? Did Naruto really get promoted? Kakashi nodded. Before me and Sasuke. Naruto frowned. What's that supposed to mean, Sakura-kun? Gigi told me I earned this promotion and he even gave me his old flak jacket. Naruto emphasized his point by indicating his uniform. I'm sorry, Naruto, that sounded really mean. I'm just surprised you're the only one that got promoted. I mean, not even Sasuke or Neji got promoted. Naruto was about to retort he actually beat his opponent, but let it go. He still had feelings for Sakura and he didn't want to upset her, nor did he want to ruin this moment. Sasuke looked at Naruto with an arrogant smile, the very same he had when he told Naruto he wanted to fight him the most during the finals. Congratulations, you earned it. Naruto was taken back. Did that just happen? Sasuke never congratulated him on anything before. Thanks, Naruto grinned at the raven-haired genin. Naruto thought back to a few weeks after they graduated and the Uchiha had saved him again during one of their missions. If you don't want to owe me, surpass me. Those were the words Sasuke had said to him. It was the first time Sasuke acknowledged him as a potential rival. That seemed to do it for Sakura, who nodded and kindly smiled at him. Congratulations, Naruto. Kakashi put away his book and took a thoughtful pose. I suppose tradition dictates I give you a present, but what could I give you? The Chidori, Naruto thought immediately. You don't need to give me anything, Kakashi-sensei. I'm just glad I got promoted, though it looks like I'm going to have a tough time getting my teammates to like me. Gave Naruto a curious look and Naruto subtly shook his head, indicating it wasn't because of his status as a Jinchuriki. Let me guess, your teammates are people you have pulled a prank on. Naruto laughed. No, that's not it. It's actually kind of funny. For the next few minutes, Naruto told them all about his teammates and how he got promoted. He had the sense to tone down on Tsurugaku's attitude towards him to not alarm his team. Shikamaru got promoted too. Sakura's tone was disbelieving and it was getting annoying, but Naruto let it go. The two lowest scoring genin in our class got promoted to Chunin. That's kind of ironic, isn't it? Well, Shikamaru just never tried, Sakura-kun. He's really smart but he's just as lazy, so he doesn't seem dangerous. Though that's the scary part. Naruto came to the shadow user's defense. They were now teammates after all. As for me, Naruto grinned, if I knew how to use a Kage Bunshin, I would have passed the first time around. Kakashi chuckled at that. So this Tsurugaku doesn't like you very much. No, he doesn't. Naruto laughed nervously as Sasuke and Sakura gave him disapproving looks. It's really not my fault. It isn't. He added forcibly when they kept looking at him like that. He thinks everything I've done, Sasuke did. Sasuke glared at no one in particular and they wisely choose not to comment on that. For the rest of the afternoon, Naruto stayed with his old team. It got nostalgic. Even Sasuke seemed bothered by the fact he was leaving, though hell would freeze over twice before he would admit it. Kakashi looked up as Hawk flew by. It looks like we're being summoned for a mission, Nano. It's been nice seeing you again. Make sure to drop by every now and then. Somebody needs to keep Sasuke on his guard. Sasuke got to his feet and grabbed his backpack and nodded to him while Sakura bid Naruto goodbye. For a moment Naruto looked at his old team as they left, a wave of nostalgia crashing over him as he could hardly believe this was really happening. In the few months they had been together, Naruto felt he had really bonded with them, and to see them leave made his heart feel heavy. Naruto cupped his hands to his mouth. Sasuke. In the distance, the Uchiha turned around with a questioning look. What is it? Naruto smiled. I'll see you at the top. For a moment Sasuke was expressionless. Then, a smile crept to his features as he locked eyes with Naruto and began to smile slowly. I'll see you there. Naruto clenched his fists as his old teammates disappeared out sight, feeling a mix of emotions ranging from anxiousness to excitement. He stood there for a few minutes, unmoving and deep in thought as he dealt with the nostalgia that came to surface. Naruto smiled. Just because he outranked them now didn't mean they would stop getting stronger. He had to continue getting stronger, both for himself and for his old team. Naruto reached to the small of his back and reached into his pouch, retrieving the scroll containing jutsu. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Knock. Enter. Naruto pushed through the double doors, a greeting smile on his face as he entered spacious office of the Hokage. The old man was seated, eyes glancing over a file in his hand which he placed on his desk and stamped with his seal. GG. Hiruzen's eyes rested on Naruto's somewhat disheveled form, noticing a few smudges of dirt and mud here and there. When I said I wanted to see you after your mission, I didn't mean straight away, Naruto-kun. I know, GG, but I don't mind. Naruto drew a chair, oblivious to the Hokage's mindful eye of his luxurious furniture under a dirty pair of trousers. So, what did you want to see me about? The Hokage leaned back into his chair and curled his fingers. How was your first mission as a Chunin? Not too much trouble, I suspect. Naruto shook his head. It was pretty boring, but being in the countryside was kind of refreshing. I see. Well, with time and experience you may very well be issued with tougher missions to complete, the Hokage told him. But for the time being, you are yet a rookie, Naruto-kun. You'll have to deal with whatever mission you're set with. Naruto nodded. I understand, GG. Good. The old man nodded approvingly. For a moment it seemed that was all the old man wanted, thus Naruto rose out of his chair with a nod. However, Hiruzen held up a hand. One moment, Naruto. I must regrettably inform you, your promotion has come at an unfortunate time. Naruto was confused but asked no question, thus Hiruzen continued. Due to recent events you're going to have a lot on your plate. Missions will be coming in non-stop for the time being and there's a good chance even your downtime will be spent running errands. I suggest you take the time to rest properly whenever you can, even as a rookie you will be expected to hit the ground running, Naruto-kun. Why is that, GG? Well, the Hokage leaned back into his chair for a moment. Konoha needs to prove that the invasion has done nothing to impede our efforts in maintaining our place amongst the great 5 shinobi villages. Therefore, it is imperative we appear 100% operational at all times. So we're basically flexing our muscles to keep the other villages on their toes. Naruto inferred. You catch on quick, Hiruzen said with a smile. Naruto scratched his cheek. Heh, must be Shika's influence on me. Don't sell yourself short, Naruto-kun. You may not have an IQ exceeding 200 but when it comes down to it, you are a fighting genius. Hiruzen's tone was surprisingly firm. Naruto nodded with a stronger sense of confidence. On the way here I noticed a lot of civilian work crews. Does that mean the daimyos coughed up funds for repairing the damage from the invasion? Indeed, Hiruzen nodded. I won't bore you with the details, but as you may already know it can be quite cumbersome to secure additional funds from our daimyo. Fortunately, the Shodai drafted several clauses when Konoha was formed. Amongst those clauses, there are quite a few we can invoke in instances such as these. Oh, I see. Naruto turned to see the Hokage's aide walk in with a stack of paperwork. The old man's expression instantly fell. Well, I'll leave you to it, GG. I'll swing by soon. I already look forward to it, the old man grumbled as his eyes laid on the pile of paperwork, as though willing it to spontaneously burst into flames. 3 weeks later, High no Kuni countryside in the woodlands in Fire Country's countryside, Naruto stumbled tiredly to the source of water in the distance. Moments later, the blonde knelt down by a stream, sinking his tanto in the soil as he eyed the water closely. He reached into his pouch and withdrew a small canister of light blue pills and dropped 3 into the stream. The immediately following fizzy noise was as a result of a chemical reaction the pills set off to clear the water of toxins and other impurities. These pills were usually used by shinobi in foreign countries, but one could never be too certain. It was one of the many things he picked up over the last few weeks. Most seemed rather mundane, but in reality were rather sensible. For instance, the tanto stabbed in the ground would, if left there, would tip off his teammates something had happened, such as a surprise attack for instance. Naruto waited for the water to clear up some more and then submerged his hands into the stream, filling them with water and splashed some on his face to rub the dirt off the dirt and fatigue. He allowed himself a minute to idly stare into his reflection, then reached for his canteen to fill it up with water as his mind wandered. Another scouting mission. Team 312 had been deployed on mission after mission for the past 2 weeks. It was almost as if their platoon leader, or PL for short, was making them catch up for the week off he had given them to familiarize themselves with team procedures. Naruto hadn't seen his old team in weeks, or any of his other peers for that matter. It was just like the old man had told him it would be. The hidden leaf had to be wary of others' villages that would jump at the chance to take them down and usurp their place amongst the Great Five. The scouting missions they were sent on were more often than not uneventful and boring, but Naruto knew it was simply flexing the muscles on Konoha's part. By appearing to be fully operational and vigilant at the same time, the other villages would watch their step. Unfortunately, increased shinobi appearance throughout High no Kuni required more manpower, and with the significant loss of shinobi in the last invasion, this meant all shinobi of Chunin rank and higher would be working almost non-stop. This particular scouting mission was a beach to handle though. In 72 hours they had to cover 80 miles to their sign-off point and another 80 back to Konoha. A rustling noise in the background alerted him, causing Naruto to instantly trust a kunai from his sleeve. It was a nice piece of mechanism Hayes showed him to create with a bit of ninja wire and a spring set. "Relax, it's just me." Shikamaru knelt down next to Naruto and took the blonde's canteen out of his hand without asking, and took a swing. "Sure, Shika, no problem. Have a drink, what's mine is yours." Naruto's deadpan expression did not reflect his words. Swiping back his canteen and fixing it to his utility belt, Naruto stood up as the shadow user cleansed his face from dirt and fatigue. "I thought, take a 5-minute break." "What, did Tsurugaku forget how to tell time?" "You should make more of an effort to get along," Shikamaru told him, also getting to his feet after refilling his own canteen. "Anyway, from the looks of it we'll be going home early." "I doubt it." Naruto shook his head with a wry smile at the thought that was too good to be true. If Tsurugaku so much as arrives a second early, he'll get all agitated. The guy doesn't want to appear to not be doing his job, you know that as well as I do, Shikamaru. Shikamaru shook his head. "I bet you 1,000 Ryo I'm right." "2, you never gamble." Naruto's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "You're trying to take me for a fool, aren't you? You shifty bstrd." "Wouldn't take much effort," Shikamaru commented under his breath. "What?" "Nothing. Let's just say we found something interesting that'll be enough incentive for Tsurugaku to let us wrap up this mission up early." Naruto swung his backpack over his shoulders. "Well then, let's go and see." Moments later, Naruto's stomach churned at the sight of 3 decapitated corpses that appeared to have just been unearthed. Tsurugaku was unperturbed, having probably encountered situations like these before. He knelt down by the decomposing bodies as he swiped away some flies. "Aren't they just lovely?" Hayes sighed dreamily. "I was just minding my own business, taking a leak, and on my way back I stumbled over some uneven earth, and just like that I saw a toe sticking out." How Hayes found this funny, Naruto didn't know, but he was afraid to ask. Whoever tried to ditch these bodies obviously didn't do that good of a job. I mean, they were barely a foot deep. The bodies appear to have been here for a few days. Rei droned in what Naruto assumed was her doctor voice, as she took out a notebook and a camera and slipped on some LTX gloves. All 3 subjects indicate their decapitation was post-mortem. Their skins bear many scars, some of which have already faded. Whatever business they were in, it was rough. Rough business, huh? Tsurugaku reached for Rei's backpack and retrieved a pair of LTX gloves, slipping them on and peeling away the kimono one of the corpses was wearing. "Just as I thought, these guys were members of a yakuza." Naruto raised an eyebrow and knelt next to his senior, pinching the bridge of his nose as he did so. "What makes you think that?" "See these marks." Tsurugaku tapped a finger on the man's neck. Under the grimy dirt, Naruto could vaguely read the kanji for kurumi. "Ah, looks like they got what was coming to them." Naruto didn't feel sympathy for the deceased. They probably weren't the best of folks anyway. Standard procedure is to document this and send a copy to the nearest settlements, right? Right? Rei confirmed. I will begin with documenting. I'll make a copy for the nearest. That won't be necessary, Nakamura, Suruga decided. The nearest settlement is Tanzukugai, a city well known for its casinos, red light districts and their Yakuza organizations. Something tells me these three weren't just some low-life thugs. What gave that away? The 3 dead bodies buried miles outside the city outskirts. Hayes interjected sarcastically. They're too well-dressed, Suruga finished, and he made a good point. Though they were covered in dirt, these men were buried in some expensive-looking clothing. They couldn't have been the regular, dime-a-dozen kind of thugs. The marks around hands and fingers indicated they were also SRPD from their jewelry by whoever buried them out here. We're going to document this, but we're not sending a copy to Tanzukugai's police department. We're going to report back to RPL and he'll decide what we'll do next. Naruto eyed Shikamaru for a response. The lazy genius merely shrugged indifferently, so Naruto tried anyway. Standard procedure is to follow the chain of command, Uzumaki. Suruga cut him off. As TL, this is my call to make and I'm making it. Nakamura, I'll be waiting for your report back at camp. Hayes, help me pack up. You two rookies stay with Nakamura. Surugaku left no room for argument and left quickly after giving instructions, with Hayes right behind him. Naruto glared at the retreating form of Suruga. That guy has issues. Rei shrugged as she dutifully took notes. Uzumaki, let it be. He gets to call the shots, not you. I didn't say, let it go, Naruto. Shikamaru fell in to avoid another argument. We're the rookies here, let them decide how and what. It's his but on the line anyway. Fine. That doesn't mean I have to like it, though. Naruto leaned against tree and took watch as Rei began to take pictures with her camera and made notes. 3 weeks in and he still hadn't made much progress in getting along with his teammates. It went without saying he and Shikamaru got along fine as they used to be rather good friends as kids, but the other 3 were different. Rei was unusually cold and shot him down whenever he tried to talk to her. Hayes was so much like Jiraiya, there were very few conversations they had that wasn't strictly about girls, which made the guy an obnoxious tool, and Suruga, well, he was a lost cause from the get-go. Naruto could only hope he would earn his promotion early and get the hell out of the border patrol guard, as it was neither interesting nor challenging as he had hoped. The next day Naruto woke up in his apartment a little later than usual, having arrived home only a few hours into the early morning. The journey back to Konoha was uneventful and boring, much like the majority of scouting missions they were assigned to. As per usual, Naruto headed to Ichiraku's for a few bowls before heading back to his apartment, tired and smelly. Perhaps he shouldn't have stayed up a little longer to learn the principles behind water-based ninjutsu. Fatigued, Naruto stumbled into his kitchen, setting on some coffee and went into the bathroom to get freshen up. It struck him with a sense of relief today his team would get sucked off scout rotation for a couple of days. Even with his immense stamina, scouting mission took it out of him mentally as much as physically. Naruto ate his fill. As he ate, he took out a scroll on water-based ninjutsu and continued to read up on an offensive water-type ninjutsu that could prove useful against multiple opponents. The principle was somewhat familiar to a few wind-based ninjutsu he had gotten down in past weeks, so it wouldn't take too long to get it down. He kept a mindful eye on the clock in his kitchen. I'd better get going if I don't want Surugaku to beach at me all day again. Naruto rushed out of his apartment and took to the rooftops as he headed towards the Hokage Tower for today's briefing. Today Team 312 would be put off scouting rotation. Usually each team went on deployment for 3 weeks, and then got downtime for another week before being put back on the scouting roster. Though his team had only been on 2 weeks' worth of scouting missions, they were still on the roster scheduled for downtime, which had also been cut down to 4 days rather a full week to compensate for Konoha's efforts in maintaining 100% functionality. You're actually on time for once, Shikamaru noted a few minutes later. Morning to you too, Naruto responded dryly. Where are the others? Naruto looked around. They were standing outside the Hokage Tower and it seemed none of his teammates were around. Inside. Inside, Shikamaru nodded. I told them I'd wait out here for you. I was late once, Shikamaru. Once, Naruto shook his head as he brushed past Shikamaru and walked into the huge cylinder-shaped tower in which the Hokage resided. We're scheduled for downtime today, right? Shikamaru shrugged. I don't know. What do you know? A whole lot more than you, that's for sure. Shikamaru put very little effort in his comebacks, yet they still always managed to bother Naruto, who in this instance opted to flip off his perpetually lazy teammate as they walked side by side. Still, Naruto had to hand it to Shikamaru. The lazy genius was knowledgeable on a lot of things, having grown up with a well-known shinobi strategist father and a mother who was a qualified chunin, not to mention hailing from one of Konoha's most prominent shinobi clans. Much of this knowledge on the shinobi world, Shikamaru had shared with Naruto. Prior to his promotion, Naruto had the simplistic understanding that one could become a Kage simply by traversing the ranks between Genin to Jonin and eventually be appointed by the current Hokage. How wrong he had been. Shikamaru explained to him that such a system simply wouldn't work with a powerful shinobi village as Konoha, which had thousands of shinobi within its ranks. His ignorance wasn't necessarily his fault though, not if you considered the fact military structure wasn't even covered in the academy, and if it was, he probably slept through or missed those lessons, nor did Kakashi take the time to explain it to his team like Asuma had done for Shikamaru, Ino and Choji. With Nara's assistance and a handbook from Rei, Naruto came to understand Konoha's military force was divided into various departments, organizations, divisions, and so on. To name a few, Konoha had its Border Patrol Guard, the Intelligence Department, Interrogation and Torture Force, and Cryptanalysis Division, each dedicated to covering Konoha on certain field they specialized in. To realize his dream, Naruto would not only have to simply be promoted to Jonin, he would have to be promoted to more prominent organizations within Konoha's shinobi ranks in order to gain support from his peers and to become a well-rounded shinobi knowledgeable of all shinobi playing fields. In short, a viable candidate for the seat of Hokage, a position upon which the daimyo, his delegates and Konoha's elite convened on. What Naruto found particularly interesting was that each sect within Konoha's military structure had its own traditions and codes of conduct. For example, the elitists from Intelligence Department always wore gray military-esque uniforms with face masks or bandages covered around their faces and were of very few choice words. The intimidating and questionably sane members of Torture and Interrogation Force wore the same sort of military suits under black trench coats and bandanas, often to hide their own hideous scars. Members of the Marine Division, Naruto had no idea Konoha even had a Marine Division, always wore blue garb over their wetsuits and had water apparatuses on their waists at all times. Naruto, along with Shikamaru, had been signed to the Niju Shotai, the 20th platoon of Konoha's Border Patrol Guard, a department dedicated to tracking and reporting foreign influence and in some cases domestic influence throughout Hai no Kuni. Their assigned missions mostly consisted out of border patrol, scouting, and long-duration missions at stations, checking up on traps set by the other platoons and investigating matters of interests, which could range from fluctuations in crime to highway robbery. Naruto learned the lower the number of your platoon, the more seasoned your colleagues were and the tougher your missions would be. Each platoon had a minimum of 40 members and was divided in teams of 5s, often named after the team leader for convenience. Rei had saved them a seat next to her in the briefing room. I see you have finally taken the time to join us, Uzumaki. I was late once, Rei. When are you guys gonna let that go? Naruto took a seat next to Rei, a rather stoic medical kunoichi on his team whose demeanor was colder than anyone else he knew. I'm sorry I cost us that one lousy, stinking mission too. Pipe down, Uzumaki, Tsurugu ordered from the far left seat on their row. The PL is here. Naruto looked at Shikamaru with an irritable expression. The shadow user merely shrugged and slumped in his chair as their platoon leader took his position behind the lectern and the briefing started. All right, boys and girls, who's missing? Their platoon leader Kizu Enro took a head count before he continued. Today's rotation schedule. Teams 308 to 312, you guys got some downtime for the next week. Yes, I said a full week, and yes, there's a catch. You guys will have to run some errands for the Armory Administration due to lack of manpower. Almost immediately several shinobi gave shouts of indignation, but their burly platoon leader wasn't having any of it. Pipe down. Enro ordered loudly. TLs of teams 308 to 312, I have your mandates here, come and collect them after briefing. Yes, sir. Tsurugaku was the only team leader that actually replied. Now then, Enro continued, there have been several reports of nuking in the borderlands roughly 50 miles south of Konoha's Armory Administration Building A, while later Team 312 stood together in the Armory Administration's warehouse facilities below ground level. Lack of manpower was a bit of an understatement as the facility was practically abandoned. Tsurugaku walked past each of them and handed out clipboards filled with orders on equipment and materials that needed to be delivered and collected. All right, we'll get the job done much quicker if we just delegate the workload, Tsurugaku told them as he handed each of them a clipboard with information on them. Rei, since it's your expertise, you'll be handling the medical supplies. Understood. With that, Rei took off into another direction. Hayes, you and I will be handling these prototype demolition kits. From what they're telling me, only ANBU operatives can get their hands on these babies, so we'll take care of that. Naruto frowned, looking down on the orders on his clipboard that were identical to Shikamaru's. Why do we have to deliver all this boring stuff while you get the cool prototypes? Naruto gestured to the hundreds of stacked boxes in the warehouse facility with his clipboard to illustrate his point. These orders need to go all over the place, it'll take us forever just to find them. Seniority, Uzumaki, Tsurugaku responded coolly. Seniority Mai, when he's right, he's right. Hayes added with a slap to Naruto's shoulder as the oldest members of Team 312 took off. Great. Naruto swore under his breath. Let's get this over with, I want to get in some training today. Naruto set the clipboard down on one box and then stacked the box on another too. Come on, Shika. Shikamaru stared at him with a dry expression. Naruto, do you ever use your clones for anything other rushing your opponents? Right. Naruto's sweat dropped, feeling incredibly stupid for not having thought of that himself. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Pillars of smoke burst out around them as 12 Naruto clones appeared and took off with their own clipboards, exploring the giant warehouse facility. Incredible. That's the Kage Bunshin Jutsu, isn't it? Naruto turned to the source of the voice and found a young girl their age standing by corner. My name is Shiho, she introduced herself as she approached them with an outstretched hand and a clipboard in another, held over a small square parcel. I work downstairs. Shiho was a tall and slender girl their age with light blonde hair and pale skin. She wore a lab coat over her regular clothes and a pair of glasses. Downstairs. Shikamaru repeated. Shiho immediately clapped her hands over her mouth and accidentally poked herself in the eye with her clipboard, though the damage was decreased due to her wearing glasses. I'm not supposed to tell anyone of the secret floor below this one, so please keep it quiet. She's an oddball, isn't she? Naruto whispered to Shikamaru rather audibly, pointlessly using the clipboard to hide what he was doing. Don't be rude, Naruto, Shikamaru chided. Rest assured your secret is safe with us. Shikamaru nodded to Shiho. May I know your names? Shiho inquired with a soft tone, indicating how shy and socially awkward she was. Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto replied with his usual flamboyant bravado. Nara Shikamaru. You two are both Chunin? Shiho asked, to which the pair nodded. Oh wow. That's rather unusual, you two look like you could be my age. How old are you? 13, I'm turning 14 in 5 months. Instantly Shikamaru's eyes narrowed as he snapped out of his perpetually lazy demeanor. You're younger than both of us, yet you're working for the Armory Administration in a secret level below this one. You must be quite the kunoichi. I assume you're a Chunin too. I am indeed, Shiho confirmed. I graduated the academy over 4 years ago though. Whoa, you must be some super genius like Shikamaru. Naruto was genuinely impressed. He has an IQ of over 200 or something like that. Naruto hurriedly elaborated, not even interested in the slightest with Shikamaru's genius. I bet you're a lot smarter than this lazy but Well, I have IQ of 213, Shiho blushed a brilliant shade of red at the compliment. 3, what about you, Shika? Naruto prodded his companion. Mine is 208, Shikamaru said the digits with an unusual serious expression. Granted, there weren't many out there with the intellect that could rival his own genius, and to meet a shy, withdrawn girl like Shiho who not only rivaled him but whose IQ surpassed his must have been somewhat surprising, if not shocking. Naruto burst out laughing, punching Shikamaru in the arm. "Ha! I knew you weren't smartest kid our age, SEK Ichika. There go your bragging rights." Shiho stifled a laugh with some difficulty. "Well, I'm sure. Wait, did you just say you were of the Nara clan?" Shikamaru nodded and Shiho instantly made a swoon-like noise. "You must be related Nara Shikaku." A bit of a late reaction, Naruto noted with a sweat drop. "He's my father." "I knew it. You look just like him." Shiho exclaimed. "I met your father once, it was a few months ago. He mentioned he had a son my age graduating soon. That was you." Naruto couldn't quite grasp why this exciting news, and by the looks of it neither could Shikamaru. What was Shika's dad doing down here, Shiho-chan? Shiho-chan, oh my, how familiar. Shiho said it more to herself to anyone else, hence it went unnoticed by Naruto. "I'm afraid I can't tell you, Uzumaki-san. Everything that goes down below isn't a ranked secret and I'll be in enough of trouble if anyone finds out of what I've already let slip." "Come on." Naruto goaded her with an infectious grin. "We're comrades, aren't we? You can trust us. This is Shikuru's son, remember?" "Shikaku," Shikamaru corrected him with visible annoyance. "Right, it's just that I prefer Shikuru. Shikaku reminds me of Shikaku and he's one mean son of a, I get it." "Right?" Naruto said again. Shiho giggled. From the sound of it and her expression, it wasn't something she did often. "You two are quite the pair. I suppose I can show you what's below. I hope Jiken-sensei won't mind. We don't get much company." Naruto looked to Shikamaru and nodded. They followed Shiho as she led the way down past the stairs, cases and elevators to an secluded area of the warehouse. Shiho looked around. Finding no one close, she turned back to the wall and formed a ram hand seal to channel her chakra before she placed her palm against the concrete. Immediately hairline cracks shone a vibrant blue and the wall gave away as Shiho passed through it, followed shortly by the pair of Chunin behind her as they shared brief looks of suspicion. Minutes later they stopped before huge double doors wrought from thick gray steel. It was somewhat grimy and looked as if it hadn't been attended to a while. Next to it was a computer console where one would have to input the password to gain entry. "Please don't wander around inside, it can be very dangerous." Shiho turned around as she said. The seriousness that tried to convey was somewhat stinted by the odd pair of glasses she wore. "Do you understand? I'm not supposed to be showing around anyone who isn't authorized." Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged glances again. "Sure." Shiho turned back to the gray glass doors and the computer console. "Would you look away, please?" A quick glance over her shoulder put her concerns to rest as Naruto and Shikamaru covered their eyes. One can never be too certain with shinobi, no offense. "None taken." Naruto thumbed toward Shikamaru. "What he said?" A series of beeping tones sounded as Shiho punched in the code on the console, followed by the audible groaning of metal as the doors parted and blinding light broke through the cracks in the dark cavern-like part of Armory Administration Building. "Welcome to Floor Zero, the real Floor Zero," Shiho smiled at her new companions. "Follow me." And follow they did, as Shiho walked through the door in a large spacious area filled with many desks and high-tech equipment scattered around on benches and pinned against walls. "Only 2 of us work down here," Shiho explained. "When I was 8, I noticed my sensei snuck a hidden IQ test in my homework. You've had this special piece of homework too, right?" Shikamaru nodded. "Everyone did, actually. I was the only one to figure out it was an IQ test though." "So was I," Shiho beamed. "I noticed the test was odd and somewhat illogical, so I went to my sensei and she revealed to me I was the only one that noticed it was an IQ test. They diagnosed mine to be 213 and offered me the chance to graduate early." "Why'd you take it? Didn't you miss your friends at all?" Naruto asked. Shiho gave an awkward shrug. "I didn't have any friends. Nor was I talented in any form of shinobi combat. The only reason I enrolled was because my parents wanted me to, so I took it and became a scientist for Konoha. I was never much of a fighter to begin with." "What is it you do down here?" Naruto stopped by a workbench to pick up what seemed to be an ordinary singular piece of makibishi. "You guys handle the equip, don't touch that." Shiho slapped away his hand and sighed, checking up on the lone piece of makibishi with a careful eye. These aren't regular caltrops, they're explosives. They serve as landmines on the battlefield, rather than just hinder the enemy. Sounds great. Naruto's eye wandered to a lone wakizashi. What does that do? It carries a launching mechanism for a new type of ninja wire. Can we please keep moving? Jiken Sensei will get really upset if he catches us messing with his work, Shiho warned. Come, I'll show you where I work. I don't have as much expertise as Jiken Sensei, so I'm usually left to test out the smaller stuff like this. Shiho held up the small parcel she'd been carrying. So this Jiken Sensei has created all of this. Naruto let out a lengthy whistle. That's impressive. Oh, no, we don't invent all of these. We just test them and write up reports which determine whether they'll be used in combat or not. Shiho stopped by the far end of the spacious room and stooped by her desk. This is where I work. Today I'll be writing up a report on this device. Shiho placed the parcel on her desk and pulled up her chair. Naruto eyed the parcel as Shiho unwrapped it carefully. What's this do? It's a chakra sensor, Shiho replied. With a simple point and click, this little thing will gauge the chakra emitted from any person, weapon, or even seal. They can be quite useful when looking for bubei traps out in the battlefield. How do you know it works? You ask a lot of questions, Uzumaki-san. Sorry. No, don't apologize, Shiho smiled again. I actually quite enjoy the attention, it's nice. The oddball genius held up the small metallic device in front Naruto and showed him the display screen. All these small stripes work like a graph. The lower the chakra emitted, the more this arrow. She tapped the screen for emphasis. Will lean on the left. For example, do you have an exploding tag on you? Yeah, sure. Naruto dove into his pouch attached to the small of his back by a utility belt and withdrew a single exploding tag. Here. Shiho placed the tag on an unusual-looking slab of material on her desk and then pointed the chakra sensor device's antenna to the tag. Now we press this button and there we have it. She held up the display again for the two to see. Pretty impressive, huh? It is, Shikamaru nodded. You said it could gauge person's chakra too, right? The shadow user raised an eyebrow at his blonde-haired teammate, which went unnoticed. Could you please? Of course. Shiho was eager to please and raised the device to Shikamaru. Let's see what you got. Actually, I meant, it appears your chakra reservoir is average, Shiho declared. Shikamaru sighed. Thank you. Now let's try you, Uzumaki-san, Shiho said with an exciting tone. You seem energetic, I'm sure you'll do great. Naruto held up his hand and shook his head. No, I'd rather not. Too late now, Naruto. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed at the device in Shiho's hand. Incredible! Shiho exclaimed. At first glance it jumped to extremely high levels and it's not stopping. The device screeched and its lights began to blink erratically for a moment before it failed altogether and the device imploded, prompting Shiho to drop it on her desk. Unbelievable! Naruto rubbed the back of his head nervously, the damage already done. Well, you knew I could do the Kage Bunshin, so why did you even bother checking? I'm too curious for my own good. Shiho appeared as if was about to burst in tears. Jiken Sensei is going to be so upset. Who's going to be upset? A new voice demanded. The voice belonged to an elderly man with gray beard, unhealthily looking gray skin with oversized goggles, wearing a white lab coat over his brown tunic. Shiho, who are these two? Jiken Sensei. What are you doing, Shiho? Giken demanded as he approached them in hobbling fashion, raising his cane to the pair of chunin. Chunin, as Tokubetsu Jonin I outrank you. State your names and registration codes. Uzumaki Naruto, registration code 012607. Nara Shikamaru, registration code 012611. 4 Giken hobbled closer and poked Naruto in the chest with a suspicious glance at Shikamaru. You are related to Nara Shikaku, his son if I'm not mistaken. Shikamaru nodded to this. I requested to pull you out of academy around the same time as Shiho, but your father refused. How short-sighted of him. You would have done some good down here. Don't get me wrong, Your father is a brilliant man and an excellent shogi player, but he made a mistake refusing to let you come down here. Giken was not interested in hearing a response and turned his eye to Naruto. And you, Uzumaki Naruto? Giken glanced at both Shiho and Shikamaru for a moment. Infamous prankster of Konoha. I've heard of many of your exploits. What you did with the Hokage monument. Priceless. That old fart Hiruzen couldn't stop laughing about it the last time he was here. Thank you. Once again his reply went unheard. Shiho, what are these two doing down here? You know this place is a secret. Again the scientist gave no time for response. You two best not tell anyone or we'll all be in big trouble. Now get out. Let's go, Naruto. Right. As the pair walked away to leave, Shiho turned to Giken and said in a rather hurried excitement. Jiken-sensei, Uzumaki-san broke the new chakra sensor. His chakra levels must be enormous. Please allow me to run some tests so I can take notes. You two stop. Giken pulled his beard many times as he grumbled. Uzumaki, did you truly break this prototype device? Giken gestured to the broken device with his cane, to which Naruto nodded. Right then, you're not going anywhere. Naruto groaned audibly. You've got to be kidding me. Sometime later, are we done yet? No, now be silent, boy. Shikamaru watched with idle amusement as Naruto sat down at a table, shirtless and with many wires attached to his torso and temples, whilst Giken ran tests with several other devices. Don't complain, Naruto, it's least we can do for coming down here. Naruto repeated. You're just standing there and Put down that cane, old man. I have no trouble with beating on the elderly. Ouch. Stop it. Be silent, boy. Giken struck the blonde on his head with his cane again. We're almost done. Now be silent or I'll make Shiho give you a physical. Jiken-sensei. Shiho's face turned completely red. It wasn't a far stretch from the constant blush she had with a shirtless Naruto around. In a vain attempt to stop ogling the blonde, the young genius examined Naruto's unusual gear. This flak jacket is very unusual, Uzumaki-san. It's heavier and more durable than the one I have at home, plus it has these shoulder guards you don't see on the other models. That flak is from before your time, Shiho, Giken told her, keeping his eyes fixated on the devices before him. That's a first-generation flak. I have one, as would most shinobi my age. They were preceded by the armor shinobi such as the Shodame and Nidame used to wear in combat. Where did you get such an incredible memento, Uzumaki-san? The old man gave it to me as a present. Naruto pointed towards the tanto attached to flak jacket. The tanto is from the same era, I think. They both belong to Gigi. Ouch. Stop hitting me with that cane. Then stop moving, you insolent child. Giken struck Naruto again just as Shiho pulled the tanto out of its sheath. Incredible. This tanto is undoubtedly very old, but you can see it's been kept in pristine conditioning. Shiho marveled over the ninja dagger, running a hand over its smooth metal. The guard has something inscribed on it. It does. Naruto raised an eyebrow, only to be struck again. I didn't move. I apologize. Giken was completely unrepentant. This is just so much fun, he admitted with a croaky laugh. Naruto looked as he was about to murder the old man. What does it say? Shikamaru asked. It says, the will of fire shall illuminate the village, Giken finished. It's a saying the Shodai used to say a lot. Hiruzen was always a sucker for that one. How do you know it's Gigi's? Naruto asked, and force once Giken did not strike him for moving. We talk, Giken replied vaguely. Now then, looks like we're done here. No sooner had he said it, had Naruto taken off the patches, rushed past Shiho to grab his gear and rushed past Shikamaru to drag him out of the room. We'll come by to visit later, Shiho-chan. Why that insolent little Jiken-sensei? I'm telling you that old man is batshit crazy, Shika. He must have hit me at least 50 times. Naruto said as they walked down the street, still fiddling with his jackets and pouches. Hey, wait a minute. Naruto reached into his pouch, having felt an odd weight in it, and held up a package of explosive makibishi. Shiho-chan, you're awesome. She snuck those in while Giken was running tests on you, Shikamaru said. Well, thanks for telling me. What if I slipped and fell? It'd be splattered all of the DM in place. Shikamaru shrugged, unrepentant. I hate you. They don't work like that. You need to actually hold them before you scatter them, so you can key your chakra to them. Only a significant force like a footstep will trigger them to go off, that or if you just detonate them by channeling your chakra. They work just like exploding tags that way. And when did she tell you all this? While Jikanzen was beating you up. You tell anyone that happened and I'll kill you. Who's going to want me as Hokage if they found out an old man beat the shit out of me for an hour straight? Nobody, that's who. You seem to care a lot about what people think of you. Old habits die hard, Naruto grumbled under his breath. What? Naruto got an agitated look in his face. Of course I do, I'm going to be the Hokage someday, aren't I? The people actually need to respect me if I'm going to realize my dream, genius. Right. Screw you. I'm going to train. With that, Naruto took off to the nearest training ground. Shikamaru simply shrugged and went his own way. A few hours later, Naruto headed back home from the training ground after spending a good few hours on getting down some ninjutsu. With the help of the Kagebunshin, he had gotten down a few simple fire jutsu after realizing he had more or less neglected that element. Though covered in sweat and dirt with a great sense of fatigue, Naruto felt good about himself. He reckoned he could probably destroy the Naruto from a few weeks ago within seconds. He had certainly branched out his ninjutsu like the old man had advised him and now knew at least 5 jutsu of each element, the Shuriken Kagebunshin and its kunai variation as well as one of his new favorite techniques, the exploding shadow clone. His genjutsu was still rather limited but he would brush up on that in due time. On his way home Naruto stopped by the grocery store. Minutes later he walked out of the small establishment though he didn't get far before a familiar voice called to him. Naruto. Naruto turned around and saw Sakura waving from a distance. Sakura-kun. It only now just hit him how long he hadn't seen his old teammate. It had been a month since he last saw her, Sasuke and Kakashi. What have you been up to? We just got back from a mission to a village not far from here. Just a simple SRT mission, nothing too difficult. Sakura prodded the blonde with her elbow as they began walking further down the road. What about you? You're a hotshot chunin now, aren't you? It must be very excited leading your own team. I'm still a rookie, so I won't be leading my own team for a while, Sakura-kun, Naruto told her. As for my team, well, I'm stuck with Shikamaru, a girl as cold as ice, a perverted swordsman and a team leader with a knack for explosions and a giant stick up his butt. Trouble in paradise. Sakura cheekily quipped. What makes you think being a chunin is paradise in the first place? Naruto asked with a shake of his head. It's mostly scout missions and running errands for rookies like me. To be perfectly honest, I'm really starting to miss you guys, even Sasuke. Sakura smiled kindly as they both felt a wave of nostalgia. So, this team leader of yours doesn't like you, does he? It borderlines on hatred, Naruto replied. Oh, it can't be that bad. Sakura firmly shook her head decisively. You always seem to bring the best out of people, Naruto, so give it some time and he'll come around, they all will. Naruto was taken aback by that for a moment. Sakura was never this nice to him before. Maybe it was the nostalgia in the air, maybe she'd done some growing up of her own in the last few weeks, or maybe it was that Naruto had finally earned her respect after saving her from Gaara. Well, thanks, Sakura-kun. That means a lot to me coming from you. Don't mention it, Naruto. They fell silent for the next few minutes as they walked side by side down the road. It wasn't until Sakura's route home took her right his straight on when they stopped. See ya, Sakura-kun. It's been nice catching up. Yeah, you too. Naruto held up his hand in greeting, waving over his shoulder as he continued his path to the apartment. Naruto. The blonde turned around with a quizzical expression. What is it, Sakura-kun? I never got the chance to thank you properly for saving me. Judging by her expression, Naruto could tell how this had been eating at her for a while now. So, I wanted to say thank you. Don't mention it, Sakura-kun. You would have done the same for me. Naruto smiled at her reassuringly. It wasn't until Sakura was left to her own devices, she sighed with a sense of frustration. That's the thing, Naruto. I don't think I would have. I'm just so weak. The week of downtime went by quicker than Naruto had expected or appreciated. For the most part, their missions could be done within a few minutes with the right amount of teamwork, but with Naruto and Shikamaru being rookies and Tsurugaku not particularly liking either of them, they were left to do the majority of the work whilst the other three took it easy. Luckily for Naruto though, he usually managed to finish sooner than they did with his Kage Bunshin technique and thus would be off to the training grounds early whilst his army of Kage Bunshin took care of his and Shikamaru's workload. On their last day of the downtime, Tsuruga had taken it to himself to devise a training course with his sabotage and trap-setting expertise. Currently, they were going a border patrol simulated mission and were shifting through formations as contraptions created by Tsuruga set off and launched projectiles at them. Formation D4, keep moving. Tsuruga shouted, his hands in the ram hand seal. A strange contraption that oddly resembled a giant catapult sling hybrid launched a volley of shuriken towards Naruto, Shikamaru, Heize, and Rei. Naruto shifted forward with two kunai held in reverse grip and deflected the projectiles coming his and Rei's direction, who as their medic had to be protected at all times. Tsuruga ran next to the team on ground level as they continued to hop from branch to branch. Now, move to formation A5. In the distance, Tsuruga had strategically placed straw dolls with crudely carved IWA headbands as though they were going to ambush them. Naruto threw a volley of kunai and struck 3 down whilst he continued to defend Rei, being charged with her guard. It was extremely boring compared to Heize's role of main offense as he was considered the strongest on their team by their TL. Heize did an unnecessary front flip as he threw 2 handfuls of shuriken. Naruto, despite himself, had to admit that was kind of cool. He's in cocky BSRD but he's got skill, Naruto thought as the senior Chunin deflected an entire volley of kunai by himself with but one of his dual kodachi. Heize, deflate your ego. Allow Nara and Uzumaki to help you deflect projectiles. You're going to miss 1 or 2 at some point and that can result in death or injury. You know that is unacceptable. For all his faults, Tsuruga knew what he was talking about. They shared a bond of mutual dislike. Naruto knew their TL was at least competent. Even if he regarded Naruto as nothing but a talentless and insubordinate braggart. I'll be fine, Heize shouted back. It was just as he said it when another volley came their way, quicker than before and Heize failed to act on time. However, Naruto's instincts kicked in and within seconds, he grabbed onto Rei's blow and flung her towards Shikamaru who barely caught her, move out his palms in front of him with chakra racing down his arms. Futon. Ripusho. The wind blasted from his hands and launched Naruto backwards with incredible force, completely blasting the lethal projectiles off course. Naruto spun violently through the air and grunted as he broke through a thick branch, but he recovered and flipped whilst midair and planted his feet firmly against a tree. Luckily, the thick body armor of his flak jacket took the brunt of the damage. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed only momentarily. He didn't need his IQ of over 200 to realize Naruto had changed a lot in the way he carried himself and acted, but he hadn't anticipated witnessing a new jutsu so soon, considering it had barely been a month since they got promoted. Regardless, the shadow user smiled lazily at the blonde and gave him thumbs up. Nice one. Naruto. Rei was his side instantly and reached for field kit. Naruto held up his hand, noting with some curiosity Rei had called him by his first name for the first time. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. You're bleeding. Rei pulled his hand closer to examine the piece of wood lodged into his forearm. We need to treat this. A few inches down and it would have spliced an artery. Naruto grimaced. The wound was about to close up seamlessly before her eyes any second now. If only he had a means of distracting her, Uzumaki. How did you do that? For once, Naruto was glad Tsuruga was such an but. What are you talking about? Your file didn't say anything about you being able to perform such techniques. Explain yourself. Tsuruga demanded loudly, giving Naruto an opportunity to withdraw his hand from Rei's absent-minded grip. Rei glared at the team leader. Sarigakuteko, what does it matter? He saved us both doing it and got injured. There's a lot I can do that isn't in that file you got on me, Sarigaku-senpai. Naruto took great pleasure in the look of outrage in Tsurugaku's face. Maybe if you took the time to properly assess me instead of dismissing me as a no-good troublemaker from day one, you would know what I'm capable of. Did you know about this? Tsurugaka barked at Shikamaru. The shadow user calmly shook his head. This is the first time I've seen him perform any elemental ninjutsu. He usually sticks to taijutsu and rei, tend to Uzumaki's wound and patch him up. I want to see what else he's capable of. Sarigaku Teiko. Tsurugaka matched her glare with his own. Rei, I will not tolerate any insubordination on my team. You have your orders, it's a work in progress, Naruto lied. He sure as hell was not going to have a show and tell and show his teammates all of his jutsu. The Kage Bunshin training method, as absolute torturous the mental fatigue was an incredible way of learning new jutsu. In the few hours Naruto could scrape together to train between missions, he had learned quite a few, with well over 3,000 hours of work divided amongst ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, and even a little on genjutsu. Naruto was also starting to get the hang of chakra control applications, such as straightening metal, and his chakra control overall have improved because of it. This train of thought got him thinking, I should try a hand at summoning Gamabunta in one go. It usually takes me a few tries, but I'm sure I'll get the hang of it. I'm just glad you were on top of your game there, Uzumaki. Hayes scratched his cheek. I'm always on top of my game, Naruto shot back. Tsurugaka opened his mouth to speak again, but Shikamaru got their attention. Guys, the shadow user spoke, idly staring to the sky. I think we're going to have to cut training short. It looks like we've been called for a mission. Naruto looked up into the sky and found a messenger hawk circling above them, cawing loudly as it waited for one of them to stretch out their arm. The bird perched on Tsurugaku's wrist moments later and held out its leg to the Chunin. Tsurugaka took the mission scroll of the bird and unfurled it as the hawk took off. A few moments of silence went by as Tsurugaka read the scroll, the rest eyeing him intently and waiting for him to fill them in. When Tsurugaka spoke, his voice was audibly shaking with excitement. It seems we have been called for a special mission ordered to us directly by our platoon leader, Tsurugaku told them. The report we sent in has set off some flags, and we've been ordered to set out for Tanzaku-gai immediately. What, Tanzaku-gai? Hayes repeated. Yes, the police force of Tanzaku-gai may have been fudging the paperwork in regards to criminality. The 3 Kurodagumi corpses we found turned out to be the bosses of the Kurodagumi, yet there was not a single report about their disappearances or deaths. We've been tasked to investigate the matter, Saragaki smirked. This is a branked mission. Naruto was relieved it wouldn't be straight back to scouting missions. Tsurugaka rolled up the scroll with a serious expression, frowning slightly. The sun is already going down, so we'll have to move quickly. We will meet at the northern gate in 30 minutes. Pack for at least a week. Dismissed. Tsurugaka, Hayes, and Rei promptly disappeared with Shunshin's, leaving Naruto and Shikamaru in the training ground. We really need to learn that jutsu. Anyway, I'll see you at the gate, Shika. What about your arm? Naruto waved off his concerns with a shrug. It's fine, don't worry about it. The shadow user shrugged. Suit yourself. I'll see you there. Naruto gave no response and immediately took off into his own direction. Team 312 wasted no time in assembling at the northern gate and embarking on their journey to the city of Tanzaku-gai. Naruto had never been there before. All he ever knew was Konoha and until recently Nami no Kuni. Scout rotation didn't leave much time for sightseeing either. It was pretty much scout point A to point B and keep an eye out for anything or anyone suspicious. Occasionally they had a few parcels to deliver here and there, but that was always on a tight schedule. It didn't leave Naruto with a lot of time to explore the appealing countryside of Hai no Kuni, and this was no different. Just a few hours ago a messenger hawk delivered their mission assignment. They were tasked with investigating the Tanzaku-gai criminal underworld, and by implication, the police force as well. Naruto had never been on an investigation mission. To him it actually sounded pretty strange for a shinobi to be tasked with a task such as this, but then again it also made sense. Shinobi were trained in subtlety and information gathering. If anything, they were perfect for investigations like these. All right, we're here, Tsurugaku announced, landing in a crouch and holding up his fist to signal this team to stop. Let's break for camp, the sun is about to set. Hayes and I will go scout the area while you 3 set up our campsite. Nakamura, you're in charge. We'll be back in an hour. Rei nodded. Understood, Saragakateko. The kunoichi turned to her fellow rookies. You two set up camp and gather firewood while I raise a genjutsu layer to hide our presence. Once we get a fire going, we can eat. I've packed enough pre-made meals for all of us, so feel free to ask. I'm good. Naruto dropped his backpack under a tree and reached for one of the shovels Rei passed them. All right, don't slack off, Shikamaru. Don't even think of making me do all the work. Why not? Naruto shot him an annoyed look, exasperated with the genius Perpetual's slothfulness. Why would I do all the work? The shadow user shrugged. Because you can use your clones to do your work for you, he offered in a rhetoric manner. Right, I knew that. Naruto tucked the shovel under his elbow and made an unusual hand seal. Rei raised an eyebrow at. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Rei did a double take as 6 identical Naruto clones appeared with pillars of smoke and went to work, chastising the original for being a lazy BSR. Shikamaru couldn't help but laugh as Naruto picked a fight with one of his clones who made the offhand comment. How did you that? Those are solid clones. Rei looked at Naruto and then Shikamaru with a demanding expression. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. What? Don't look at me. The fact you're able to create Kage Bunshin is still an impressive feat, Naruto. Shikamaru shrugged, plopped down on the ground and got comfy. Those are Kage Bunshin. Rei was wide-eyed as though she couldn't believe what she was hearing. That's a branked kenjutsu. How in the hell are you able to create so many? Shikamaru smiled at that, earning him a scowl from Rei. Sorry, Nakamura-san, but 6 Kage Bunshin aren't a lot, not by Naruto's standards. What do you mean? Naruto rubbed a finger under his nose in a childish show of conceitedness. Let's just say this is only a fraction of what I can do. Rei shook her head, refusing to believe it. No way. It was odd to see her lose her composure, even after knowing her only for a few weeks. Naruto saw Rei as the cool type who was never fazed by what anyone thought or did, evidently in her indifference towards Hei's frequent tales of one-night stands. A fraction of are you out of your mind? Definitely, Shikamaru shrugged with indifference, but he's not lying. For a moment Rei's expression went blank, then a frown came to her face and she glared at Naruto. Just do as you're told, Uzumaki. The kunoichi promptly turned around and walked off, leaving a stunned Naruto look at Shikamaru with confusion. Okay, what did I say? Shikamaru shrugged uncaringly and yawned. I'm not an expert on women, Naruto. The shadow user washed his hands of the matter and stretched out on his sleeping bags, looking up into the sky. Take it easy, girls aren't meant for us to understand anyway. She'll come around on her own terms. Probably. You're a strange one, Shikamaru. Naruto rolled out his own sleeping bag and lied down as his clones gave him dirty looks and some even made derogative comments. I need to figure out how to control these idiots. We heard that, 6 different voices said in his mind, prompting Naruto yelp and jump up. Okay, if you guys want to take this outside, bring it. Naruto's eye twitched as one of his clones gave him the finger and stuck out its tongue. We are outside, you moron. Why does he get to be the original? So not fair. Shikamaru began chuckled as the clones set off into 6 separate directions to collect firewood. Naruto shook his head, his hand in the serpent hand seal for a moment before he gripped the earth beneath his feet, gripping onto it as he created a dug-in area large enough for them to set up camp. Satisfied with his handiwork, Naruto got off his knee and clapped the dirt of his hands. That ought to do it. The next day in the early morning, Naruto crawled out of his sleeping bag, nose twitching to the delightful aroma of breakfast that stirred him out of slumber. He poured some water in his hands from his canteen and washed his face, getting the dirt out of his eyes and yawned. Good, you're awake. Naruto blinked a few times to get the drowsiness out of his system. He hadn't even noticed Rei as she sat down by a fire and was preparing their breakfast. Naruto shuddered. The last time he had breakfast in a forest was during the second stage of the Chunin exams, and that had certainly not gone well. Barely, Naruto yawned. Naruto reached into his backpack, sat next to his sleeping bag and retrieved his flak jacket. He was somewhat cold in the chill morning breeze. Your flak jacket is different from ours. Why is that? Ray asked curiously as she offered him a can of nutritious supplements. We don't have shoulder pads like you do, and yours seems heavier. Why is that? She asked again. Naruto spooned a mouthful, sat down opposite her. It's a gift from the old man. Old man. Naruto chuckled. Not many people understood who he was referring to when he said that. Hokage-sama. He said it as though the title was humorous rather than belonging to one of the greatest shinobi to have ever lived. He gave me his tanto too. Naruto swiftly reached for the small of his back and unsheathed the dagger and held it out for Ray to examine. Hokage-sama gave this to you. Ray sounded both envious and disbelieving at the same time, though Naruto couldn't quite blame her. Not many would have believed him. This tanto is different from ours, it's got a caveat edge and it looks like it's been through a lot of battles like your flak. That's 'cause they were the old man's when he was a chunin, like a century ago. The joke went unnoticed as Rei's eyes widened and her grip on the dagger's handle tightened. If you don't believe me, it's fine. No, I believe you, Uzumaki. Naruto, just call me Naruto. I'm not big on formality. Rei gave him a comical deadpan stare as she handed him back the tanto. That much was obvious from day one. Naruto chuckled. I make up for it with charm. No, you don't. Naruto hung his head, feigning to be crestfallen and getting a laugh out of Rei in which he joined her. I want to apologize for being so cold to you lately. Rei seemed somewhat uncomfortable with the apology. I was a little jealous. I suppose I'm just easily intimidated by geniuses like you. Naruto burst out laughing and cupped his mouth with both hands to keep it down. Rei's glared at him, but Naruto found it hard to stop laughing and only stopped when she punched him in a painful spot on his arm. Ouch! Naruto rubbed his arm. What's so funny? Naruto frowned. That had hurt. It's funny you think I'm a genius. Rei's glare intensified and she bristled. You're able to use at least one strong futon jutsu and a branked kenjutsu with ease, both of which you treat as though they're the mere tip of the iceberg. Then there's the fact you somehow beat Hyuga Niji and you claim to have beaten Sasuke's opponent, Sabaku Nogara, as well as Momochi Zabuza. Coming around to that. Rei gave an icy glare and Naruto gave a shrug in return. He had stopped caring whether or not they believed him weeks ago, figuring they would come to know the truth in due time. Unsurprisingly, Rei was first. For the record, I did do those things except for Zabuza. He was toying with me and Sasuke the whole time. That guy was on a completely different level. Luckily we had Kakashi Sensei with us, or we would have been dead long before we got to the Chunin exams. Naruto felt a wave of nostalgia. He sure did miss his old team. And to be completely honest, I only managed to beat Zabuza's apprentice because Sasuke saved my life for the 100th time, the son of a beach. Naruto inhaled the remains of his food in mere seconds, much to the visible disgust of Rei, and got up, dusting off his trousers. How does that not make you a genius if you've already accomplished so much? Naruto looked at Rei with a serious expression, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. I accomplish those things because I work my butt off. It doesn't come easy to me, Rei-chan. It never has. All those things I accomplished because I train all day, every day. Rei-chan, she repeated. Naruto chuckled. I'm not even particularly smart, I just make up for it with guts and instincts. I guess when it comes down to it, that's all you really need. Guts and instincts. You can have all the talent in the world, but that means nothing if you don't have the guts and instincts to use it. A few choice words Naruto had heard once came to mind and he grinned at her. Maybe, if I ever could dream of applying that label to me. I'm a fighting genius. Rei was stunned by the declaration, though she was saved from giving an answer as Hayes sat up mechanically to the scent of food. What's for grub? A while later they stood by the outskirts of the city. Tsurugaku gathered them around and gave one of his patented coughs to draw their attention. Okay, we're about to enter the city. We'll split up here for the time being, Tsurugaku decided. I'm going to the police force headquarters to give them notice of our mission assignment. Hayes and Nakamura, you two keep an eye at the market district. Nara and Uzumaki, I'm placing you by the casinos. Neither of you seem to be the gambling type, so I expect you to behave and stay away from the slot machines. Any questions? Rei seemed utterly displeased with her assigned partner but made no comment. Naruto on the other hand didn't really care. He got along with Hayes just fine though he wasn't about to volunteer to take him off her hands. Remember to stay vigilant and report your location every 15 minutes. Tsuruga tapped the headset attached to his neck. Don't draw attention, just mingle in the crowds. If you see any suspicious behavior, radio in before you do anything. Understood, they replied simultaneously. Tensei Naruto and Shikamaru made their way through the crowds in the city, brushing past civilians as they patrolled the city of Tanzakagai. The city was unlike anything Naruto had imagined. It was very different from Konoha. There were lights, cables, and neon signs everywhere, which would illuminate the city during the night. The roads were somewhat smaller, but much more crowded with people of all kinds. The occasional beast of burden pulled by with wares to be sold by its own. There were more beggars on the street than he had encountered in Wave Country, some of whom were smoking from pipes that gave off disgusting fumes. Opium, Shikamaru said with a curl of his nose. And right on the streets, what exactly is the police force doing? Naruto was somewhat surprised. Not even the occasional policeman they saw on the streets seemed bothered by it. In fact, Naruto could have sworn the few pipes he had seen a few policemen smoke pipes that probably did not contain tobacco. Naruto frowned as they stopped by a stall. He paid the vendor a handful of golden Ryo coins and bought a few dango sticks settled in a row on a disposal paper plate, one of which he passed on one to Shikamaru. Any idea what to look for? Aside from the opium addicts and the policemen that ignore them. Troublesome. Shikamaru obviously wasn't helping and he shrugged. Tsuruga said to keep an eye out for anyone suspicious. Naruto looked around as they walked. Anyone suspicious? That pretty much fits the description for most of the people here. They continued to explore the city for a while, mostly walking back and forth by the casinos and calling in their position and status over the radio every 15 minutes. It was almost an hour later when a loud commotion nearby alerted them. Look where the F you're going. Naruto looked at Shikamaru and nodded, setting off to see what was going on. Upon arriving, Naruto saw a tall man in an expensive-looking suit and stained but otherwise stylish trench coat hoisting another man foot above ground. A child holding an empty ice cream cone was standing close by, crying her eyes out as her father was getting beaten up, surrounded by another few thugs and scared civilians. The thug kicked the man, leveling him off the ground and sending him crashing into a vendor's cart. Look what you did to my suit. This thing cost me 5,000 Ryo. How are you going to pay for it? The ringleader's thugs rushed over to the downed victim and began to repeatedly pummel him as his child began to cry her eyes out. Oh my God. Someone should help him. I'm calling the police. One would-be whistleblower was punched in the face as he tried to run in the opposite direction and was dragged to the floor where he, too, was beaten viciously by thugs as they kicked and pounded on him. Naruto was about to step in when Shikamaru grabbed his elbow. Hold on, we need to call back up, the shadow user told him. He then pressed the radio attached around his neck and called for help. This is Nara. We've got trouble in the casino district and it's looking pretty ugly. Nakamura here. Nara will be right there. The police lieutenant with me has already dispatched a few officers, Tsuruga added through the radio a second later. Naruto gritted his teeth as one of the thugs proceeded to rob the man off wallet and offer the cash to the ringleader. The leader counted the money and by the look of his angered expression, the amount was insufficient. With but a mere nod to one of his thugs, they all reached for their swords. Shikamaru. Naruto growled at his partner, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as the thugs held up their bloodied and bruised victim on his knees for public execution. Shikamaru. Go! Naruto didn't need to be told twice and dashed forward just as one of the thugs raised his blade and brought it down for a decapitating slide. Naruto was faster and deflected the blade with his tanto with an icy expression on his face. Clang! What the F dash? Naruto's nose flared with the disgusting stench of cheap liquor and tobacco smoke as he entered a stalemate with the sword-brandishing thug, holding his tanto in a reverse grip. Naruto easily overpowered the thug, with his tanto in one hand as he reared back his right hand for a palm move under his left arm. Ripusho! The powerful blast of wind hurled the man of his feet and launched him into a stall. Naruto instantly turned around and swung his Tanto-wielding fist backwards in his would-be attacker's face, causing him to fly into another comrade and knocking them both out. Just as Naruto turned around, he found himself staring a massive earth-encrusted fist, a split second before it smashed into his face and sent him crashing through a wall. Naruto's head was spinning as he found himself lying on dinner table in restaurant, of which all the patrons fled outside. "Hi there," he said to the attractive brunette whose meal he had interrupted as he looked up. "Yeah, you should probably get out while you still can." And get out she did, as though the devil himself was after her. Naruto got out of the wreckage that had once been a booth in the expensive-looking restaurant as the woman hightailed out of there. The wall he came crash through gave away and the tall, trench coat-wearing man stormed inside. "Do you know who you're FING with? I'm Gentetsu, a captain of Kurodagumi." Gentetsu was incredibly tall, easily standing at 6 feet 7 inches, wearing an all-white, expensive-looking and stained high-collar trench coat, over a yellow shirt and blue tie. The Yakuza's right hand was still encrusted in jagged rock, making it bigger than Naruto's head. "A Konohanin." Gentetsu seemed genuinely surprised for a moment, but then his gaze turned into a snarl. "I thought we had a thing deal." "It doesn't matter, it's your funeral. Just remember, I'm not some lowlife thug. I was an elite chunin back in IWA, so prepare yourself for death." BLD ran down the side of Naruto's face. It stung his eyes, but he kept them open. Another one of those hit and he would probably pass out and then he'd really be in trouble. "What do you mean, we had a deal?" Gentetsu wasn't interested in answering that question. Growling like the monster he was, as with a mere flex of his muscles his entire body was covered in a thick earthy crust. "Not good." Naruto as Gentetsu decided to rush forward with his gigantic earth-covered hand. Naruto flipped backwards onto the table and continued to perform a series of acrobatic flips to avoid the rampaging rogue shinobi Yakuza boss. Naruto made a tiger hand seal and drew a deep breath, his chest swelling up significantly as he prepared a fire jutsu. The stream of fire never erupted his mouth, however, as Gentetsu proved to be considerably faster than he appeared and grabbed Naruto's face in his gigantic hand, canceling out the jutsu. "Eat this." The Yakuza boss slammed Naruto into the ground. A satisfying crack indicated some broken bones, confirmed by Naruto's scream of pain as a powerful sensation coursed through him. "This is what you get for interfering with our affairs, Konoha dog." Gentetsu reared back his left hand and it shifted into an even bigger earth fist as the IWA rogue held Naruto by the neck with his right. His earth-crusted hand was so large it covered most of the blonde's torso. "Kengen no Jutsu." Naruto narrowly avoided the attack, forcing an enormous amount of chakra through his body to pull off a shunshin fast enough to ensure he avoids certain death. His escape did not come without a price tag, however, as the muscle fatigue slowed his reaction and allowed Gentetsu to land a glancing hit as the floor he had just vacated exploded in a rain of earth spikes, of which On nicked him in the arm. Naruto grunted but persevered, reacting on pure instincts as he withdrew a flash tag and lodged in the ceiling. Arg. Fortunately, Gentetsu's height made him an easy target and the blinding light set off by the flash tag bought Naruto some time. The blonde jumped up and planted his feet on the ceiling as Gentetsu continued to go berserk and literally run down the walls in the restaurant, unable to find his prey. Naruto exhaled a deep, thankful of the QB as his dislocated shoulder popped back into its socket on its own accord. "That Kengan Jutsu, it's supposed to be an Iwagakure Jutsu, isn't it?" It was one of those rare moments Naruto could actually recall something useful from his academy days. Earth is weak to lightning. There's only one way to finish this BSTRD off. Naruto reached into holster and withdrew a lone kunai blade, detaching himself from the ceiling and landing lightly on his feet just about as the giant regained his sight. "You little F-, where are you?" Gentetsu shouted. "Right here, Madhaf." Naruto threw the kunai at the Yakuza captain just he turned around. "Kunai kage bunshin no jutsu." Midair the kunai began to multiply at a rapid rate, similar to a body of cells undergoing mitosis. Gentetsu raised his arms in front of him in an shaped guard. "You'll have to do better than that to pierce my armor, brat." Gentetsu came to regret those words not a second later as he suddenly was blasted back by the unexpected detonation of an exploding tag. F-. Though he was largely unscathed, the smoke provided Naruto with enough cover to execute the second step of his plan. With a quick hand seal, a clone popped into existence and made a beeline for Gentetsu, jumping on his back and wrapping its arm and legs around the IWA nuke like a boa constrictor just as it began glowing white. Naruto! Shikamaru shouted from the entrance, having dispatched thugs outside. Naruto's eyes widened and set off instantly, emulating his clone and making a beeline for Shikamaru, who he tackled just as the Naruto clone detonated. Shika, get down. The explosion blasted Naruto and Shikamaru out of the establishment due to their proximity. The restaurant simply collapsed as all its support pillars gave in, causing its structure to completely give away and collapse with a series of earth-shaking tremors. Naruto coughed, completely covered in dust and dirt as he rolled off Shikamaru, whom he had been forced to protect with his body. You all right, Shikamaru? Naruto fell on his behind, breathing heavily. Shikamaru opened his eyes, considerably less covered in dust. Yeah. I'm just dandy, he replied sarcastically. Looks like our backup arrived already. It was true, Gentetsu's thugs were being subdued by police forces that outnumbered them, thus quite a few surrendered. Naruto got to his feet just as his teammates arrived. What took you guys so long? We got here as fast as we could, Hayes retorted as he helped up Shikamaru. Then turning to his partner he said, Ray, take a look at their injuries. I'll call Tsuruga, there's no need for that. Their squad leader had just arrived and he didn't look pleased in the slightest as he was accompanied by another policeman with the lieutenant badge embroiled on his blue kimono. Hayate-san explained to me that the new Yakuza in town are led by rogue shinobi from IW. We were going to organize a joint mission to take them all out at their compound, but you just went ahead and blew that plan out of the water there, didn't you, Uzumaki? I'm so sorry for stopping that BS. Started executing a man, 'cause his coat got dirty. Naruto replied sarcastically as Ray gave him a quick look over for injuries. A vein popped up by Tsurugaku's cheek and he said coldly, You're a malcontent and a liability to this team, Uzumaki, and it's about time you realize that. Thanks to you those thugs know we're coming for them. Who knows how many of their high-ranked members will go under now. Yeah, it would have looked just fine fabulous on your record, wouldn't it, Taicho? Naruto spat with venom. You don't actually care about helping anyone here but yourself. As long as you come out smelling like daisies, you don't give a who else stuck in the sheet. Tsurugaku's nostrils flared. That's enough out of you, yes is it? Ray interrupted their tirade at one another. This isn't helping, she gave both of them a hard stare. We need to get our act together and think about what we're doing next. Has anyone actually identified the body? Sheet. Naruto looked to Shikamaru and then to the pile of debris that had once been the restaurant. Gentetsu's body wasn't found. It appeared the giant was even quicker than Naruto had thought, or tougher they didn't know, nor did it truly matter. What mattered was the fact he had gotten away and they had no idea how he did or if he had help. With Gentetsu on the run, the odds were likely he would come back with more of his comrades, and from what Naruto was hearing, it wasn't going to be pretty. IW dogs always got a backup plan, Hayes noted with a scowl on his face. It reminded Naruto how much Konoha in general hated Iwagakure. He hadn't conformed to the line of thought since he was the one being hated his entire life and blindly hating IWA or anyone else for that matter, without knowing why, Naruto knew would be hypocritical even as a child. Team 312 convened in the alley behind the destroyed establishment and were standing in circle as they discussed their next course of action whilst the police force was busy clearing the rubble and taking statements from witnesses. Gentetsu will probably come back with more of his thugs and ringleaders of the Kurodagumi. We have no idea when he'll dare to show face around here, so we'll have to collaborate even more with the police force. During our fight he said something about a deal. The way he was talking, it was like we weren't supposed to be here. Isn't that strange? Why wouldn't he expect Konoha to be here when it's so close to Konoha? And you didn't mention this earlier because of what exactly? Tsurugaku snapped at him with ire. Naruto didn't even have to say it out loud, It was perfectly clear to the entire team their ambitious squad leader would naturally jump at the chance of revealing corruption at the top of ranks within Tanzaku Gai's police force. It would do wonders for his career, perhaps even earn him that promotion he had yearned for so long. Naruto shrugged. It was a fair point. There wasn't much he could say to defend himself from not reporting that tidbit of information sooner. Sorry about that. Sorry, doesn't cut it, Uzumaki. You're in enough trouble as it is. Don't think for a second I won't report the collateral damage you caused either, Tsurugu told him without so much a hint as sympathy for the situation he had been put in. Hey, that wasn't my fault. Gentetsu did most of the destroying, Shikamaru can testify to that. Naruto gritted his teeth. What the hell was this guy's problem? Since day one he had been nothing but a condescending aholi to Naruto, but he hadn't expected the guy to be actively out to hurt his career like that. Yes, I can, but let's not forget what's important here. Shikamaru once again proved to be the mediator for the pair. If someone's really on their payroll, we need to figure out who it is and quick. Something tells me Gentetsu wasn't lying. The fact they were about to publicly execute a man without so much a hint of fear for reprisals by the police can only mean they've got high-ranking figures on their payroll. Most likely, if they have one of ours on their payroll, they'll have contacts in the police force. Ray nodded. I agree with Narasen. We should be careful how we conduct this investigation. I think it would be in our best interest if he keep an eye on the police just as much as on thugs. That's impossible, Hayes shook his head. We don't have the manpower for an operation that big. Shikamaru and Ray looked at Naruto, prompting the Chunin to ask, What's that look about? Manpower won't be a problem. I can change my number from 1 to 1,000 if I want to. That's absurd. Not now, sir. Hayes cut him off. You were saying, he then asked Naruto. You're talking about clones, aren't you? Naruto nodded. Give me a clear area and I'll give you as much manpower as you want. How? Regular bunshin won't cut it. They're see-through and they're mutes. What's so funny? Naruto made a hand seal. Kage bunshin no jutsu. Two clones appeared on either side of Naruto with identical cocky smirks as Hayes and Tsurugu both did a double take. What the F dash? Hayes exclaimed. Teach that jutsu is forbidden. Tsurugu hissed at Naruto as though he had just witnessed a heinous crime. That kenjutsu, how did you get your hands on it? This wasn't in your file. Tsurugaku took a deep breath and then hissed at Naruto. Why wasn't this in your file? Like I said, a lot of things I can do aren't in those files, Naruto replied coolly, taking great pleasure in squashing his team's negative presumptions of him once and for all. And before you decide to add that to the list of charges you'll bring against me, know that I have permission from the Hokage himself to use this jutsu. He claims to be able to create 1,000 of these, Ray informed their squad leader, patting a Naruto clone on the shoulder to feel his solidity. According to Nara, his claim isn't false. It isn't, Naruto confirmed, not taking his eyes off Tsurugaku, who was immensely disturbed by the information. Why can't we feel you've got so much chakra? Hayes asked with an underlining tone of doubt. Then again, who could blame him? 1,000 Kagebunshin was unheard of, and to be told a supposedly dead last, no talent kid like Naruto was capable of such a feat was hard to believe. Downright unfathomable even. Naruto shrugged. He didn't truly know the answer to that. I've always known how to suppress my chakra. It just comes naturally to me. Don't ask me why because I don't know either, it just does. On that notion, Naruto had to wonder if this was a side effect the seal on his stomach that kept the Kyuubi at bay. Jiraiya had mentioned it segregating his chakra from the Kyuubis, or something like that. Naruto wasn't paying attention at the time. Anyway, are we going to do this Raiken's way, or what? Shikamaru stifled a bemused chuckle and nodded. I think it's a good idea, though you'll need to make sure you clones don't take the same appearance, Naruto. That won't be a problem. Tsurugaku finally regained his composure and cleared his throat to demand their attention. Do it. We'll resume this mission as a team. While your clones look for the targets, we'll go see the police representative that gave me these bogus files. Tsuruga held up files that indicated the falsified records of decreased crime. We'll give him a shakedown, see what he has for us. If he cooperates, we can have this mission cleared by tonight and be on our way back by tomorrow. Hayes checked his watch. It's 3 p.m., we need to hurry if we want to wrap this up ASAP. Then let Shikamaru take charge, Naruto suggested, receiving curious looks from all of his teammates, including the perpetually idle Cage main user. Look, Shikamaru is smarter than all of us combined. You give him a location, a time and numbers and he'll give you 50 solid strategies on how to handle the situation. Naruto knew he was exaggerating, though he wasn't sure by how much. Shikamaru was a pretty DMN good tactician. I don't want to sound cowardly, but that one guy nearly knocked head off my shoulders. Who knows what kind of types he hangs out with? Shikamaru glanced at Naruto with a nod and then looked at Tsuruga. He makes a point, Saragikteiko. I don't want to usurp you, that would be too troublesome, but if we want this raid executed flawlessly, we should pool our resources. Do it. Though he conceded, Tsurugaka didn't seem pleased in the slightest with having to admit to be the inferior tactician by letting Shikamaru take the lead on planning their next course of action. Tanzaku-gai Police Department, top floor Ashiku-kei enjoyed a comfortable life. At the ripe age of 53, he was married into a wealthy family through his wife. He enjoyed many pleasures in life. He had money in the bank, a nice house and an appealing wife amongst a sea of mistresses and even some luxury estates abroad. His sons were prodigious and at top of their class. His eldest had just passed his training and become a full-fledged member of the police force and would one day take his place. His daughters were appealing and desirable stock for breeding, thus the dowry would further ensure he could enjoy a comfortable life after retirement. As the chief of Tanzaku-gai's police force, Ashiku was the most reputable member of the brass. With 5,000 men under his command, not many of the city's populace dared to bring up any alleged bribe-taking or corruption charges, not even the whistleblowers of the magistrates. Men with righteous moral compasses were becoming increasingly rare as more just disappeared, never to be seen or heard of again. Ah yes, life was good for Ashiku-kei. But money, influence, fear of the mass. With these tools at his disposal, Ashiku-kei was the most powerful man in Tanzaku-gai. Not even the Kurogumi, a yakuza recently taken over by a band of nukenin from IWA who continued to keep the yakuza thugs in their employment, dared to displease him. Perhaps yakuza was no longer the correct term to apply to them. Not now. They were led by shinobi, and shinobi never stopped being shinobi, no matter how they claimed otherwise. Regardless, the Kurogumi had risen to prominence under the leadership of the rogue ninja. However, before long Ashiku had them cornered. Up against a 5,000-strong legion of policemen, not even the nukenin stood a chance. Fortunately, for the both of them, Ashiku realized, they weren't stupid. No, it was actually quite refreshing to deal with intellectual minds for once. The Kurogumi came to understand who the man in charge was and were now responsible for the additional 500,000 ryo in his personnel safe in his mansion every week. With them keeping his adversaries in check whilst keeping him happy with his weekly tribute, Ashiku was content with allowing these thugs to maintain their opium trafficking and racketeering. As long as they knew who the boss was. The light on his console burned red. What is it? Ashiku asked as he pressed the console button. Ashoka-sama, I have Ashita Zadono on the line. Will you take his call? No, tell him I will call him. Crush. No sooner had Ashiku taken his finger off the button, did 5 shinobi crash through the windows behind his desk and to his right and 1 through the roof. Ashiku trembled. A tanto was mere inches away from his throat, held steady by the blonde teenager who came crashing from his roof and landed on his desk as his 4 accomplices took their positions, one closing the door, another throwing kunai with explosive tags wrapped around them in each corner of the office. A tall man with sandy blonde hair approached him. He appeared to be in his 20s. Chief Ashiku, my name is Tsurugaku Tsuzumi. Tsurugaku looked to Naruto and nodded, prompting the young man to sheath his tanto and reach for ninja wire. We know all about your deal with the Kurogumi, recently taken over by a group of IWA nukenin. Earlier today, you had one of your lieutenants supplying me with falsified records of decreased crime rates. While this happened, my team encountered a public execution of an innocent civilian by a member of the Kurogumi we believe to go by the name of Gantetsu. That son of a beach, I knew that loose cannon was going to be trouble at some point. Good, you're not going to bother with claiming ignorance. Tsurugaku sat down on the man's desk, shoving aside his files on the floor where they laid in a heap. Uzumaki, I believe that's enough wire. He won't be going anywhere. Naruto nodded and drew back, standing next to Rei, who nodded to him. We need to hurry up, there's a few of them coming up. They mentioned they had a meeting scheduled today, something about budget plans. How do you know this? Ashiku demanded. Naruto smiled eerily, tapping the side of his head. You're right, it says here he's got a meeting scheduled. Tsurugaku threw aside Ashiku's leather-bound agenda and reached into his pouch and withdrew a crimson and gold-rimmed baton. Chief, you're going to call your secretary and have her cancel all of your meetings for today. And why would I do that, pray tell, Saragaku-san? It didn't come as a surprise the chief kept his cool, he was an experienced officer after all. Why would I listen to you, I was hoping you would say that, chief. Tsurugaku gripped and twisted the top of his baton and took off the detachable cap, revealing the metal contraption under it. It appeared to be a lighter of sorts, or a blowtorch perhaps. This is something demolition experts such as myself refer to as a heat stick. Would you like to know why? Ashiku scoffed with faux bravado and leaned back into his chair as Tsurugaku got off his desk, exerting as much movement as the ninja wire allowed him. Not particularly. Tsurugaku slowly sauntered over and smiled mirthlessly. Using this fine piece of technology, we use a little chakra manipulation to generate a spark. This spark turns into fire, and through the mechanics of the heat stick we, for all intents purposes, are wielding a blowtorch with a heat output of 1300 degrees Celsius. As you can imagine, the heat stick can be a powerful tool of interrogation. Just imagine the skin on your bones melting away, and that's only a fraction of what this thing is capable of. Ashiku swallowed thickly, breaking out in sweat. Perhaps we can discuss this in a more civilized manner, Saragaku-san. I am sure we can find a middle ground. No, Tsurugaku said coldly. You are going to tell us everything you know about the Kurodagumi. Names, locations, everything. Do you understand? Ashiku nodded repeatedly, muttering incoherently under his breath. Good, now call your secretary and tell her to clear your schedule. Do it now. With a trembling finger, Ashiku pressed the button on his console. Tsubaki, clear my schedule for the rest of the day and go home. Ashoku-sama, are you sure? You're scheduled for a meeting with union representatives in 10 minutes and magistrate representatives in another hour. A snap hiss. Bluish flames erupted from the heat stick in Tsurugaku's hand as he nodded slowly. Just do as I say, Tsubaki. I employed you to manage my schedule, not to question my orders. Do you understand? Now do it, or you're fired. Of course, Ashoku-sama. Naruto looked around the room and noticed a frame picture Ashiku's desk and picked up. So even this guy can be a loving father, Naruto noted as he took the happy family on the picture. It brought him on another train of thought. Is anyone home expecting you? No. And put that down. Naruto flung the frame out of the window. Oops. It got him a disapproving look from Rei and Tsurugaku, but he didn't particularly care. Hurry it up, the police union representatives are arguing with the secretary and it looks like they're about to barge up here. Tsurugaku nodded and put the heat stick away. Everything you know right now. Naruto shook his fist with a satisfied smile as Ashiku fell down along with his chair, a fat bruise forming on his temple as his toupee slid of his fat head. We can't let him off without a scratch, it'll make him think even we're afraid of touching him, Naruto elaborated as his team looked at him with questionable expressions. The warehouse they use as a compound isn't too far from here. Tsurugaku took a look at the framed map on the wall, pointing at the industrial section of Tanzakagai. Let's get there quick. The Yakuza thugs aren't going to be a problem. It's the 5 ringleaders including Gantetsu that will be tough to beat. If Gantetsu is the weakest of them like Ashiku claims, then this is going to be tough. We need to make sure we take advantage of the element of surprise. I can scare of the Yakuza if I create 1,000 Kage Bunshin. I'll believe that when I see it, Uzumaki. Tsurugaku derisively cut him off. Until then, don't expect me to take your word for anything you claim you can do. Half tempted to take him up on that offer, Naruto threw his hands in the air. Fine, don't believe me. Do whatever the F it is you want to do, I'll just hang back and prove my worth to you once and for all when the opportunity arises. Let's stay focused here, Shikamaru called for attention as he crouched with his hands folded in his thinking position. If it's a warehouse, it's a confined space. If we come in hard and fast, we can take them out quick and easy. What have you got in mind? Hayes asked. In response, Shikamaru walked over to the door and pulled open, standing face to face with several of the police force's brass. Your chief is corrupt, Shikamaru informed bluntly, gesturing to unconscious Ashiku bound up in his chair. We were sent here to conduct an investigation. We discovered the paperwork your chief had been submitting to our government were packed with lies. The police union representatives looked to each other and began to talk at the same time, but Shikamaru held up his hand. We're not interested in you. Whether we include you as corrupt officials in our report is entirely up to us. Of course, we can be persuaded to leave you out of it. What do you want? Asked the union leader. Shikamaru smirked. That's what I want to hear. Tenseigai, industrial district in a poorly lit warehouse, the sound of repeated blows to flesh rang, followed by bemused sniggering and laughs and painful grunts. Gentetsu was knelt before another figure with blood streaming down his face. He appeared to have endured a fierce beating and was breathing heavily as the warehouse full of thugs and 4 other shinobi looked down upon him with contempt. How many times have I told you to watch it? Hissed the man towering above him, promptly striking him again with a silver cane in his hand. Your job is to keep the people under control, to let them know who's in charge. Not to carry out public executions for everyone including Konohanin to see. Boss, please? Gentetsu uttered through the pain. I'm sorry, let me take care of this. If I make them disappear before they can report anything, What is that? The man hissed from the shadows, his silver cane hovered mere inches from Gentetsu's head. Fire bared down as a large circle was carved into the roof by a sword of fire. You fool! Shouted Gentetsu's boss, striking him once more. You were followed. Crush. The ceiling gave away with a loud explosion and a teenage boy with blonde gravity-defying hair and blue eyes flipped in the air with a red baton in his hand, emitting a stream of blue flames. Holy shit, this thing is awesome. Naruto deactivated and twirled the heat stick between his fingers. I'm keeping this. Oh, am I interrupting something? Naruto was a sucker for dramatic entrances. Who is this, the Konohanin that bested you, Gentetsu? The mysterious figure stepped forward in the moonlight, revealing himself to be a tall, silver cane-wielding man with a gas mask, spiky gray hair and brown eyes, and dressed in black shinobi garb under expensive-looking robes. He's a mere boy. Kijiro-sama, this kid didn't beat me. What? Gentetsu made a whimpering noise, holding his head in pain. Silence, Gentetsu. Kijiri strode forward to Naruto, standing fully in the ray of moonlight. I assume your allies are waiting outside for the signal to attack. Naruto's eyes darted from left to right, counting several dozen Yakuza thugs. Do you have any idea who I am? No, but that's really a cool gas mask, Naruto responded cheekily. Seriously, where do you get those, anyway? I mean, now that I think of it, that's a really handy piece of equipment. You never known when you could use one of those. Silence. My name is Kijiri, was former Jinyasha, and you, boy, are out of your league. Kijiri strode closer to Naruto and leveled his silver cane. A silver cane. Come on, you've got to admit, that's pretty lame. Naruto jeered with a sour expression. As expected, the look on Kijiri betrayed his next move and Naruto braced himself for an head-on attack he anticipated. Gentetsu's eyes widened as Kijiri closed in on Naruto with his cane. As Naruto caught it in one hand and smirked, it dawned Gentetsu what was about to happen next. Boss, get out of the way. Gentetsu surged forward as Naruto began to glow. Go! Naruto jumped down the hole in the roof and landed in the warehouse, back to back with the rest of his team. I really need to thank Gigi properly for giving me that variation of the Kagebunshin. Naruto held up his hands in an unconventional hand seal. The warehouse was mostly intact, scattered with the bodies of some Yakuza thugs and a huge crater in the concrete floor. The majority of the thugs were alive though, getting to their feet covered in dust and swearing profoundly as they reached for their swords. What is the meaning of this? Kijiri hissed and pushed Gantetsu away, bleeding somewhat but nowhere near as damaged as the large figure of Gantetsu, whose rock armor had been almost completely shaven off and was bleeding profusely. Boss, are you all right? Gantetsu crouched to his knees, wheezing as he struggled to breathe. Naruto frowned. That guy just risked his life to save his boss. Who would have guessed Nuke-nin are capable of loyalty like that? Kurodagumi, you have declared yourself as enemies of Hai no Kuni through illegal opium trafficking and other criminal charges, Tsurugaku announced, holding a kunai in a reverse grip in both hands. I will extend to you one opportunity to surrender. If you do not come quietly, you will be subdued and your punishment will be much more severe. Kijiri growled menacingly and made a summoning gesture. Gantetsu, get to your feet. Rosaria, Kagero, Kiho. Aid me against these Konoha dogs. 3 figures that had previously stood in the shadows appeared next to their boss. One of them was an attractive woman in a pink and black robe, the other a tall muscular man in shinobi trousers and a karate gi with ripped-off sleeves, and lastly a dwarf-sized man with gray skin, a dark cloak and goggles, and an oversized wrist launcher. Naruto's eyes narrowed as the Yakuza began to surround them. Shikamaru. Crush. Just on time, Shikamaru said as the doors of the warehouse blew wide open and the police force rushed inside and ran towards the thugs. As the police rushed at the thugs, Kijiri snarled. That fat fool Ashiku betrayed us. Kijiri pulled one of his henchmen by the scruff of the neck and pushed him towards the policeman and Konohanan. Kill them. Kill them all. Kijiri promptly charged forward with his 4 lieutenants, Gantetsu considerably slower but hot on his heels as they clashed. Naruto versus Kijiri. The police and Yakuza shouted battle cries as they engaged one another. Naruto left the rest to handle the small fry and met Kijiri head-on with his tanto in one hand and a kunai another in a cross-shaped guard against his opponent's silver cane. Just tell me something, Naruto gritted through his teeth, pushing Kijiri back with limited effort. What's with the cane? I suppose it can't hurt to show you something extraordinary appealing before you die. Kijiri distanced himself with fleeting swipe to keep Naruto on his toes and held up his cane in a horizontal guard as he trailed his palm over its smooth cylindrical shape. Gold is supposedly the most valuable mineral on Earth, but I have always preferred silver. It is more durable and practical, yet society overlooks these qualities due to their vanity and obsession with what they perceive as appealing and valuable. Sometimes the best of qualities of men are also overlooked. It was why I deserted IW, to come here and be my own boss. Kijiri went through several sweeping motions with the cane. Back in IWA they called me Jinyasha. Out here they call me Kijiri no Jinsu, a perhaps not so fitting epitaph as I am capable of far more than just canes, boy. Naruto's eyes narrowed as Kijiri leveled the cane in his direction, and a split second later the cane shot out and morphed in an extremely lengthy spear. Naruto jumped high over it and Kijiri was upon him instantly, the spear now a long and thin sword seemingly capable of slicing the wind itself. Naruto brought up a guard with the tanto in his left hand and chucked the kunai at Kijiri, but even at this close distance the silver demon was able to narrowly avoid it with a JRK of his head. Naruto was rewarded with a powerful smash in the side of the head from Kijiri's guard. Naruto back flipped midair and skidded slightly over the ground as the fighting continued to rage on. No time to think. Naruto's hands went through the motions purely on instinct after spending thousands of clone hours on this particular jutsu. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu. With flawless expertise, Naruto's chest swelled up as his lungs filled up with air and a stream of fire erupted from his mouth with just the right amount of chakra used to spark his flames. That seemed to do the trick, for a second. Kijiri was fast, a lot faster than Naruto had anticipated him to be. The silver cane-wielding Yakuza boss darted to the left and speedily appeared next to Naruto with his silver sword swung in a decapitating strike. Naruto sunk through the ground much to Kijiri's surprise, and as the swordsman's eyes widened, Naruto emerged from the ground behind him and aimed a powerful strike for the kidneys. Kijiri gasped as he fell to one knee, but before Naruto could follow up with another he was struck in the face by Kijiri's weapon, now morphed back into a cane. That silver manipulation ability of his doesn't sound dangerous in theory, but it sure as hell is in practice. Naruto nursed a gash on his cheek whilst Kajiri got to his feet. Not only that, he's incredibly fast. He's no Lee, but with an ability like that he doesn't need to be either. Naruto sure as hell hoped his teammates were faring better than he was as he rolled over his shoulders to avoid a lunge. Tsurugaku vs. Gantetsu, die. Gantetsu swung a massive fist towards the wall. It instantly gave away, giving him space to run outside the warehouse with his opponent hot on his heels. You're not going anywhere, you oversized brute. Tsurugaku was upon the giant, wielding several kunai with ninja wire attached to them. The seasoned Chunin hurled the projectiles at Gantetsu as he tried to run for it and easily halted his movements with a web of ninja wire to which he added another salvo shuriken and some more ninja wire to it. As more projectiles lodged into the earth, the wire pulled tighter on the IWA nuke Nin, completely halting his movements and allowing Tsurugaku to take his time in catching up with his prey. Gantetsu's breathing was labored, still suffering from previous injuries at the hands of Naruto and his Kajiri, yet he was still smiling. Looks like you got me. Tsuruga held a single kunai in one hand, to which all other wires were connected. You won't be smiling for long, Abiusum. Tsurugaku reached into the large pouch on his hip, specifically for his demolition equipment, and withdrew a thick roll of explosive tags. Gantetsu's eyes widened in fear and Tsurugaku smiled condescendingly. Terrifying, isn't it? Tsurugaku mocked as he held the explosive tag roll to the kunai through which all wires connected. Ninpo, Bakuhatsu Wana. The roll in Tsurugaku's hand began to rotate wildly as tag after tag seamlessly attached to the kunai and shot up the web of ninja wire. This is where it ends. Tsuruga raised the kunai above his head and flung to the ground, sinking it up to its hole, and jumped back a few times to distance himself out of the blast radius. Katsu! The explosion caused a series of small tremors through the ground and chunks of earth flew through the air as black smoke bellowed from the newly formed crater. Tsurugaku exhaled slowly as he approached his fallen victim, but it was until the smoke cleared that his eyes widened. In the middle of the crater, protecting by a huge chunk of earth, was Gantetsu, seemingly unharmed by the explosion. How? Tsurugaku shouted with disbelief. The explosion should have killed you. Heh. Gantetsu smirked as he broke free from the earth shield, covered in large chunks of jagged pieces of earth. I had you pegged as an arrogant one from the get-go, what with your heroic speech and all. So, I made sure you went after me so I could lure you outside, and while you took your perverted pleasure in slowly setting up my death, I channeled chakra through the ground to pull him minerals I could use to heal myself. Gantetsu burst out in laughter. I played you like a fool. Tsuruga surged forward with his tanto drawn, rage in his eyes and chucking an explosive tag kunai at him, but Gantetsu did not falter. Instead the giant swung a giant earth-encrusted fist at Tsuruga, intercepting the kunai with a chunk of earth, and used the remainders of smoke to blindside Tsurugaku and slam the Konohanin in the abdomen, sending him flying into a painful sprawl on the ground. And now you're going to die like a fool. Shikamaru vs. Kiho. In another part of the warehouse, Shikamaru found himself running through a confined space muttering, troublesome, like a mantra as his levitating dwarf opponent continued to launch grenade after grenade from his wrist launcher. Bang! 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 Series of explosions followed the shadow user as he ran down the hall. Shikamaru jumped forward and spun fast enough in the air to throw a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it to distract his opponent as he continued to down the hallways of the warehouse. Shikamaru slid on his feet around the corner and reached for more kunai and explosive tags whilst muttering every swear word in the book. Gah! You can't run now, little mouse. Trikushato. Kiho took aim with his wrist launcher and shot 3 canisters at once. 2 bounding of the wall against another and strategically exploding in front of Shikamaru. The explosion sent the shadow user flying back towards Kiho, who took aim once again and shot a large net towards Shikamaru to bag him like a cat. Giha! The gray-skinned dwarf cackled, only to suddenly find himself incapable of moving. What the? Kagemain no Jutsu, success. Shikamaru got to his feet with his hands in the rat hand seal. Kiho was distraught with fear. How did you? When you shot that net, I decided to wing it and use the shadow cast by the net as a medium to catch you. Looks like I'm in luck today. I should hit the casinos later. Shikamaru smiled lazily as he took a few steps backwards, looked to the ceiling, forcing Kiho to the same. Placed right above Kiho's head were two kunai with explosive tags attached to them. When did you throw those up there? Shikamaru yawned lazily. Though it was only logical for you to force me into a confined space so I couldn't escape the blast radius of your grenades, you didn't account for any explosives I might have been carrying. Just before you tried that trick shot, I threw two kunai in front of me and two behind. The ones I threw behind me were extremely mild variations, and though they wouldn't be lethal for me, they could destroy your grenades and make them inert before they detonated. Hey, and what about these two? Are those two mild variations? Kiho's voice shook in fear. Shikamaru shook his head. I ran out of regular explosive tags, so I had to go for these ones. They're considerably more powerful than the usual ones. If I'm not mistaken, once I detonate them, the ceiling will give away and crush you. Wait. I have money. Lots of it. Kiho screamed at Shikamaru. If you let me go, I'll give you as much money as you want. I'll give you every last penny I have. Shikamaru didn't deign to reply and merely smiled in his lazy manner. Bang! The ceiling above Kiho gave away with a loud explosion, and just before the gray-skinned dwarf was buried by the debris, Shikamaru cancelled the jutsu. That's my part done. Yeah, I'll just sit the rest out, Shikamaru sighed as he slumped against the wall with a lazy sigh. Naruto versus Kijiri. In the upper levels of the Kurogumi warehouse, Naruto and Kijiri were still going at it in a heated combat that took them all over the place. Whoosh! Naruto ducked under a swipe to his head and retaliated by burying his fist in Kijiri's stomach. The lanky shinobi Eternity boss lurched over as saliva dripped down his chin. Naruto followed up with a crushing left hook to the temple to send his opponent crashing headfirst into the wall. He had gotten used to Kijiri's speed and with time managed to exceed it. His opponent's movements became easier to predict, and Naruto fully capitalized on Kijiri's weak taijutsu by delivering as many powerful strikes as he could in quick succession. This guy is nothing like Niji or Gaara, Naruto thought, sidestepped a fencing-like lunge and retaliating with another punch to the kidney. DMNU. Kijiri began swining his cane erratically, BLD, and saliva dripping down his chin. This couldn't be happening. How was he losing this badly, to a child no less? I'll kill you! Kijiri screamed as he swung his cane towards Naruto many times. Changing its form wouldn't work, so why bother with wasting chakra? Naruto held up his guard, hopping from foot to foot like a boxer to keep his reflexes sharp. Just give up, you can't beat me. You're going to die if you keep this up, Naruto warned. Kijiri's response was to swing down his cane, but Naruto already saw it coming and dashed forward, planting his left fist deep into Kijiri's stomach and snatching the cane out of his hand with right, following up with a roundhouse kick to knock the older shinobi down. Naruto glared at Kijiri. I can tell from your movements you've gotten rusty since you took over the Kurogumi. It's still there in your mind, Naruto tapped the side of his head for emphasis, but your body can't keep up with it. You're an easy target for someone like me who hasn't stopped fighting since he started. Enough. I will not stand here and take such disrespectful from a whelp like you, boy. Kijiri bellowed, going through several hand seals. A string of hand seals Naruto recognized, prompting him to swear out loud. F-. This ends now. Kijiri cackled. I may have lost some of my skill, but my partner in combat has not. Kuchios no jutsu. Kijiri slammed down his arm on the concrete. It was almost dramatic how he did it, Naruto noted. Poof! The building shook and the ceiling collapsed as a giant pillar of smoke burst into existence, followed by the ear-splitting screech of a creature Naruto could only assume was a giant squirrel. Its fur was platinum blonde, its eyes red, and its claws were twice as long as Naruto was tall and thrice as thick. I have come to serve, Kijiri-sama, the creature resembling a squirrel bellowed. The creature was so big that simply by summoning it, Kijiri had dispelled several of Naruto's clones and sent many yakuza and policemen flying through the air. As fascinating as the creature was, Naruto didn't have much time to admire as Kijiri leveled his cane towards Naruto and commanded the best to attack. The summon obeyed and struck out with large drill-like claws, tearing away at the warehouse building and forcing Naruto to run for it and jump onto rooftops nearby as he escaped. "Oh, it is so on!" Naruto shouted as he jumped high into the air, jumping from chunk of debris to reach a high enough altitude from which he could determine a safe spot to summon Gamabunta. He had been dying for an excuse to summon the Toad Chief ever since Tsuruga called him a liar, and this was the perfect opportunity to not only kick his TL in the teeth but to also beat Kijiri. Naruto's hands became blurs as he went through the string of hand seals required and slammed his fast palms below him as though he were trying to touch the ground dozens of feet below. Kuchios no Jutsu. Poof! As the smoke cleared up, Naruto was over 100 feet higher in the air, positioned on the head of none other than Gamabunta the Toad Chief. BGMI. Tsuruga was down on one knee before Gentetsu, breathing and BLD streaming down his chin and temple. No matter what he did, no matter how many explosions he set off, his opponent Gentetsu would always come back with a vengeance, healed by the minerals he pulled out of the earth. A loud bang went off in the distance. "Sounds like Kiho took care of that brat with the pineapple hairstyle," Gentetsu sneered. "Right about now Rosaria and Kagero are killing your swordsman and your pretty little Kunoichi friend. As for Kijiri, well, that kid was lost cause from the get-go. There's no way Kijiri-sama will spare him. How can you be so loyal to him after he nearly killed you?" Tsuruga spat some BLD and struggled to get to his feet, his body completely battered and bruised from the onslaught of Gentetsu's punishing blows. "He treats you like dirt. He saved my life a long time ago, it's his to do with what he wishes," Gentetsu replied firmly with nothing but the utmost of conviction in his words. He began to walk towards Tsuruga, the earth crusted onto his skin growling lengthier, thicker and jagged as it gained volume. "It's time to end this, Konoha dog. Now you'll know why Konoha would have lost the war if not for the Kuroi Senko. Poof! I have come to serve, Kijiri-sama." Tsuruga's eyes widened as a giant summon appeared, ripping through the walls of the warehouse it was summoned at. "What in the world is that?" Tsuruga demanded with a shout. "That thing is enormous." "Who could have summoned it?" Gentetsu barked an ominous laugh, stopping his stride momentarily. "That is Kijiri-sama's personal summon. He is the only one in the world to hold the summoning contract to its kin. Though I have no idea why Kijiri-sama felt the need to summon it for weaklings such as you." Gentetsu began to approach Tsuruga again. By now his rock fist had grown larger than Tsuruga himself. "Don't worry though, it'll be over for you soon." Tsuruga closed his eyes as Gentetsu stopped before him and raised his giant club-like arm to smash him like an insect. "I guess this is the end." Poof! Jiggy-eye. What in the hell is that? Gentetsu's eyes widened just as Tsuruga opened his. A giant toad had appeared to fight Kijiri's summon and he didn't seem to be happy about. "Ditch that's Gamabuntasama." Tsuruga shouted. Gentetsu looked at him with bulging eyes, having heard of the legendary Toad Chief. It was in this moment Tsuruga saw an opening, and as Gentetsu's eye trailed upwards to the giant toad, he reached into pouch and withdrew his final roll of explosive tags. Having pulled so many minerals to strengthen rock armor, Gentetsu was weighed down too much by his rock fist to react on time to Tsuruga throwing the explosive tag roll at him and making a hand seal as the explosives tags began to attach to him rapidly. "There's no time for you to prepare your armor now, IW-some." Tsuruga shouted, and though he was only a few feet away, he detonated the explosive tags. The explosion sent Tsuruga flying back and skidding over the floor with several burns and singes, but all these wounds went unregistered as he lied mere feet away from the bloodied mess that was once Gentetsu. His rock armor had not been prepared for an explosion of that magnitude, and thus he paid the ultimate price for his arrogance. With one strained motion to look upwards, Tsuruga saw Gamabunta fight it out with Kijiri's summon. "You've got to be kidding me," Tsuruga uttered in a strained voice before slipping into unconsciousness. Naruto vs. Kijiri, Gaki. "Yo, Gamabuntaken. How have you been, ouch?" Naruto found himself face-planting on Gamabunta's enormous head, courtesy from the Toad Chief's giant tongue bearing down upon him as the toad croaked in anger, causing Naruto further fall his gigantic frame. "Don't do me, I was having dinner with my family when you decided to summon me without notice." You're either very stupid or very ballsy. Either way, I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson. I didn't mean to. Naruto screamed in genuine fear, hanging from the toad's jacket. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to interrupt your family diner. It's just that this guy said some pretty inappropriate things about toads. What? Gamabunta demanded as he reached for his sword. Did he? What did he say, Gaki? He said, toads SEK since they're not match for snakes, and he also said, liar. Kijiri screamed at the top of his lungs. Gamabunta had now unsheathed his blade and held it a reverse guard. First you disrespect the most honorable kin of the toads, and now you call my summoner a liar. I've always wanted a snakeskin wallet, but it looks like I'll have to do with squirrel. I'm not a squirrel, you fat son of a beach. Kijiri's summon screamed at Gamabunta, prompting a thick vein to appear on the toad chief's enormous head. I'll show you fat, you rodent. Come here. Gamabunta began his onslaught by jumping high into the air. Naruto had almost fallen off if he hadn't attached himself by the means of chakra on instinct. Suetun, Tepidama no Jutsu. The water orb struck head-on and Kijiri's summon screamed in fury. My coat, look what you did to my coat, you fat behe. Now everyone's going to think I smell. You stank long before I got here, squirrel. Gamabunta shot back, and to add insult to injury he added, your whole kind does. I don't care. As the two giants battled it out, Naruto's sweat dropped as he wasn't so sure if the Toad Chief was fighting on his behalf anymore. Why couldn't it have been this easy when he was fighting Gaara and the Shikaku? Gamabunta only helped him back then because he saved his son, but now the Toad was fighting to prove the kinship of toads to be superior to those of the lemurs, or squirrels. Naruto had no idea what Kijiri had summoned, it kind of looked like both. Still, the lemur or whatever it was proved to be a worthy adversary as a minute later Gamabunta had to withdraw with a deep gash under his right eye. He's a swift bee. Gamabunta blew a huge puff of smoke through his pipe. Kid, do you know any fire jutsu? A few, was Naruto's reply as Gamabunta charged at Kijiri's summon again. Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto dispensed one kunai from his spring set mechanism and threw it towards Kijiri. Midair one kunai changed into a constant stream of 1,000 projectiles which Kijiri for the most part deflected, though a few longed into his thighs and arms but the pain went unregistered. His summon on the other hand was not so lucky as hundreds of small projectiles dug into its skin, causing it to screech in pain. I'm gonna spit some oil, you just ignite it and watch him burn. Gamabunta jumped high into the air while Kijiri's summon howled and formed his amphibian hands into a hand seal, his cheeks swell up. Ready, Gaki. Ready. Naruto went through a string of hand seals of his own. Eat it, you miserable squirrel bee. Gamabunta spat out a massive volume of oil that came crashing down upon the lemur like a fountain. Now Naruto. Keton. Ryuka no Jutsu. I'm a error. The only word that come to Naruto's mind that could begin to describe what happened next was Inferno. As fire struck oil, it ignited and a giant stream of fire came bearing down up Kijiri and his summon as though there was a tear in dimensions and hell was unleashed. Kijiri's summon had no chance of defending itself against the inferno and caught aflame. The summon screamed and screeched in vain as it toppled over and lied still moments later, burned to death by the white-hot flames. Sheet. Gamabunta swore loudly. Naruto didn't have to ask, he could see it himself all too clear. They had overdone it with the fire and now it had swept the entire warehouse in a sea of flames spreading at an alarming rate. Gamabunta, can you set out the fire? Naruto had to shout to make his request sound clear. Not by myself, I can't, Gaki. I'm not a one-toed fire brigade. Right. Naruto went through another string of hand seals knowing this would put a drain on his chakra, but he didn't exactly have a choice. Thus he jumped off Gamabunta's head and slammed his palm down midair. Kuchios no Jutsu. Poof. With another giant pillar of smoke, an enormous bluish-green toad with a waistband and two swords sheathed on its back in a cross-shaped guard appeared next to Gamabunta. The toad appeared to be considerably younger and less battle-worn than Gamabunta, but seemed powerful nonetheless. Gamahiro. It's good you're here, help me put out of the fire. Gamabunta took the skies followed by Gamahiro, ridden by Naruto. Right, boss. Midair, the two giant summoned toads swell up momentarily before they simultaneously spat gulf of water. Teppadama no jutsu. The incredibly volume of water came raining down upon the blazing fires. The two toads continued to spit water orb after water orb until there was nothing but shallow fires and a large fog of steam left. Naruto sighed in relief as he could see the fire brigade in the distance pulling up with their portable water cannons to put out the remaining fires. Looks like they've got it from here. Naruto looked to Gamahiro and gave the toad thumbs up. Thanks, Gamahiro. You're a lifesaver. What? You forgot about me already, have you? Gamabunta grumbled. Don't mention it, Uzumaki-san. Glad to help. The toad gave what Naruto could only assume was a bow of the head. Gamabunta bristled with an irritable croak. Don't celebrate too soon, for all we know that Squirrel BSTRD and his emissary will be on their feet again. Gamahiro promptly reached for the dual katana he had on his back and unsheathed them, much to Naruto's admiration. That is so cool. Naruto beamed at the toad. Yeah, and what about my blade? Gamabunta said with a scowl. You never compliment me on that. And let's not forget I dismembered a biju for you either, brat. You got any idea how dangerous that was, Gaki? Despite his booming voice, Gamabunta's complaints went unheard as Naruto fawned over Gamahiro as though he were a child with a shiny new toy. So what else can you do, Gamahiro? Naruto asked the giant bluish-green toad. Ribbit. I don't think this is the time, Uzumaki-san, Gamahiro responded politely. Right. Naruto nodded sagely with his arms crossed. Of course you're right. We should check up on the others and those two BSTRDs down there. Elsewhere, Ray and Hayes were having a hard time fighting against their two opponents as they battled it out on a rooftop nearby with the IWA Taijutsu specialist Kagero and the eccentric Vine WHP using Kunoichi Rosaria. I can't believe it. Hayes darted to the left and retaliated with a slice of his dual swords to cut a vine meant to subdue him to ribbons. He wasn't lying, he really can summon toads, and Gamabunta no less. I knew he could, Ray responded, jumping over Kagero and back flipping a few times to distance herself from Kagero. Megan, Sanjushi. Ray smirked with satisfaction. They were wise to SWH opponents. Initially Hayes and Ray had been fighting each other's opponents, but it soon came evident Rosaria's vines were useless against Hayes and Kagero's brute strength was nullified by Ray's genjutsu and medical experience. Yeah, right. Hayes scoffed and took a step back to begin moving his dual blade rhythmically to cast an optic illusion. Konoha Ryu, Sazanami Konoha. The attack sliced Rosario's vines to ribbons, causing her to snarl and rush over to Kagero just as Ray moved in with chakra scalpels to cut his tendons. Kai! Rosaria screamed. Damn it, Kagero, how can you fall for such weak genjutsu? I'll show you how it's done. Rosaria went through a string of hand seals and rose petals began to emerge from her sleeves at an alarming rate. Hisatsu Sakura Erasure. Ray's eyes narrowed and she instantly cancelled out the genjutsu, Kai. Hayes on the other hand was already caught and was cutting away madly the rose petals, thinking they were the real deal. Hayes, they're not real. Ray swore, something she rarely did, and rushed over to cancel out the genjutsu on Hayes as actual gashes began to appear on his body. Kagero stamped his feet on the rooftop tiles and struck both his hands into the concrete, fingers sinking through the concrete like knives through butter. The silent brute began to grunt and his face turned red as veins popped up down his face and arms. Warg! Sheet! Ray began to pull Hayes away with her, but he was already deep in the genjutsu and was swiping away at imaginary razor-sharp rose petals despite being on the ground. Diamenit. Ray felt terror and desperation seep into her as Kagero heaved the enormous block of concrete above his head and Rosaria cackled. Kagemain no jutsu, success. Relief splashed over Ray like a tsunami. Shikamaru. Lying next to Shikamaru was a nearly unconscious and badly wounded Tsurugu. Their teal held gave thumbs up and slumped back into unconsciousness. Shikamaru's arms were held above his head just like Kagero. The Kagemanuzer turned to Rosaria whose triumphant smirk had now all but disappeared. Shikamaru chuckled and cancelled his shadow possession jutsu, causing the block of concrete to instantly fall on Kagero's head and bury him into the rooftop concrete and crash down to the lower levels. That's two I took out, you can handle her. Shikamaru fell on his backside and sighed tiredly, picking his ear with his pinky. Kagero! Rosaria screamed. Rei capitalized on the enemy Kunoichi's distraction and was upon Rosaria in an instant. Chakra scalpels activated. She made quick work of disabling the Vine WHP Kunoichi by slicing her tendons, effectively incapacitating her and chopped her in the back of her neck, knocking her out. The other two? Hayes asked tiredly as he sat down next to Shikamaru. Dead? Shikamaru replied easily. I had to get out of there quick though. Fire spread out of nowhere and then it started raining. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at the glances Rei and Hayes exchanged. I'm guessing Naruto had something to do with it. I can't believe he was telling the truth all along. Hayes helped himself to some energy-replenishing pills and got to his feet. Let's wrap this up, shall we? There might be some thugs around here thinking they can get away. You guys go ahead and do that, I'm gonna sit here with the Taicho. Shikamaru laid back on the rooftop with a drawn-out yawn. I'm beat. Neither Rei or Hayes could fault him considering he beat two of Kijiri's lieutenants on his own. Alright, Rei took out a field kit of medical supplies from her bag and threw it to Shikamaru, who deftly caught it. Check up on Sarigakateko's wounds, they don't seem life-threatening, but I don't think he'll be in any condition to fight anytime soon. With Naruto stood on top of Gamahiro's head and slid down the amphibian's arm to the smoldering remains of Kijiri and his summon. The silver demon of Itabu was still alive, suffering several burns and screaming hysterically over the death of his companion. You killed him. And good riddance, Gamabunta added with a croak. Kijiri swung his cane at Naruto. The heat of the fire had melted the skin on his hand to the cane and it was rather disgusting. Kijiri screamed and charged for Naruto, but the young Chunin simply sidestepped and tripped the cane-wielding shinobi to the ground. How I beat you? Naruto asked calmly and Kijiri gave the smallest of inclinations. That was easy. Naruto took a seat on a broken piece of concrete. You're weak, I'm not. That's why it was easy to beat you. That's all there is to it. Kijiri snarled and rushed at him again, but Naruto back-flipped of his seat and retaliated with a square punch to the face, sending Kijiri sprawling back over the floor and holding his face, muffling his screams of pain. You fight for yourself, I fight for something much greater, Naruto said coolly. You know, a while back I went to a little country called Nami no Kuni. I'm talking real tiny, not much bigger than this city even. Anyway, that's not what was interesting about. No, what was interesting was that I found out that for years they lived with the same situation the people of Tanzakugai do now. Naruto got up and slowly sauntered over, kicking Kijiri in the side with enough strength to send him crashing into the remains of a wall back on dirt. I realized then and there would always be some like you around. Parasites that live off the weak and defenseless. Even though they're weaklings themselves, Naruto added with eerie smile. Silence. You don't know what you're talking about, boy. Kijiri got to his feet in an attempt to rush at the blonde, but Naruto intercepted him and caught him by the neck and slammed him over his shoulder and crouched by him, his furious blue orbs piercing those of Kijiri as he squeezed the man's windpipe. You're weak because your reason to fight is weak. Selfish, that's what you are, and that's why someone like you could never beat someone like me. I learned not so long ago that a man with a cause will always triumph over one without. Naruto pulled him up and cast Kijiri aside as though he was nothing and reached for his tanto. I'm not some idealistic kid. Not anymore. I know the world is crazy and effed up, but that doesn't change the fact I can do something about it. That doesn't change the fact I can kill you and at least save some people from harm. Kijiri's eyes widened at the shining blade in Naruto's hand and swallowed thickly. No, not like this. Kijiri scrambled to his feet but realized there was nowhere for him to go and turned around with derangement in his eyes. Not to a child. Not to a boy. The absolute terror in Kijiri's voice and eyes did nothing to perturb Naruto's resolve. Naruto was behind him in an instant, BLD gushing through the air as Kijiri slowly reached for his neck with both hands as BLD spurted out of a deep slash in his throat. That's one less piece of sheet on this earth, Naruto said coldly. And those were the last words Kijiri heard as his body went through violent convulsions before finally coming to an end with one last kick of his feet. There was a moment of silence as Naruto looked at the man he had just killed. The silence was broken by Gamahiro. I should go now, Uzumaki-san. Summoning me and sustaining my presence and as well as Gamabuntasama's must be incredibly taxing on your reserves, Gamahiro croaked. I'll take this creature with me. I'm sure we can find some uses for its remains. As cold-blooded as that sounded, Naruto knew toads were animals first and foremost, and this was only to be expected. Besides, they were cold-blooded anyway. Thanks, Gamahiro. Would you mind if I summon you again the next time I need you? You don't have the tendency to beat me up first before you help me. If ever need be, feel free to summon. I would consider it a great honor to be your familiar. Ribbit. The honor's all mine, Gamahiro-san. Gamahiro croaked cheerfully and extended his giant tongue to the remains of Kijiri's summon and wrapped it around its paw. Until we meet again. Poof, poof. With two giant pillars of smoke, Gamahiro and Kijiri's summon disappeared. Naruto jumped onto Gamabunta mere seconds before Gamahiro disappeared. Is it alright with you if Gamahiro becomes my familiar, Gamabunta? Naruto sat down on the Toad Chief's head as they approached the burning remains of Kijiri's summon. Suit yourself, kiddo. Gamabunta replied rather moodily. You sure you're okay? Naruto asked, to which the Toad Chief rasped buried. Alrighty then, thanks for your help, big guy. Naruto slapped Gamabunta's giant leg, unable to reach any further. You sure showed that lemur, squirrel? Naruto. Naruto turned to the source of the new voice. It was Rei. What are you doing here, Rei-chan? Rei punched him in the arm. Stop calling me that. She then turned to Gamabunta and bowed respectfully as most Konohanin would have done. Greetings, Gamabuntasama. I apologize for striking your summoner, whoosh. Gamabunta's giant tongue bore down on Naruto and struck him so hard, he left a body print on the dirt. I like you already, Gamabunta complimented. Do me a favor and look out for this idiot. He has a knack for getting in trouble. And for destroying things too, I might add, considering the damage he did to the forest the last time he summoned me. With your help, I might add. Naruto shot back, his voice muffled under the dirt. Ouch. Gamabunta struck again for good measure. I tell you what, kid, this girl looks a lot more capable than that pink-haired one. You should ask her out. I'm right here. Rei's input went unnoticed. No way, she won't even let me call her Rei-chan. She'll probably kill me if I ask her out. Naruto struggled to get to his feet. And seriously, what is up with you? I'm your underling. You're not supposed to hit your underlings for no reason. Underling. Rei repeated, though again she went unnoticed as Naruto was busy running away from Gamabunta's vengeful tongue. Eventually Naruto ran out of steam and Gamabunta tongue-flicked him through the remainders of 3 walls as punishment for his insolence. I've got to go, Gaki, my diner's getting cold. Next time call for Gamahiro. I'm the Toad Chief, not your familiar. Naruto smiled ominously with a temporary slide of pure evil genius. Jiraiya called you his familiar. An undoubtedly cruel but not uncalled for move, Naruto thought. He had to get back at the hermit for throwing him down a ravine at some point, so why not now, with a perfect opportunity like this? The prankster in him commanded it. What? He did it? Well, I'll show that perverted hermit who's boss the next time he has the gall to summon me. Gamabunta exhaled a billow of smoke from his nostrils and grunted. Take care, Naruto. Poof. As the enormous pillar of smoke was blown away by the wind, Naruto groaned, holding his head. Stupid Gamabunta, always hitting me for no reason, Naruto grumbled. He did more damage than Kijiri and his rodent sidekick combined. The sad part about it was that Naruto wasn't even exaggerating. The toad packed a tongue. Where are the others? Rei pointed a thumb in. Over her shoulder. Haze is with the police force, Shikamaru's tending to Tsurugaku's wounds. Naruto sniggered at this. Or sleeping, I don't know, he seemed rather tired. The other 4 are down and out, so catching their thugs is up to the police. Naruto shook his head. It doesn't have to be, he told her, making a hand seal. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Hundreds of pillars of smoke burst into existence as over 500 Naruto clones surrounded the area and immediately took off. That ought to do it. I don't think I'll ever get used to that, Ray commented, looking at the hundreds of clones taking off. Naruto shrugged. Sorry if Gamabunta made you uncomfortable with that comment about me asking you out. He means well, I think. Ray had the most subtle of blushes and decided to vent her embarrassment through sighing exasperatedly and crossing her arms over her chest. He has a point though, you tend to destroy things unnecessarily. What? Naruto couldn't believe it. I didn't destroy anything, that was all Gamabunta. He can't control his temper and he tends to lash out violently, not me. What about the restaurant from earlier? You can't blame all of that on Gantetsu. Shikamaru told me you detonated a bomb in there. Naruto opened his mouth and closed again a few times. She had a point. Okay, fine, you got me there, but can you really blame me? That guy is huge. Ray corrected. Saragiku Teiko killed him. Right, he was huge, Naruto amended. Noticeable surprised Tsuruga had pulled that one off. And for the record, it was a clone. Besides, desperate times make for desperate measure. The last time I used an exploding tag, I never mind. You don't want to know what I did the last time I had an explosive tag. Naruto's mind wandered for a moment and he knew any kind of friendship with the red demon of the sand would be impossible. Shaking his head, Naruto shuddered at the thought. You really don't want to know. I don't intend to pry on that matter, Ray said dryly. Still, my point stand. You completely destroyed an entire restaurant mere minutes after we got here. With help. This discussion went on for a while as the two made it back to the rest of their team. Eventually the subject shifted from Naruto's destructive tendencies to other subjects. There was one in particular Ray seemed rather interested in. How did you meet Jiraiya? Ray asked a while later, coming to a standstill with their teammates close by. Obviously you must have impressed him for him to make you his pupil, right? Well. Naruto took a thoughtful pose as he thought back to the time he met Jiraiya. Oiroku no Jutsu. He shook his head vehemently, knowing he would lose what little respect he had gained if he told her that particular story. You don't want to know that either. He used to think the world of that particular jutsu, it was incredibly useful against perverts, but now he had matured a little. He knew it was incredibly humiliating for himself, perhaps more so than for his victims. Oh, from the look of your face I think I do. Well, too bad, Ray-chan. Ray swiftly punched him in the arm with an annoyed expression. Stop calling me that. Naruto rubbed the painful spot on with a frown. For a girl you sure pack a punch, you could seriously hurt someone with those. You want another? No, ma'am. Naruto shook his head dutifully. Just out of curiosity, why don't you like me calling you that? It's unprofessional, Ray responded coolly. Our professional involves killing people, Naruto deadpanned. She shrugged indifferently to the sentiment. And what's your point? I don't think I have one, Naruto responded sagely, as though imparting her with great knowledge and wisdom. Ray shook her head. You're an idiot. That night Hayes took point as acting team leader as Tsurugaku was being treated for his injuries at the Tanzakugai hospital. When Naruto and Ray got back to the others, the last of the thugs were being rounded up and the fire brigade were putting out shallow fires around the warehouse. Journalists were on the scene taking statements of the police brass and several magistrate officials whom were quite content in forgetting they had all been working with and under a corrupt chief to usurp as much credit as possible. Naruto had half a mind to expose every single one of them for the truly despicable people they were, but a deal was a deal. In exchange for police assistance, none of them would be mentioned in their investigation report on Tanzakugai's police force, though Shikamaru had warned them they would be put under close scrutiny for the time being and any further act of corruption would be met with the harshest of punishments. Fortunately, these guys weren't nearly as arrogant as their former chief and they readily agreed to the conditions Shikamaru set them. Hayes gathered the remaining members of Team 312 as Tsuruga was helped onto a stretcher and into a hospital carriage. We're going to be staying in an inn for the night. We set out first thing in the morning. What about Tsurugaku's wounds? Naruto raised the issue with little to no sympathy for their TL, but the question had to be asked. He looks like he just got him by a train. Hayes shrugged. According to Ray, he's fit to travel, So first thing tomorrow we're hauling his butt out of the hospital and we're heading back to Konoha. I'll up his dosage for painkillers, Ray added. If we keep him sedated until we get back to Konoha, there should be no complications. Hayes nodded curtly and went to check up on Sarugaku one more time. Naruto pulled Ray aside, much to her annoyance. What are you doing? Shut up, Naruto whispered, reaching into his pouch and withdrawing a scroll. You know how to use basic fuinjutsu, right? Storing and withdrawing. Of course I do, I'm a medic. In here is Kijiri's summoning scroll. I had a clone retrieve it. Ray looked at the scroll offered to her and then to Naruto with a suspicious look in her eyes. Why are you giving this to me? Well, for one, I sure as hell can't use it since I killed Kijiri's summon, so there's no way its kin will fight for me. Naruto glanced at Hayes and Sarugaku in the distance. Secondly, I don't want that BSRD Sarugaku claiming credit for bringing back a summoning scroll. So instead, I'd like you to have it. Why not Shikamaru? You two seem to be close, Ray asked. Naruto shook his head. I thought about it, but Shika would probably refuse since that means he'll have to actually train how to summon them. I don't know how to summon either, Ray told him in a whisper. Besides, I've already been put up on the list. What list? Naruto asked. Ray sighed exasperatedly, though Naruto could tell there was very little annoyance in her voice. You don't really know much about how things work in Konoha, do you? Naruto shrugged, prompting Ray to continue. If you think you're summoner material, you can apply for training, and if you pass they'll let you sign one of several summoning scrolls of Konoha. I'm still pending, but just shut up and take it. Naruto reached behind her and dropped the scroll in her pouch. Ray pushed him back with a faint but visible red tinge on her cheeks. You should really know your boundaries, Uzumaki. And you should know when to be grateful, Ray-chan. The kunoichi gave him an annoyed look, but it didn't last. He could tell she was happy with the gift even if she tried to pretend otherwise. Look, if you still want to hand it in, go for it. They'll probably take you off the pending list and let you sign whichever contract you want if you do. Then why don't you hand it in? Ray reached for the pouch Naruto had put the scroll in, but he grabbed her wrist. I can summon toads, even if they don't seem to listen to me very often. Naruto's sweat dropped for a moment. Anyway, I don't need the credit either. You, on the other hand, are a medical shinobi and summons can be pretty DMN useful, even the smaller ones. So take it. Hurry up, lovebirds. Hayes called from a distance. Ray quickly pulled back her hand and shot Hayes the coldest glare she could muster. Then turning to Naruto, she caved. Thank you. You're welcome, Naruto told her with a smile. This doesn't mean I owe you though, Ray added as they began to follow Hayes and Shikamaru. What? Naruto gave her an incredulous look. You owe me big time. That's a summoning scroll no one else has signed, I checked. You can't expect people to return the favor when you give them a gift. That's poor upbringing. Naruto shrugged. I'm an orphan, so seek it. Oh. From Ray's expression, he could tell she felt incredibly guilty for her last remark. Don't feel bad, I don't. Naruto lied. Come on, we should hurry up. Hayes is giving me thumbs up and that can't be right. A few days later, Naruto felt as though an enormous weight was lifted off his shoulders as he walked past Konoha's giant gates. Immediately, his stomach demanded Ichiraku ramen and Naruto would gladly comply. It had only been a few days, but already his body was suffering from withdrawal. It would also be a good opportunity to catch up with Tucci and Ayam as his last visits had been rather rushed. Shikamaru, to Ichiraku's. Naruto declared, pointing into the general direction Ichiraku's would be. Shikamaru sighed. Again. Why is it always Ichiraku's? Silence. Naruto commanded. Don't offend the ramen, they'll hear you. All the way from here. Shikamaru had a bemused look about him. The shadow user finally did concede, but with terms. Alright, but you're buying. Again. That's like the third time in a row, Naruto complained in a childlike, whining tone. Come on, Shika, you're a Nara. Your clan's loaded, why do I always have to pay for your meals, you greedy son of a bitch? If you keep picking the same place to eat, sure. Now you just make it sound like I'm offering to pay, Naruto complained. Which I'm not, he added pointedly. Shikamaru shrugged. Take it or leave it. Hayes chuckled at their exchange. mind if I tag along? I'm starving. Me too, Ray chimed in. Naruto could already feel his wallet shrink. Fine, but next time you're paying, Shikamaru. Hayes looked down to their unconscious team leader, still trapped on a cart they had appropriated in Tanzakagai, pulled by Naruto clones. We'll drop off Tsurugaga first, then we'll eat. Do people really take this long to get better? It's been 2 days already. Naruto looked to Shikamaru for an answer. The lazy genius shook his head, clearly bemused. We're not all like you, Naruto. Haven't you ever been sick? Ray asked. Naruto shook head like a simpleton as though the concept of being sick didn't exist in his world. Nope, never. Why am I not surprised? Ray's voice dripped with sarcasm. You're a very sarcastic person, Ray. And you're very observant. Oh, well thanks, Hey. A while later they were seated at Ichirikaku's, listening to Hei's exaggerated and wholly false accounts of how he faced 2 lieutenants on his own while bravely defending a defenseless Ray. Quite frankly, only Iam seemed impressed by his false tales of grandeurs whilst his teammates stared at him with blank expressions. What happened next, Hayase-san? Iam was practically swooning over the counter now, much to Naruto's annoyance. Even more so, Hei's indulged her. Then this incredibly dangerous kunoichi used this crazy rose petal genjutsu. Hei scoffed. Of course it had no effect on me, but Ray-chan here Nakamura-sen was also impervious to the genjutsu. Right, Nakamura-san? Iam's expression faltered with the anticlimactic storytelling. Then what happened? Naruto tuned out to Hei's tales and opted to strike up a conversation with the 2 teammates he actually liked. Well, Shikamaru, considering you beat 2 and I took care of their boss, I think it's safe to say they can't pull seniority on us anymore. Chi. Ray scoffed at this. Strength isn't all that matters, Uzumaki. What if you had gotten injured? Without a medic you would be done for. Luckily for you, that's when I step. Ray allowed herself a keen smirk of confidence, one Naruto found quite irksome. Right. You're even more troublesome when you hate, Naruto, Shikamaru pointed out between bites. Haters gonna hate, Naruto shrugged and dug in. They continued to talk some more as they ate, but Naruto grew annoyed with Hei's and his impure intentions with Iam. The looks and gesture and shameless flirting were getting to him, thus decided to put a stop to it. So, Iam, how about you and I go out crack? With swift, precise movement, Naruto kicked a leg on Hei's stool in a strategic area, breaking it and causing Hei's to fall backwards. Whoa! Hei's flapped his arms but to no avail as he fell on his back. Ouf! He grunted. It happened so fast Iam's civilian's eyes couldn't keep up. Hayase-san, are you okay? Iam turned to walk around the counter but Naruto held up his extended hand to Hei's and who looked at him suspiciously. Naruto pulled Hei's up by the hand and applied some pressure to his grip, speaking so low only Hei's could hear. If I catch you hitting on her again like she's some random girl you can sleep with and never speak to again, I'll break your arms. Got it? Got it? Hei's swallowed thickly and pulled another stool. Naruto caught an approving nod from Tucci, who had noticed what happened and mouthed, "Don't mention it," to the ramen chef as he brought him complimentary bowl. Iam, come help me in the back will you? Tucci took his daughter by the hand and went it to the kitchen. His daughter cast on last lingering look but complied anyway. What's up with you? Hei's clenched and unclenched his hand a few times. Protective much, Uzumaki. I've known her since I was a kid, Naruto told him. In other words, she's off limits to you, got it. And if you think I was kidding, just wink at her and see what happens. Naruto's tone was casual, but nothing indicated his threats were empty. Ray smiled slightly, glad Hei's finally got put in his place for once. Let's just enjoy our meal. She changed the subject just in case Hei's got stupid enough to call Naruto on his threat. So, Hei's looked uneasy but pressed on anyway. How did you get Gamabunta to let you summon him, Naruto? Hell, how did you manage to summon the other one? Naruto slurped the last few of his noodles. Technically speaking, I'm not the boss of Gamabunta. Naruto paused pragmatically and hung his head as he sweat dropped, shame and humility settling in on his demeanor. He sees me as his subordinate. The Toads run their clan like a Yakuza and Gamabunta's the boss. When I turn 21, I need to share a drink with Gamabunta to officiate our bond for life. Hayes burst out laughing and even Ray and Shikamaru joined him. The tension air was instantly lifted with the hilarious revelation. It's not that funny, Naruto sighed. You got any idea how hard it's gonna be to find enough sake for him? We're talking at least 6 to 10 barrels here. For 1 cup. You can always water it down, Hayes suggested. He warned me about that. Naruto shivered. I'd still like to retain the use of my limbs for the time being, so no thanks. What about the other frog? Hayes asked. Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. Please. They're toads, and unless you want to get squashed to death the next time you see them, you'll remember that. Hayes chuckled, thinking he was joking, and Naruto continued. The other toad you saw was Gamahiro. He's one of Gamabunta's subordinates, and now he's my familiar. Shikamaru was impressed. So he'll fight on your behalf now. Naruto nodded and Shikamaru gave him an appreciative look. I should sign my clan summoning contract. That'll make fighting considerably less troublesome. What animal does your clan have? Ray asked, now genuinely interested. Deer, Shikamaru replied. Naruto sniggered. Deer? They're better than amphibians, toad boy, Shikamaru shot back. My clan tends deer and collects their antlers for medicinal uses, Shikamaru elaborated, to which Hayes and Ray nodded. Well, Ray and I aren't as lucky as you, so we've applied for summoning licenses. I'm hoping to sign Konoha's Hawk summon contract. What about you, Ray-chan? Naruto asked. Buzzards, she curtly replied. They're smaller but more agile. They'll probably take less chakra to summon than hawks, so that's another advantage. Especially for a medic. You guys can't just squander your chakra, Naruto nodded in understanding. Like you would understand, Ray mocked. You have more chakra than all of us combined. I'd say it's not even human. Naruto shrugged and pushed himself off the counter. I'm calling it a day. We've got debriefing tomorrow, so I'll see you guys then. Later, Naruto, said Hayes jovially. A little too jovially. This prompted Naruto to turn around with a final death glare that foretold a world of pain should the perverted swordsman make a move on Iam. Remember, no fly zone, Hayes. Naruto stuffed his hands in his pockets and parted the high curtains as he left the ramen bar. He was halfway down the street when Ray caught up with him. Naruto. Naruto, he repeated bemused. What happened to Uzumaki? He made a point of mimicking Ray's detached tone. What you want? Ray's eyebrow twitched, but she got on with it. This summoning scroll. Can you teach me how to summon ferrets? Oh, so that's what that creature was. A ferret? Naruto tapped his fist in his palm with a dawning expression, as though a light bulb had turned on above his head. I thought it was a lemur. So, can you teach me how to summon? Ray asked again. It was evident in her body language she wasn't too big on asking people for help, and Naruto picked up on it when he gave her the scroll. She was like him in that sense. Sure, I'll teach you how to summon ferrets. Right, ferrets. I'll teach you how to summon them, but you owe me. I don't run a charity here, Naruto said with a smirk. Ray smiled too. I wouldn't have it any other way, Uzumaki. Naruto. Ray shook her head slowly and Naruto kicked the dirt. Of course not. See you later, Ray-chan. Don't call me that. Her complaint fell on deaf ears as Naruto strode down the road back to his apartment. The following day, Briefing Room 1, Naruto and Shikamaru met up outside of the Hokage Tower the next morning, still somewhat tired, but they couldn't complain too much. With Tsurugaku out of commission, it was unlikely for them to be sent on missions outside of Konoha. Had a good night's sleep? Shikamaru asked as they entered the tall cylinder-shaped Hokage Tower. Naruto shrugged and stifled a yawn. What's with the small talk, Shika? He hadn't slept much at all actually, having stayed up late into the night reading up on Fuinjutsu and practicing lightning chakra applications with a handful of clones in his apartment. You look tired. So do you. I was just making conversation, Nara shrugged. Naruto wasn't buying it and he grinned knowingly and Shikamaru caught it, prompting him give in. I spoke to my old man last night. You want my help on summoning deer, don't you? Naruto interrupted. You're probably tired because for once you actually stayed up all night to practice, but you haven't gotten anywhere, have you? From Shikamaru's body language, he could tell he had hit the nail on the head as the lazy genius stuffed his hands in his pockets with a shrug and nodded. "It's tougher than I thought," Shikamaru admitted with an begrudging tone. "Why didn't you ask your old man for help?" Naruto asked as they turned a corner past the reception. "He said was too busy to teach me how to do it himself, but he let me sign the contract last night. He said not to worry about the tribute though, whatever that means." Naruto adopted a thoughtful look and rubbed his chin. "I don't know about deer, but whenever I summon Gamabunta's kids they expect food, so whatever it is deer usually expect, you probably don't have to provide it since your dad is the holder of the contract, right?" Naruto stretched his arms above his head, curving his neck slightly. "Right," Shikamaru agreed. "So will you teach me how to summon?" Naruto furrowed his brows. "I'm not exactly qualified to teach anyone, Shika. Ray asked me the same thing last night and I told her I'd help, but I'm not sure if I'm the right person to talk to. Maybe you should wait till your dad's got the time to do it himself." Ray's got a summoning contract. Shikamaru's genius caught on quick and he slowly nodded. "The summoning contract Kajiri had, you gave it to her." "What?" Naruto shrugged. "Why not? It's not like I could use it. Have you got any idea how much a summoning contract is worth? Why didn't you hand it over?" Again, the Shadow Wizard's genius was lagging behind. "I see, sir." "Correct." Naruto nodded as they turned another corner to the briefing hall. Shikamaru sighed. "You could have handed it in yourself and gotten all the credit." "That's not why I gave it to Ray though." "Then why did you?" Shikamaru raised a curious eyebrow, stuffing his hands in his pockets. "You're not following in Heise's footsteps, are you?" Naruto took affront to the comment. "How dare you?" he said in a mocking tone. "Of course not. Chasing girls might be fun, but my chances with any girl here are pretty slim. I mean, considering my reputation," Naruto quickly added. He had gone and spoken without thinking and nearly said something he shouldn't have. "Probably." Shikamaru massaged the back of his neck as they came to a stop in front of briefing room 1. A round of applause went by as Naruto and Shikamaru pushed through the door. Their peers of the Niju Shotai and a few others they hadn't seen before were standing and clapping, some even whistled and made other celebratory noises. "Congratulations you two." Their platoon leader Kizu Enro approached them and placed a paw-like hand on their shoulders. "You two have done great work since you joined the platoon. I'm sure before long we'll lose you to other departments, but for the time being you are rookies no more. You've earned these." Enro held up triangular pieces of white cloth with red circles in the middle, with Niju Sho embroiled in gold-colored weave. "Wear 'em with pride, boys." Enro patted his bicep to indicate a similar cloth of his own. "I made 'em myself. All of the season members in my platoon get one." Naruto was swept into a throng of his colleagues, all of whom wanted to shake his hand and pat him on the shoulder and ask him about his latest mission as though he were some superhero. The cloth nearly slipped out of his fingers as Naruto felt a wave of humility, happiness and euphoria and hundreds of other emotions he couldn't register wash over him. He had never been the center of attention like this. He had never been thought of as one of the formidable, dependable, respectable guys in the group. For the first time in his life, Naruto felt truly acknowledged. He felt as though he had achieved a lifelong dream, and in a sense, Naruto realized he had. There were probably no more than 40 shinobi in the briefing room, but Naruto felt as though he had just won over the entire village, and it felt great. Hell yeah. Naruto punched the air with the cloth still in his hand. His colleagues cheered and joined him in his chants whilst Shikamaru slid into the background with a content grin, leaning against a wall to tie the cloth around his thigh whilst Naruto recounted tales of his battle against Kajiri. "Heise here tells me you summoned Gamabunta. Is that true?" asked Midori, a seasoned chunin Naruto knew to a member of team. Several others nodded as well, wanted to know the answer to that question themselves. "It's not as big of a deal as you think it is," Naruto shrugged modestly. It was childish, despicable even perhaps, but he enjoyed the praises he got for his modesty. "Shikamaru here took out at least 2, isn't that right, Shikamaru?" "Leave me out of this," the lazy genius responded curtly, getting a round of boisterous laughter. "Hey, Uzumaki, now that you took care of this hotshot IWA Nuke Nin, It doesn't sound so crazy anymore when people say you defeated Sabaku no Gaara, said another Chunin whom Naruto barely knew. Naruto frowned. He didn't exactly want to get into that right now. Not to misunderstand, Naruto was glad people were starting to believe him, but he didn't want to distract from the team effort he had experienced in Tanzakagai. Yeah, let's not talk about that. Come on. Why not? Shouted another. Enro cleared his throat loudly. Alright, that's enough. We still have work to do, so get back to your seats for briefing. Naruto exhaled deeply and took his seat next Shikamaru with a grin and a nod to Rei and Hayes, who had also clearly gotten some of the credit, judging by their dispositions. So this is what acknowledgement feels like on a larger scale, Naruto thought. It usually took me so long to get acknowledged by just one person, but this is something else. Today is a good day for the Niju Shotai of Border Patrol, boys and girls, Kizu announced with a broad smile as he stood behind the lectern. This morning I was handed a large document on a new, international criminal organization known as Akatsuki. Kizu gave pause for comments. There were none. The Akatsuki are shrouded in mystery. We know very little of its origins, its leaders, or even their motives. What we do know, however, is this: they are as big as it gets to criminal activity, and they've been around for quite some time. Kizu picked up a remote from the lectern and nodded to one of his assistants stand by the door, who closed it and turned off the lights as the second assistant in the back finished setting up a old and battered-looking carousel slide projector. The room went dark and Kizu began suching past slides with his remote. They are involved in everything, and when I say everything, I mean everything, people. Drags, weapons, SLV trade, contract killing, mercenary work, civil war, you name it, they're involved. How come this the first time we've heard of them if they're so big? Asked a Chunin sat a row behind Naruto. Please keep all questions to yourself until I say otherwise, Kizu frowned. But to answer your question, the reason why we haven't heard of the Akatsuki until now is due to their secrecy. The leading figures of Akatsuki have avoided detection for years through their highly secretive method. In truth, most of the criminal organizations we know of now are a part of Akatsuki one way or another. As crazy as it sounds, that's the truth. For years the Akatsuki have been silently taking over and subordinating criminal organizations all over the world. Up until recently, however, they've started to act more openly and have become a serious threat to our homeland, which is exactly why we have to deal with them. The slides moved to pictures of large freighters bearing in on others. Piracy, Kizu said simply. The Akatsuki has gotten so strong, they can effectively put a blockade on any given country on the coast. Our Marine Division took these photographs on the coast of Cha no Kuni, and as you can see in these slides, if you look closely at the ships, there's red clouds on the flags and on the sides of the ships. Correct, Kizu nodded. We believe red clouds are the symbol of the Akatsuki, a reference to the Red Dawn they speak of, by which we believe they mean a revolution, a new era that will be paid for in bloodshed. Though it is too early to tell, these Akatsuki may be more than simply an international criminal organization, and as you can see, we have limited information the Akatsuki as they have only recently started to set up operations in Hai no Kuni. It is for this reason and this reason only our platoon has been pulled off the scouting rotation and is tasked with investigating their presence. At the end of this briefing, all of you will be given a dossier on all of our current information on the aka rushed sounds outside of the briefing room interrupted Kizu. Naruto didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of dread as though something bad was about to happen. It was suddenly as if all briefings were put to a stop as doors were slammed, people started to argue loudly outside, and a sense of panic spread. It wasn't until Naruto's slightly sensitive ears picked something up that he understood his clairvoyant sense of dread. Hokage-sama is down. What? That's impossible. Naruto stood up and began making his way to the door. By now everyone else had heard too. What the F is going on? Hokage-sama is down. One of the Chunin shouted as Naruto ran past him. He hadn't even noticed he was running. They all began to shout as every began talking at once, and even their platoon leader was in apparent shock as he didn't shout them down or notice Naruto running out of the room. Shikamaru called after him, but Naruto wasn't listening. Impossible, Naruto repeated the thought over and over in his mind like a mantra as he continued to run. The old man was fine the last time I saw him. There's no way he would just collapse. It has to be a stupid rumor or a misunderstanding. And yet Naruto continued to run as though his life depended on it. The reception to the Hokage Tower was packed with shinobi and councilmen, all of whom were loudly demanding to know where the Hokage was. Naruto pushed past them to reception and saw Izumo and Kotatsu shouting back at the crowd. Hokage-sama was taken to the hospital by his ANBU detail due to an asphyxiation attack. Kotatsu shouted over the loud demands. We don't know what caused it, nor do we know his current condition. Before you all decide to rush over to the hospital, the captain of his ANBU detail requested me to remind you that they will not allow any non-essential visits once the Hokage is stabilized. He also clarified the council will have to invoke Clause 4 and take over village proceedings until further notice. It must be his injuries from fighting Orochimaru. Let the council take over. They're the ones that caused this. They rushed him into getting back to work so soon before his injuries healed properly. What are you talking about? The council is not to blame for any of this. Of course you would say that. What's that supposed to mean, huh, yesterday? The arguments fell on deaf ears. Everything did. Naruto felt as though he was walking underwater. He didn't hear anything. He could only feel his own gripping fear that the one person who had always loved him unconditionally was slipping away. The one man he respected more than anyone else, loved more than anyone else, was dying. Naruto turned around again and ran outside the Hokage Tower and headed to the hospital. He didn't care if he would have to fight the entire ANBU department himself. He was going to see his grandfather before it was too late. Konoha Hospital. Naruto was breathing heavily by the time he arrived at the hospital. He leaned onto the counter with sweat running down the side of his head as he rasped between breaths. I need to see the Hokage immediately. The middle-aged receptionist shook her head. No visitors are authorized, she said coldly. It was a slap in the face compared to the warmth Naruto had felt when he earned his cloth less than an hour ago. What are you out of all people doing here anyway? Leave before I call security. Crack. Naruto's fist sunk 3 inches into the counter. Don't give me that tiffy sheet, lady. Naruto shouted at her, spitting the profanities with venom. Where are you keeping the Hokage? I need to see him now. Like I said, filth. Naruto lunged over the counter and seized the receptionist by her robe and pulled her close with a snarl. Listen, Beach. I don't have time for your games. I need to see the old man. Tell me where he is or I'll force it out of you. Naruto had never threatened anyone like this, especially not a villager, but the situation was too grave for him to take the insults meekly. He was done with that the day he was promoted, and he was determined to make the people respect them, and if that didn't work, they would fear him. Security, the receptionist screamed. She trashed oddly in his grip, somewhat resembling a hawk. Naruto momentarily lost it and swung back his hand, readying it to strike woman when he felt a sudden resistance. Naruto's eyes widened as he found himself staring into a white porcelain mask of an ANBU operative. Uzumaki. Naruto, come with me. Naruto glared at the masked shinobi, pulling his hand back with a sudden JRK of his shoulder. Who are you? I am Rooster. You are here to see Hokage-sama, correct? The ANBU asked with monotone voice, to which Naruto nodded. Then simply come with me. Hokage-sama has authorized you to see him. Naruto paused for a moment and then nodded, to which the ANBU responded by placing a hand on his shoulder and instantly shining them away. Naruto's head spun momentarily, but he bit through the pain, refusing to show his disorientation, and followed the ANBU, matching his brisk pace down the closed-off section of the hospital. For the most part, the entire floor was cast in shadows, but there was a bright light coming from the end of the hall, likely the Hokage's room. What happened? Naruto asked, feeling an eerie sense he was being watched by more than just one pair of eyes. I heard he had an asphyxiation attack in his office, that he was unable to breathe, and you had to rush him here for an emergency operation. Was it successful? It was indeed, replied Rooster shortly. Naruto wasn't assured. So, he'll be okay. Rooster gave no reply and stopped right in front of the room where 2 ANBU operators were stationed. Here we are. Naruto reached for the doorknob, his heart in his throat, and turned it as he pushed through and walking into a spacious room. Naruto's eyes immediately fell on the aged Hokage, hooked onto a respirator and several other large and complicated-looking machines. To his right were a doctor and a nurse. Strange, Naruto would have thought if he hadn't realized the frail old man must have gone through extensive surgery in which technology, not medical jutsu, was used. Naruto. Naruto's eyes finally fell up on the tall, broad-shouldered and imposing figure of none other than Jiraiya. Erosenin. The perverted hermit for once didn't twitch at the nickname. "What are you doing here?" Naruto asked, approaching the foot of the bed. "I was once his student, you know," Jiraiya reminded him, to which Naruto gave a small nod, fully understanding the Toad Sage now. Naruto forced himself to look away from the Hokage. He didn't like seeing him so weak, but it was hard not to look, even if he was strapped up to dozens of tubes and a respirator that covered his entire body. "What happened?" Naruto's tone was almost demanding. "I was in briefing downstairs when I heard about it. Is he going to be okay?" Jiraiya sighed and nodded to the doctor, who then gave a dry cough and read from his chart. Hokage-sama was admitted with a severe case of asphyxiation and liver failure. The surgery was a success and he stabilized for the time being, but he may never be able to channel chakra again. What? Naruto hissed. "You're telling me he'll have to step down?" "His injuries are quite serious, Uzumaki-san." Of course he knew who Naruto was. At his age, his body was already deteriorating to the point he could no longer make use of the large chakra reservoirs he once commanded in his youth. His body simply can't keep up with it, and he has slowly become less and less powerful, losing more and more chakra over the years through age and natural muscle degeneration. We refer to this condition as chakra degeneration. It is a quite simple but rare condition, as not many shinobi live to reach 70. "What are you talking about?" Naruto shouted at the man. "The old man is the strongest shinobi in the village, the world even. How could be so strong if he's been suffering of this chakra degeneration CRP you're talking about?" Jiraiya walked over and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "The doctor knows what he's talking about, Naruto. Enma, the old man's personal summon, came by earlier and told me what happened during his fight with Orochimaru. Like I suspected, it was pitiful compared to what Sensei was capable of in his prime. Had it been a different situation, Naruto would have been shocked to find out summons could travel to the human world on their own accord, but unfortunately this was not a different situation. Oh, Orochimaru. That happened months ago. What are you saying it was the old man's injuries from the fight that caused this?" Jiraiya said nothing, merely casting his gaze to the doctor. "I thought you said he was here because of his chakra degeneration." The medical professional adjusted his glasses and shook his head. "Not quite. The injuries Hokage-sama suffered in his battle with Orochimaru hadn't had proper time to heal due to Hokage-sama returning to work so soon. The biopsy results came back and we detected a string of highly toxic poison, most likely delivered through the puncture wounds in the Hokage's chest from a poison blade. We didn't catch it the first time around because, well, to be quite frank, it is an ingenious piece of work." "The F? Did you just say, document?" Naruto looked like was about to throw a punch at the doctor, but Jiraiya held him in his place with a firm grip on his shoulder. "You might want to rephrase that," Jiraiya warned calmly, also looking none too pleased. "Of course, my apologies. What I meant to say was that the poison or virus really developed over time like a leech. So far, our research has concluded that the virus feeds on the chakra and life energy of the host. A shinobi's body would be the perfect incubator due to its developed chakra pathways and reservoirs. Coupled with Hokage-sama's chakra degeneration, this virus will only deal more damage. The less chakra in the body, the faster it can break it down." "Can you fix it?" Jiraiya asked calmly. The doctor gave a long and pointedly pause. "I'm afraid not. This type of ailment may be slowed down by dialysis sessions and short-term remedies, but it is quite unlikely anything I have ever seen before. You may want to call in a medical ninja. Perhaps they are the better suited doctors for Hokage-sama's condition." "No," Jiraiya said immediately. "There's only one person that could possibly fix this." The doctor caught on immediately. "Ah yes, but unfortunately she left the village quite a few years ago." "What? Who are you two talking about? This wasn't a good time for Naruto be out of the loop, if there ever was any time. Who are you talking about, Ero Sennin? This woman, she can heal the old man. Jiraiya rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression and eyes fixated on the frail body of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maybe, but if anyone can, it's gotta to be her. I'm confident that she could save his life. Jiraiya nodded a few times. She cured countless poisons and viruses in her career. The problem is going to be to find her though. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He felt rather annoyed with Jiraiya. They knew the solution to their problem. Why was he wasting time? Then what are we waiting for? He checked his pouch and nodded to himself. He still had all of his equipment sealed up. If you say she could help, then let's go find her. We can leave right now. Jiraiya appeared genuinely taken back by the determined look in Naruto's eyes, and after a moment he sighed and then smiled. I wouldn't have had it any other way, kid. Jiraiya. Naruto's response died in his throat as they both looked to the door where an elderly man and woman stood side by side. Naruto could vaguely remember seeing them on occasion when he went to visit the old man back when he was still a kid. Jiraiya seemed to know who they were. Koharu Hamura? Still as impudent as ever, Koharu remarked snidely as they strode into the room. What is he doing here, Jiraiya? Hiruzen is in grave condition. He has no business here. Rooster brought him up, so he must have been authorized by the old man. Hard to believe he put you two on the list though, Jiraiya added with a subtle glare. What are you two doing here anyway? Come to pay your respects already. That joke is in poor taste, Jiraiya, rebuked Hamura in his gruff voice. We were once his teammates, and now we are his personal advisors. Of course we would be here. Jiraiya looked to the unconscious Hokage for a moment. Well, knock yourselves out. Naruto and I were just leaving. Ah yes. You are about to embark on a search for Tsunade then. Hamura inferred. You heard that? My privacy seals must be getting sloppy, Jiraiya frowned. You can't stop me, he said after another moment of tense silence. What would make you think we would want to stop you? Koharu challenged with an audible disdain in her voice. We did not hear of your plans, but we had anticipated them. It so happens we want you to retrieve Tsunade. That would be in the best interest of the village. She looked to her partner and he nodded to her reassuringly. And why is that? Naruto spoke up for the first time. Both elders looked upon him at once, disdain in their eyes. Isn't it obvious, Naruto? Jiraiya's tone grew cold as ice. They want us to bring Tsunade back so they can replace the old man with her. No way! Naruto shouted with an angry glare directed at the two advisors. You can't do that. That hat belongs to the old man. We can and we are, Hamura responded coolly. Know your place, Uzumaki. This does not concern a Chunin. Ideally, of course, he then added as he directed his gaze to Jiraiya, you would have been our candidate for the seat of Hokage, but... You know I tell you to shove it up your collective buttes, you and whoever else supported you, Jiraiya finished without missing a beat. Well, good luck with getting Tsunade to accept the job because you'd have a much easier time convincing Orochimaru to take it. Jiraiya, Koharu said sternly. Naruto had to admire Jiraiya's guts. He was talking down to two of the most powerful people in Hai no Kuni without so much as batting an eyelash. Naruto wondered how Tsurugaku would have handled the situation. That almost brought a smile to his face. Almost. Fine, I'll ask her when I see her, but if she doesn't take the job you will, Koharu interrupted coolly. I will. Jiraiya challenged aggressively. It was rather an odd sight for Naruto to see Jiraiya act like, "Whoa. And what gave you that bright idea, you old bat?" Koharu smiled smugly with a knowing expression. Because you are your MSDR student, she said simply. You may have traveled for years and refused countless of summons, but when there's trouble home you always come back running, Jiraiya. That is why you came back to warn Hiruzen of the invasion, and it is why you are here, by his side now. You wouldn't be able to live with yourself if you disappointed him, would you? Koharu glanced at her former teammate. In some ways, you are still the same needy little boy you were all those years ago. Naruto's breath hitched. He could feel the tension rise, and it was as if the room temperature fell far below zero. After what seemed an eternity, Jiraiya finally conceded. Fine. I'll try to convince her to take the job, as impossible as that may be. Good, Hamura said with a dry cough, reminding Naruto vaguely of an elderly Suruga. I'll prepare a team of ANBU. That won't be necessary, Jiraiya cut off, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I'll be taking this brat with me. If we're going to do this, we're going to do this my way. Jiraiya, Koharu began. The Toad Sage didn't back down on this one though. Look, if you send a team of ANBU to retrieve Tsunade, you're just asking for trouble. The last time we spoke, she was pretty rusty, but she can still handle herself better than most. To be blunt, I don't think you can afford to have an entire ANBU team out of commission. An entire ANBU team. This Tsunade can't be that strong, can she? It was mind-boggling to even think of the possibility someone could be that strong. From the way they were talking, Naruto got the impression this Tsunade lady could take on even Jiraiya. Hey, Ero-Sennin, this Tsunade lady is pretty strong then. The strongest, Jiraiya affirmed. She was my teammate along with Orochimaru when we were the old man students. Hamura sneered at Naruto's lack of knowledge. This is who you choose as a student. This is the fool you picked over all others we recommended to you to sign the Toad summoning contract. Jiraiya, I must say, you disappoint me. Jiraiya opened his mouth to say something, but Naruto beat him to it. Hey, old man. Old man. Hamura repeated incredulously. Do you have any idea who you are? You're fired? Jiraiya burst out laughing, and so did the doctor, as Koharu and Hamura shared quizzical expressions. Excuse me? Koharu demanded. You're not excused, Naruto responded. A few years from now, if you haven't kicked the bucket by then, and I'm looking at you to go first, Granny, consider yourselves fired when I put on that Hokage hat, Naruto declared with cavalier bravado. Neither of you have faith in the old man, even though you're supposed to know him better than anyone else. When I'm the Hokage, I'm giving both of you the boot, and believe me, that won't take as long as you think. Before either of the flabbergasted advisors could respond, Jiraiya tugged Naruto along by his sleeve. Let's go, Naruto, we've got a long journey ahead of us, said the Toad Sage. Don't send anyone to follow us, you won't like what happens if you do. The door slammed shut with a bang. That boy may be the spitting image of him, but he has her personality, said Hamura. Unfortunately, he is nowhere near as talented as his father. Hamura shook his head. I believe it is yet too early to tell, Ko. He may very well surpass him one day, if his determination is anything to go by. Such nonsense does not become you, Hamura, Koharu snorted derisively. And then they too left the room. Autumn was approaching later than usual in Hai no Kuni. It was that time of the year when the vistas were only just starting to adapt to the climate change, and the weather got noticeably chillier, and the sun was going down earlier than it did during the summer. Wind bellowed leaves past Naruto and Jiraiya as they walked down the dirt road in the countryside forestry for what seemed hours on end, embarked on a quest to retrieve none other than the legendary Kunoichi, Senju Tsunade, granddaughter of the Shodai Hokage, and quite possibly the only person in the world that could save Sarutobi Hiruzen. So where did you say we were going again? Naruto asked, detaching his canteen from his utility belt and taking a sip of refreshing water. They had been traveling for 11 days now, journeying from town to town, city to city, in search of Tsunade the Slug Sannin, said to be the greatest healer in the world. It was she, who Jiraiya believed to be the only capable of saving the Sandame's life. Just keep doing that exercise I showed you, Jiraiya told him, not particularly answering his question and chucking a water balloon over his shoulder. Naruto frowned, but deftly caught the water balloon in his free hand and gripped onto it. What kind of chakra control exercise is this anyway? I've been trying for days, but the DMN thing won't pop. Can't I just use clones to do it for me? It'd sure as hell cut down the time process. No, Jiraiya replied sternly, as he had done so many times before when posed with the question. Now get cracking, we still got a long way ahead of us. You know, this isn't like anything I expected when you told me you were going to be teaching me stuff, Naruto complained as he channeled his chakra into the water balloon, willing it to burst. It was much harder than it sounded, popping a water balloon with chakra. And though Jiraiya had yet to tell him what this chakra exercise was for, Naruto persevered, intent on finding it out on his own. He had nothing but time to kill anyway, as they journeyed to their destinations on foot. My team is going to be sad at me when I get back. I don't think they know what happened to me. Then again, why would they know? You said this was a secret or ranked mission, didn't you? Naruto didn't know why retrieving a Hokage candidate wasn't a ranked mission. He seriously could have used the money and the distinction on his file. That would definitely PSS off Surugu. Jiraiya didn't respond and kept walking. Naruto would have liked nothing better than to pelt Jiraiya with the water balloon, but he had been given the impression this exercise was too important for him to wasting the balloons on such childish escapades. And so the young Jinchuriki continued to channel chakra through the balloon and tried to manipulate the water inside of the balloon to explode. Try spinning, Jiraiya suggested after a while. Spinning. Naruto repeated. All right. Naruto conceded after another moment of silence. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath as he exercised as much possible control over his chakra as he channeled it into the balloon. Spin the minute. Naruto almost jumped as he felt the water spin in the water balloon rapidly. I did it, I'm doing it. Naruto hadn't expected to be this excited over achieving some progression, but he was. Now to up the chakra output. With a snapping sound the water balloon burst and Naruto's right hand felt wet. Hell yeah, it worked. He punched the air and Jiraiya shot him an approving smile over his shoulder. So what now, Ero-senin? Just keep practicing. Jiraiya threw another water balloon over his shoulder. And stop calling me that, you're cramping my style. What style? Naruto mocked. Perving on girls less than half your age. Right, that style. Would it pain you so much to show a little respect? Jiraiya complained, hanging his head as they continued down the dirt road. You got any idea what people would give to be my apprentice? Seriously, you're the luckiest kid in Konoha to have me as your Naruto's eyes fell into a deadpan stare. Yeah, I'm sure everyone would just love being thrown down a ravine at random. That wasn't at random, Jiraiya said defensively. And in case you forgot, you can draw out the Kyuubi's chakra and summon toads now. Have you got any idea how tough it is to get a summoning contract, let alone one with the toads? Naruto rubbed his chin. You know, Shikamaru said the same thing when I gave away a summoning contract. Jiraiya face-planted mid-stride but quickly got to his feet. You gave away a summoning contract. Naruto nodded, to which the sage cried out in frustration. You've got to be kidding me. When Naruto shook his head, Jiraiya face-bombed. Just tell me what animal contract was it and how many people signed it. Ferrets, and just one person signed it. I took it off him after I killed him, Naruto said with a shrug. Why is this such a big deal anyway? Truth be told, Naruto couldn't care less for the summoning contract to ferrets. As far as he was concerned, they were stupid, good-for-nothing tube-shaped rats anyway. Besides, it put him in Ray's good books and that couldn't hurt, could it? If it were a summoning contract to something cool, like wolves or hawks, I'd keep it for myself. Jiraiya let out an exasperated sigh, his shoulders slumped and shaking his head repeatedly. Why did I pick this idiot to be my student? He whined out loud, to which Naruto bristled with indignation. Look, Naruto, summoning contracts vary in rarity and value, but if you find one and there's an off chance you don't want to sign it or don't know what to do with it, just keep it for yourself. If not for the additional summons, do it for the cash. Unless you're swimming in Rio bills, I'd sell the contract or donate it to Konoha. You'd probably get some compensation for it if you did that, and it would look great on your record. And believe me when I say, if you want to be a somebody in our line of work, you had better have an impressive record. Naruto was starting to regret his act of altruism. So the ferret contract, do you think it would have been worth a lot of money if I kept it for myself? Naruto asked, almost not wanting to hear the answer. You bet, Jiraiya confirmed his fears. Ferrets may be small but they're fast and make great messengers. And spies. And if it was signed by only one person, phew. You could have made some big bucks of it, kiddo. Remember that the next time you happen to stumble on a summoning contract or anything else that looks like it might be of significant value. Looking out for comrades is fine and all, but unless they can return the favor, don't be handing them jutsu when you sure as could use it yourself, and if not, the money. For the next 5 minutes Naruto slapped his forehead, muttering, stupid, 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 over and over like a mantra. Oh, how he had come to regret his decision to let Ray have the summoning contract. He could have used that money to pay his rent and buy some more equipment, maybe buy himself some other niceties like another cloak or trench coat similar to the white one he was wearing now. One Jiraiya had pretty much forced him to buy one on their way out of Konoha because of the chilly weather, and so Naruto forked out 4,000 Ryo too for a white, short-sleeved trench coat and a beige cloak. Naruto had also been forced to put away his flak jacket and headband to avoid suspicion and now wore a navy blue turtleneck. Don't sweat it too much, kid, at least you've now learned a valuable lesson, Jiraiya told him. Let's speed it up, we're almost at Otafikagai. It's not as big as Tanzukagai, but it's got a significant amount of casinos, so the old lady might be there. Naruto's sweat dropped. You know, there's something seriously wrong with powerful shinobi. All the strong ones I've met have some weird FTSH or habit. I mean you, Kakashi Sensei, and the old man are perverts. Orochimaru has some weird obsession with snakes and Sasuke, and this old lady Tsunade is a gambling addict. Then there was Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza was completely insane and Haku was a crossdresser. And don't even get me started on Gaara, that guy is hands down the most disturbing person I've met. He almost makes Orochimaru look normal. We all have to cope somehow, Jiraiya shrugged indifferently. Some just don't cope as well as others and they go a little crazy. As for me, like many others in our profession, I cope with drinking and getting laid. Naruto was taken aback by his blunt response. Watch it, you're getting old too, you know. You don't want to break your hip or something, Naruto chuckled awkwardly. He wasn't too big on the topic of SEC, especially not with someone as old as Jiraiya. I write too, you know. Jiraiya once again shrugged. And maybe you should try getting laid sometime, it's good for getting the edge off. I mean, if you go to the ANBU showers, they're usually, right, Naruto interrupted before he learned some things he could never unlearn again. I'm just going to go ahead and forget you said that to me, a 13-year-old who isn't even allowed to legally drink yet. Jiraiya shrugged. Suit yourself. Days later, Otafikagai. Well, looks like that was another dead end, Naruto stated. They were on the outskirts of Otafikagai, heading into the direction of Tanzukagai, which Naruto hoped to be able to explore properly this time around. If there was one positive thing about this mission, aside from the fact he got to spend time with Jiraiya, learn new things and get a ranked mission pay for it man, he had it good. It was that Naruto got to do a lot of sightseeing, something he hadn't been able to do previously on scout rotations even though that usually took him all over the country. Jiraiya was holding a map of Hai no Kuni and a pen. Yep, the Sannin crossed of Otafikagai as he had done with 7 other cities Tsunade had been sighted at. My informants weren't wrong though. She was here. That completely wrecked bar was definitely her handiwork. She's probably headed to Tanzukagai, so we'll need to make sure to step on it before we miss her there too. Naruto groaned. I'm definitely going to apply for a summoning contract when we get back, he said to the older shinobi. Being able to fly from destination to destination beats the hell out of walking all the time. I'd run it by Gamabunta first, Jiraiya advised him with a serious expression. Even the legendary Jiraiya walked on eggshells around the Toad Chief. It was rather hilarious in one sense and downright frightening in another. You don't want to upset the Toads, Naruto. They're one of the few summoning kin that don't divide in clans amongst themselves. If you PSS off the Toads, you PSS off all the Toads and that is never good. Naruto was perplexed. Hold on, summons have their own clans. Of course they do. Jiraiya replied as though it was the most logical thing in the world. We have clans, don't we? We have different countries and villages. What makes you think summons are any different? It was a solid point he was making. Summons aren't that different from us, Naruto. We use them to fight, but they can use to help them too. Not too long ago there was a war amongst hawks that even got the Toads involved, so Gamabunta took me to them to settle this dispute. Gamabunta did that. Of course he did, I'm the Toad Sage, Naruto, Jiraiya reminded him. Naruto still wasn't too sure on what that meant as Jiraiya had often been referred to by the title but it was never explained to him. Whatever that means, Naruto commented under his breath. Jiraiya heard him. It's part of my responsibility as Toad Sage to be involved in matters like that. Don't worry though, Jiraiya grinned in a way that made Naruto uncomfortable. One day soon I'll explain everything to you, my dear student, because when the time is right you will replace me and take over all of my duties, allowing me to finally return to the wonderful life of excessive drinking and copious amounts of section. Hey! I never agreed to that. Should have read the fine print in the summoning scroll you signed, Gaki. Naruto did not realize this was a joke. What fine print? It was a few hours later and they were still traveling on foot. They had caught up with a flock of travelers on the road, and one of them who recognized Jiraiya humbly requested they escort them to their destination. Coincidentally, they were also on their way to Tenzukagai. Can't thank you enough, said the gray-haired flock leader for the umpteenth time. These parts have been getting more and more dangerous over the last few months. Ronin and all kinds of some now dwell these parts. The merchant sighed with a despondent shake of his head. Konoha once kept these roads safe, but ever since the invasion, it seems they've had it tougher than we thought. The post guards that protected these roads were pulled away, and the government hasn't responded to our calls for help. Jiraiya took a swing from the complimentary sake bottle they offered in return for their services. Bad times are coming for all of us, the Toad Sage told him. This may sound cruel, but Konoha serves as a military branch for our country's shinobi first and foremost. When it comes down to it, we're dedicated to more serious, pressing matters than securing roads. That is something the civilian authorities should be taking care of, not the shinobi. Of course, you're right, the merchant agreed with the despondent expression still on his face. You should continue lobbying for safe passage on these roads, though, Jiraiya advised, taking another swing from the bottle. Merchants make up a great deal of our economy, I believe. That we do, said the merchant, and with that he begged off as Jiraiya and Naruto dropped back further in the pack. I thought we were supposed to hurry up and find this old lady friend of yours? Naruto spoke at a tone so low only Jiraiya could hear him. He wasn't trying to be heartless, but he couldn't rid his mind of the image of Sarutobi on his deathbed. We need to find her before it's too late, Ero-sennin. Jiraiya's expression was ambiguous for a moment. Just keep practicing on water balloons, kid. Let me worry about the old man back home. The sage smiled reassuringly, though Naruto wasn't certain who Jiraiya was assuring. You're getting pretty good at popping those. Naruto frowned at Jiraiya. He still hadn't figured out what the point was of the exercise. What's that exercise for anyway? I keep asking you but you always give me some cryptic bullshit, and you're dimmin' right I'm getting good at popping those, Naruto added, retrieving a water balloon from his coat pocket and holding it up to Jiraiya. Just watch. Naruto channeled chakra through the orb and within seconds it burst open. See? You're right, Jiraiya agreed. It's almost child's play for you now, isn't it? Naruto nodded, prompting the sage to reach into his sleeveless red jacket pocket and withdraw a RBB ball, which he threw to Naruto in a bow. Here, play with that. Second part of the exercise. The goal is the same but you'll have to use a different method to make it pop. Naruto groaned. You've got to be kidding me, right? Jiraiya merely shook his head and Naruto looked down to the RBB ball in his hand. Alright, this shouldn't take me too long. That's the spirit, Jiraiya said approvingly. This better be worth it, Naruto warned, frowning as he found it frustratingly impossible to channel his chakra into RBB ball. Or I'm going to be set at you, big time. Oh, believe you me, it's well worth the trouble, kid. Well worth it. Jiraiya nodded a few times to make his point come across. They continued to travel with the flock of merchants for a while, albeit Naruto at a slower pace as he had to focus all of his efforts on destroying the RBB ball. Hours later, looks like they're stopping for a break, Jiraiya observed. That's fine by me. I could go for something to eat. How about you? The sage turned around only to realize Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Naruto! Jiraiya looked around and called out the blonde's name, getting a few stares and glances from the travelers, but he heard no reply from his student. You've got to be kidding me. Elsewhere, maybe I should just try and channel as much chakra as the DMN thing can handle. No, that doesn't sound like a bright idea. Naruto shook his head and decided to take a break and stowed the RBB ball into his pocket. Hey Jiraiya. As Naruto looked up he noticed with shock neither Jiraiya or any of the other travelers were around. What the F dash? Naruto opened and closed his eyes a few times and looked around. He soon deducted he must have wandered off or fallen behind whilst focusing all of his attention on completing the second stage of the exercise Jiraiya had set him. DMN it, Naruto swore. This was pretty DMN embarrassing even for him. And what was even worse, he had no idea where the hell he was or where Jiraiya was for that matter. You've got to be kidding, Naruto muttered as he set off into the direction he believed to be right. How did I even get lost? Man, this is embarrassing. Naruto wandered out aimlessly for a while before he lost his cool and punched a tree. Me, come on. He shouted so loudly a few birds nearby took to the skies in fear. Naruto took a few deep breaths and went over his options. He considered summoning Gamahiro for some help but decided against as it would have made him look like an idiot. Creating a legion of shadow clones to find Jiraiya seemed just as reckless and would probably attract unwanted attention, if any. Finally, with a sigh of defeat, Naruto decided to keep walking until he either found or was found by Jiraiya. Walking on his own gave him some time to think on matters he usually didn't ponder on or didn't want to ponder on. Naturally, the Hokage was first and foremost on his mind, followed by the short ceremony in which he and Shikamaru were inducted as true, seasoned members of the Niju Shotai, and lastly about the summoning scroll he gave away, an action he regretted but an eye-opener on his carelessness, something he was determined to work on. Naruto also thought about his old team and peers. He wondered what they were doing, whether they had changed much over the past few weeks. He hadn't seen Sakura since before he embarked on the mission to Tanzakugai. Strangely enough though, he missed Shikamaru more than her or Sasuke. It was as if he had outgrown the bonds he once had with team. It was rather disheartening in some ways but strangely empowering at the same time. Naruto chuckled, thinking of all the times he had competed with Sasuke for Sakura's affections and Kakashi's approval, though he always knew Sasuke had both from day one. Then Naruto remembered the words he had said to the last of the Uchiha the day after his promotion. "I'll see you at the top." And for a moment Naruto wondered what the top meant, leaving him to wonder out loud, I wonder what that BSTRD's up to. Undisclosed location in a dark cavern several hundred miles from Hi-no-Kuni's capital, there were 9 spectral figures standing in a circle, all of them with their hands in the ram hand seal. These 9 spectral figures were mere representations of their original bodies. Flickering, rainbow-colored silhouettes as they stood in silence. "All of you are here," said a cold voice, calculative and measured voice of the silhouette situated somewhat higher than the others. "Good, then this meeting can finally begin." "About fee time, don't you think, Dur?" said another spectral figure with a pointed glance at another on the side of the ring. "We had to wait 3 FNG hours for you 2 shitheads." "It's not my fault Sasori no Dana is so slow," Dur responded, to which Sasori did not even bother to reply. "You two are always sitting late. Be quiet Haydn," ordered the figure next to Haydn. He was by far the tallest of the group and his deep voice had a tone of menace to it. Haydn made a scoffing noise. "If you, because you BSRD. Once we're done with this meeting, I'll FNG kill you." "Enough of this nonsense," spoke the voice from before. "We have important matters to discuss. Will you be able to keep your silence until it is over, Haydn?" The cold, calculative and measured voice had a threatening edge to it and Haydn fell silent immediately. "Yes, Leader-sama," he replied after a PRGNT pause, attempting to ignore Daidara's obnoxious sniggering. Pain paused for a moment until the cavern fell entirely still, and then he spoke in his cold, calculative and measured voice. "Konoha has begun to notice our operations in Hi-no-Kuni, according to Sasori's spy network. I trust this information to be accurate. That is why from now on we must make sure we are particularly careful when we are in Hi-no-Kuni. In the past we had been able to rely on the secrecy of the shinobi villages to keep their dealings with us hidden. Unfortunately that time has come to an end. They know of our presence. We no longer have the luxury of moving freely. So, this means we'll have to slow down our plans. That's going to cost us more, Leader-sama," Kozu replied with clear irritation in his voice at the thought of spending unnecessary funds. "You appointed me as the treasurer, so I believe I should inform you our funds are running low after building the bases in Shimo no Kuni and Cha no Kuni. Then there's the blockade on Cha no Kuni, it's costing us more than predicted. I am well aware, Kuzu, Pain replied. That is why I had Zetsu track down several high bounties and mission contracts. We will leave the Jinchuriki be for the time being. We are in no position to challenge the Great Five for the time being. What? Dera burst out. We're so close to snatching the Yanbi and you're going to make us back off now. Is that going to be a problem? Pain challenged. Deidara growled and reluctantly backed down. No, Leader-sama. Pain nodded and cast a panning gaze over the 8 other spectral figures, resting his purple and ripple-patterned eyes on spectral figures. One was nearly as tall as Kakuzu and carried a large weapon on his back, and the other's eyes were set in the fully matured Uchiha sight. Itachi, Kisame, you will need to back off from the QB for the time being. This goes for all of you. The Biju will be collected at a later date, is that understood? Yes, Leader-sama, replied the shorter of the two, to which his tall companion nodded. Pain then shifted his gaze back to the tallest of the 9. Kakuzu, have your men dissolve the blockade on Cha no Kuni. The surrounding nations are becoming restless and are rallying together in fear. Mizu's daimyo, related to Cha no Kuni's royal house by BLD, has now promised a navy to be upon their shores by the end of this week. It has become abundantly clear this entire operation is more troublesome than it is profitable. Where shall I move the fleet? That is up to your discretion, Pain answered. Then shifting his gaze to the oddest shaped of silhouettes, Pain said, Zetsu, any news of Orochimaru? It is imperative that we retrieve the ring he took with him. He's quite difficult to track, Leader-sama, Zetsu reported. The last time we saw him, we managed to deal some damage but he got away, added a second voice, emanating from the same source. Will you have us try again, Leader-sama? We are quite confident we will not fail this time. White Zetsu's counterpart sniggered ominously. One of our spies in his camp has reported he is on his way to recruit his former teammate, Tsunade of Sannin. Clearly our latest encounter with him has put him on edge, and he's trying to make as many allies as he can. This piece of information had its clear effect on the others, even the Yaverso-composed Sasori and Itachi. If she joins him, it will be far more difficult to take out the snake, Sasori said in a smooth voice as calculative as Pain's. Even at her age and years of inactivity, she can prove to be a troublesome opponent. That old lady. I heard she hasn't fought in nearly 10 years. How can you still fear her, Sasori? Goaded Kisame. Even in the poorly lit cavern his shark teeth gleamed visibly in relish, causing Sasori to bristle. If you want, Itachi and I can retrieve the ring, Leader-sama. We are in Hai no Kuni right now, it shouldn't take us too long to find them. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Kisame, Pain acknowledged, but you are highly unwise in underestimating the Tsunade of Sannin. We shall find another way to retrieve the ring, time is still on our side. Until then, keep yourselves occupied with your new assignments. Zetsu will come see all of you individually. Yes, Leader-sama. Understood. Got it, Pain's spectral form nodded. Now then, this meeting is adjourned. BZZZZYT. With that the spectral form of leader disappeared and the others followed suit. With Naruto, a shrill scream in the distance alerted the blonde as he snapped out of his thoughtful daze and immediately looked to the direction where the sound had come from. I better check that out, Naruto decided, and he took to the trees, jumping from branch to branch with haste. The scream had sounded feminine and Naruto remembered, with a cold feeling in his gut, Ronin and all kinds of some had been wandering around these parts. He didn't want to think of what could happen if a woman decided to travel here on her own. With that disturbing thought on his mind, Naruto sped up and, as he had expected, stumbled upon a revolting sight. A woman, kicking and screaming, was pinned down to the floor by several men, one of whom was tying her hands together as another tore at her clothes. Naruto launched a kunai with a swiping motion of his hand, and the projectile lodged into the rope-tying bandit's skull, killing him instantly. His comrades were startled and slow. Naruto would have taken them out in their moment of confusion had it not been for their bowman, who was clearly the most competent as he shot an arrow at Naruto on reflex. Naruto jumped from tree to get a good fix, but the bowman was incredibly fast and accurate. Then, Naruto appeared to be struck. He fell backwards out of the branch, clutching his shoulder as though he was injured, but in reality it had been a feint as he substituted himself with a fallen branch nearby. Naruto appeared behind a brush, going through a string of hand seals which ended in the serpent a split second before he slammed both hands on the ground beneath his feet. Doton, Doria Taiga. The earth beneath his feet instantly grew moist and rose as it formed into a mudslide wave directed at the bowman, whose loss of balance made him fire his next arrow unintentionally, which ended up lodged into another Ronin's throat, who slumped down a tree as he gagged and gurgled shortly as the bowman drowned in the mud. There were only a handful of Ronin left, and Naruto redirected his earth flow river to tackle them to ground, suffocating them with a suffocating coat of inescapable mud. With grim satisfaction he rose to his full height. He had to give it to the old man. This jutsu was definitely worth the trouble to learn, even though it took quite a bit longer than the rest of the jutsu Naruto had recently acquired. Shifting his gaze to the Ronin's would-be victim, he saw her crying silently and sobbing hysterically. "Are you alright?" Naruto asked with a gentle tone. Fortunately for her, he had saved her from an horrible experience, but now he had no inclination on how to deal with the situation. "Hey, lady." Finally she spoke through her sobbing and weeping. "G, go away, PL please. T, thank you for he helping me be, but PL please just leave me be." "Yeah, that's not going to happen." Naruto almost immediately chastised himself mentally for his done as a look of fear struck the woman. "Look, you're clearly injured and it's not safe here for you," he quickly elaborated. "Why don't you just come with me? I have friends with me in this forest, though I seem to have lost them at the moment." Naruto unhooked his canteen from his utility belt and knelt down by the woman, noticing her tense up immediately as he did so. "Here, drink some water. I'd offer you some food, but I don't have anything other than rationing bars on me." Naruto allowed her to empty his canteen whilst he fished out some rationing bars. One was dried meat and the other more of a high-energy granola bar. She took them anyway and attacked both at the same time. I was as if she hadn't had any sustenance in days. "So, do you want to tell me what happened here?" He made eye contact with the woman and suddenly felt like he shouldn't have as he saw her dark blue pupils widen in shock on battered and bruised face. "You're a boy?" she asked as though she had expected a different answer when Naruto nodded. "Oh. Right, well you seem pretty banged up, so I'll have to carry you. Is that going to be a problem?" Naruto felt like a bastard for thinking it, but this lady was starting to become a pain in the butt. He didn't exactly regret saving her. No, he would have that a million times over, but it was his stupid need to save people that was getting him sidetracked. Why was that, he so often tried to figure out. No one sure as hell tried save him, aside from the Hokage, and everyone else who came to be his friend did so only after months and months of Naruto trying to gain their friendship. Those endeavors usually ended up in him getting hurt with little to no acknowledgement at all. No, Naruto would have to go through extreme lengths to gain the respect of those around him. And then Naruto stopped thinking altogether. Though only for a moment. When did I start to think like that? Naruto was now fully aware of the nature of his thoughts. One mission with Jiraiya and I'm starting to regret everything I've done for the people around me. Man, that guy must be a cynic at heart. Naruto blinked a couple times. He realized he must have been scaring the lady with his silence. "Are you alright?" she asked. Naruto nodded reassuringly. "Yeah, just let me take care of something real quick." Naruto rose to his feet and formed a Kage Bunshin. "Go collect those weapons, they might be worth something," he instructed out loud for the benefit of the woman, who seemed understandably terrified. Jiraiya had made a good point before, thus Naruto saw no reason why he should leave perfectly good weapons lying about when he could sell them and make a profit off them. "Don't be afraid, it's just a stupid clone," Naruto told her. His clone jerked and shot him an evil look but didn't respond for the sake of the woman. "Shina. That's your name?" Naruto asked, to which she nodded. "That's a nice name, Shina-kan. My name is Naruto. Do you want to tell me what happened here?" I don't want to talk about it," Shina replied, her voice noticeably steadier. "Can we go to your friends now, or wherever it is you want to take me? I just want to get out of here." She cast a glance to the muddy corpses of Ronin that had tried to RP her. "Please." Naruto nodded as his clone walked over to him with a sealing scroll and dispelled itself once Naruto put it away. Hop on. Naruto crouched in front of the woman and waited patiently as she hesitantly climbed on his back. You're heavier than you look, he lied. Shina made a shrill sound of indignation. Teach, that's a rude thing to say. It's poor upbringing to say things like that about a lady, you know. I'm an orphan, sue me. Naruto shot back as he started to walk into the direction he felt was right. Well, As they walked, Naruto had a faint smile on his face. Getting her worked up would distract her from thinking of what had nearly been done to her. Seriously, you weigh like a ton of bricks. Hey. Hours later, Shina had fallen asleep by the time Naruto had managed to track down Jiraiya and the traveling flock. Thanks for walking out on me. Naruto shouted from the distance as he approached, understandably getting some strange and questioning glances with Shina on his back. Jiraiya waited for him to come closer and then bonked him lightly on the head. You're an idiot. I take my eyes of you for 1 second and I lose you for a good 3 hours. You seriously need to work on your tracking skills. It couldn't have taken you this long to find us. We even left trails. In case you haven't noticed, I got sidetracked thanks to this one. Naruto jerked his head in the direction of Shina. She would have been, well, you know, if it weren't for me. He wasn't too comfortable thinking of what would have happened either. Then again, he was only 13. Well, we're glad to have you back, Uzumaki-san, said the merchant from before as he walked over to them. We're stopping here for the day, so you can leave your friend with my wife. She'll clean her up and feed her properly. Shina had woken up to that and clutched Naruto tightly, digging her fingers in his arms. Ouch! Naruto hissed in pain. Relax, Shina, these are good people. You can trust them, and if it helps, I'll have a clone with you the entire way, alright? She finally relented and allowed her to be guided away by the merchant and Naruto's clone. So what's her story? Jiraiya asked, settling down by a tree as the travelers pulled their beasts of burden and carriages aside from the road and began setting up tents and fires to prepare their meals. Ronin. Naruto gave a simple nod. I heard her scream, so I went to check it out and then I found them. They weren't a problem though. It was just difficult to get her to come with me. Naruto plopped down next to the sage and retrieved his last rationing bar and tore it open. If you're wondering whether you're an idiot for saving her, you're not, Jiraiya told him. We're shinobi, true, but that doesn't mean we can't help people. I've been in your situation before and odds are we'll both be in similar situations in the future, so don't beat yourself up about it. Naruto nodded and stretched out his arms, leaning against tree he sat under and closing his eyes. I'm gonna get some sleep in. No, you're not, Jiraiya told him, presenting him with another RBB ball. Get in the practice you lost out on while you went on your little endeavor. Naruto groaned and took the RBB ball of him with a begrudging, fine. He practiced for a few hours into the night, long after Jiraiya and the rest had gone to sleep, before he too finally succumbed to fatigue and nodded off. The next day, looks like we're here, shouted the merchant over his shoulder as the city's gates came into view. They had long since required protection on the roads as they had left the perilous roads through the forest hours ago, but Jiraiya had decided they would stick with them for a while longer nonetheless. We can't thank you enough, Jiraiya-sama, said one of the travelers. And you too, of course, Uzumaki-san, added another. Others began to join in and Naruto rubbed the back of his head, greatly enjoying the multitude of thanks. It's no big deal, he told them, although he wouldn't have minded if they kept thanking him. It was nice to be needed, and even better to be thanked for it. Naruto-kun, I can't thank you enough, Shina said as she walked up to him and drew him into a hug. She quickly withdrew herself, and though she was a few years older than him, she sported a red tinge on her cheeks, flustered and perhaps a little embarrassed even by her act. Really, I can't thank you enough. Naruto merely smiled and nodded, quite unsure of what to say. Don't mention it, he told her. Take care of yourself, Shina. Alright, we've got to get going. Take care, people. Jiraiya placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and guided him into another direction. Once they passed the town gates, Jiraiya held up a hand in farewell as they took off in a different direction. Alright, we'll be going now. Take care. The travelers shouted some final goodbyes. Ero-sennin, do you really think your old lady friend is going to be here? Naruto asked as they walked down familiar roads he had walked nearly 2 weeks ago. This must be the 6th place we've tried, right? I'm starting to get worried about the old man. You and me both, kid. Jiraiya looked at him and patted him on the back. I'm not sure if she's going to be here, but I'm sure hoping she is. Anyway, it looks like we're going to have to find a place to wait for a couple of hours, Jiraiya said, looking to bright afternoon sky. Why is that? Naruto questioned. It's too early, Jiraiya answered. There's no way Tsunade's going to be up and about. Not at this hour, we'll have to wait till dark if we're going to get a chance at seeing her. In the meanwhile though, I'm going to take a soak in the local onsen. Naruto furrowed his brows in a disappointed stare. You're off to perv on random women while we're supposed to be on a mission. Come on, Urosenin, this is low even for you. The blonde exhaled exasperatedly. When was this guy going to give his energy a rest? Look, kid, I've been a lot more missions than you have, alright? I know how to spend my time, so don't go lecturing me, Jiraiya said with clear annoyance. Naruto couldn't argue with him there since it was true. Why don't you come with me? You could use a soak, and if it makes you happy, why don't you do that exercise I showed you in the water? That did sound pretty good, Naruto had to admit. He couldn't remember the last time he visited an onsen. Oh wait, yes he could, and it wasn't exactly great either. Learning how to water walk on boiling hot water was a DMN good way to keep motivated though. Naruto had to credit Ebisu for that. Finally he gave in. Alright, I'll come to your stupid onsen, but don't try to drag me into your game of PPNG team. I'm not interested in that kind of stuff. What? You're not into women? Jiraiya goaded. Phew, Naruto shot back. Let's get going already, Erosenin. Jiraiya made an indignant noise. When will you stop calling me that, kid? You're cramping my style. What style, Eragigi? DMN it. Hai no Kuni, Tenzagai outskirts in the countryside of Hai no Kuni on the far of Tenzagai, 3 cloaked men in matching gray cloaks and conical straw hats stood on a hilltop overlooking the city of Sin in the distance. On the right was a bespectacled white-haired adolescent man. He wore his hair in a ponytail and had an air of smug confidence and intelligence about him. We are nearly there, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto stated, looking to the man on his left, withdrawing a hand from his cloak to push up his old-fashioned spectacles. Tsunade of the Sennin. She was sighted here not too long ago. Orochimaru did not answer and merely flicked his tongue hungrily. How many years had it been since he last saw her? Orochimaru remembered the day well. It was not so long after her younger brother, Nawaki, had met his early end on the battlefield. In a way, Orochimaru mused, he and Tsunade very much alike, for she, too, was proven to be a prodigy unlike any other, even amongst the elitist. Skilled and competent, as such was expected of the Shodai's granddaughter. Orochimaru once held fond memories of her. After all, she had saved his life many times on the battlefield. There was perhaps even a time he would have seen her as a suitable partner. Yet, that fondness came to an end one day, as Orochimaru realized such petty attachments were mere distractions, obstacles on his path to greatness. To become the ultimate being, to fully immerse in the years of scientific research, he knew he would have to cut out his own heart and feed it to the monstrous creature that was his obsession, his insanity, the twisted darkness that resided inside him since Biarj, festering for years, ever since he had been made an orphan by war. I'm looking forward to see if she's as fine people say she is, sniggered the cloaked figure behind the two, his hands stowed underneath his cloak. I heard her melons are the size of mountains. The serpent summoner repressed the urge to kill him where he stood. He was too competent of an asset to be disposed of so carelessly, especially in these times when so many wanted his head and so few would prefer it to remain on his shoulders. Sasaki, be silent, ordered Kabuto, predictably irked by their companion's vulgar mannerisms. When we go to see her, you best keep your mouth shut or I will shut it for you. Do I make myself clear, Sasaki-kun? Sasaki chuckled provocatively. Sure. No problem, Kabuto-senpai. Enough, Orochimaru ordered, and they immediately fell silent. The 3 cloaked men began to descend from the hilltop. With Jiraiya and Naruto pulled the towel of his head and threw it on top of the heap of used towels in the corner of locker room. Man, that hit the spot. He had to admit taking a soak in the onsen had been a lot more enjoyable than he thought it would have been. Jiraiya's perversion was lost on him as he soaked for a few hours, giving his body a well-deserved break for the first time since his promotion and making some progress with popping the RBB ball. So far he had only gotten it to expand in size, but according to Jiraiya he was thinking along the right lines. Perhaps if he applied finer chakra control and channeled the chakra to whilst applying greater output. Naruto closed his locker and shoved his sealing scroll in his pouch, having opted to wear brown cargo shorts and a green t-shirt with complimentary disposable slippers from the bathhouse rather than wear his shinobi attire and coat as it was too hot. Instead, Naruto sealed all of his equipment in his sealing scroll, which he stowed in the pouch now clipped to his lower back. See, that wasn't so bad. Jiraiya dried his hair with a towel in one hand and helped himself to a glass of an exotic-looking beverage completely with a wedge of pineapple and a tiny parasol. Naruto had found it rather feminine of him, yet he had to admit it looked rather tasty. Still, he decided against drinking even though he was positive Jiraiya would let him. Hold this, kiddo. Jiraiya passed him the drink and then shot him a warning look. Get your own if you want one. Naruto's expression faltered. He had hoped to steal a sip or two but instead watched Jiraiya tend to his vanity as the sage ran a hand through his spiky white hair and cupped his chin in thought. Shorter it is, Jiraiya decided, and he made the ram hand seal. Instantly Naruto could see his hair decrease in length and increase in density, giving it a more rugged, gravity-defying look. What do you think? Truth be told, if Naruto hadn't known any better, he would have thought Jiraiya could pass for someone in his 30s. The man had an incredibly youthfulness about him, and aside from the several scars he had here and on his torso, accumulated from 40 years' worth of experience as a shinobi, his skin was practically flawless, and judging from his chiseled physique, he took great care of his body. Still, Naruto wasn't about to admit that. That would just be weird. You're a little girl on the inside, Naruto said without missing a beat. Still, that is an awesome jutsu. Could you teach it to me? Jiraiya gave him a curious look. Apologize first. Fine, I'm sorry for hurting your feelings. Naruto apologized with absolutely zero repentance in his voice. You little girl, he added under his breath. Jiraiya beckoned him and took his drink back as Naruto stood before the mirror, taking a sip and slapping the blonde in the back of the head. I heard that, he informed. Maybe another time. It's not as easy as I make it look. Here, get me a refill. Jiraiya handed Naruto the glass, empty aside from the ice cubes as the sage at his pineapple wedge. I'll get dressed. Naruto swore a string of profanities on his way out and returned minutes later to find Jiraiya dressed in his usual matching green kimono robe over a fishnet shirt, shinobi trousers, wooden getas and sleeveless red kabuki jacket. Like Naruto, the sage had stowed away his cloak. Gimme that. Jiraiya took the refill from Naruto and downed in 3 large gulps, closing his eyes and pulling a relishing expression as the alcoholic beverage went down his throat. You're going to love this stuff when you're older, kiddo, Jiraiya told him, placing the empty glass on a nearby table and leading them outside. The Chunin shrugged and followed. Yeah, like I haven't got enough problems that want to make me drown my sorrows with alcohol, Naruto commented on their way out. So, we're gonna look for Tsunade now, or are we gonna have a good time with those geishas over there before that? He asked sarcastically. Jiraiya laughed and continued to lead the way. I've got a better idea. How about we go get a few drinks instead? Oh, come on. I was being sarcastic, Naruto complained. You seriously couldn't give the old pervert a window like that, could you? Can we just get to looking for Tsunade? It's nearly been 2 weeks now, Jiraiya. It's not like we've got time to be, relax. We'll probably run into her in one of these bars, Jiraiya explained. If there is one person that can drink me under the table, it's Tsunade. Jiraiya patted his stomach. I can go for some food, what about you, kid? Naruto was about to protest when his stomach grumbled. Sure, but you're buying, Naruto said. I'm running low on cash as it is, and you still made me buy that stupid cloak and coat. I've hardly got money left to stock up on sealing paper, ink, some new gloves and sandals and kunai. I've been using the Kage Bunshin variation of projectiles for a while now, but it's taxing on chakra, and before you say anything, it never hurts to conserve your chakra, right? Jiraiya agreed rather easily. Sure, why not? I've got some extra sealing paper if you want. He patted the large scroll on his back. I don't just carry this around as an icebreaker for the ladies, kiddo. That's right, you're pretty and good with Fuinjutsu, aren't you, Ero-senin? Naruto remembered. He had completely forgot about that. Hey, can you give me some pointers on creating seals? I'm trying to create my own to save up on money. Maybe some other time, Jiraiya replied, patting him on the shoulder. You still have some ways to go with that jutsu I've been trying to teach you. I'm not teaching you anything else until you've got that one down, understood? Jutsu, Naruto repeated. Then it dawned on him, these exercises were just simply for his chakra control. Noticing his slip-up, Jiraiya didn't bother to deny it and started laughing. It took you long enough to notice. A new jutsu. Naruto's repertoire in that department had improved by leaps and bounds since his promotion, but it never hurt to another ace in the hole. Now that he knew he was actually learning a jutsu and not some vague chakra exercise, Naruto felt a lot more motivated to get it down. So what kind of jutsu are we talking about, Ero-senin? You seriously need to stop calling me that. Jiraiya looked over his two shoulders to the attractive geishas laughing at the mentioning of his nickname. You're cramping my... Just get to the point, Arajiji. Naruto demanded with fluster. Come on, what about this jutsu you're trying to teach me? What's it called? What's it do? Is it bad? But it's gotta be pretty awesome, right? Jiraiya sighed with a dramatic downcast expression. Can't this wait till after we've had something to eat? No. Jiraiya smiled wryly. I guess not. Follow me. Naruto frowned with confusion and followed Jiraiya into an alleyway, and the sage held out his right in front of Naruto, drawing his attention immediately. The exercises I've been showing you are in fact the 2 stages you have to complete to learn this jutsu. Naruto's eyes lit up with amazement as chakra began to swirl in Jiraiya's hand. You're spinning your chakra. Stage 1 was designed for you to learn how to spin your chakra. Jiraiya furrowed his brows as a sphere began to form in his hand, and Stage 2, that's meant for you to learn how to form into a self-sustaining sphere. Naruto's jaw nearly dropped as perfect sphere formed in Jiraiya's hand, spinning rapidly and making a screeching hum that was rather pleasant to listen to. What is that? Naruto didn't even notice he was whispering by now. This, Naruto, said Jiraiya with a devilish grin, is the Rasengan. And then the sphere dispelled in an instant. What do you think, kiddo? That's amazing. So that's how you do it. Naruto reached into his cargo shorts pocket and retrieved the RBB ball. Now that I've seen it, I think I can. No. Jiraiya said quickly, looking around. We're in a pretty densely populated area, Naruto. If you screw it up, it's not just you that can get hurt, you know? You mean those people out there? No, I'm talking about me, idiot, Jiraiya deadpanned. Come on, I'm hungry. Let's go. The sage didn't wait for an answer and walked out of the alley and turned into the first inn he saw. Naruto followed suit with an annoyed expression. He had to get down that exercise soon. If you're paying, can't we at least go to a restaurant? Jiraiya stood still for a moment and Naruto bumped into. No. I think we picked just the right spot. Jiraiya looked over his shoulder and pointed into the direction of 2 women in the corner, sitting by themselves and enjoying a drink. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of them, particularly the pigtailed blonde in a grass-green gambler's jacket over a sleeveless gray kimono-styled blouse held closed by a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matched her breathes. She looked like the women on adult magazine covers with her blouse revealing sizable cleavage, accentuated by the emerald necklace she wore around her neck and her full lips colored pink with lipstick. Aside from the gamble kanji on her back, another notable feature about her was the diamond tattoo on her forehead. Demon, was all Naruto could say, and Jiraiya chuckled. She's my age, you know, Jiraiya reminded him with a chuckle, taking great pleasure in seeing the look of shock and repulsion in Naruto's face. That's right, Gaki, you were just having impure thoughts over my 50-something-year-old teammate. Naruto felt sick to his stomach, suddenly feeling absolutely zero attraction to the buxom blonde. You're effing you with me, aren't you? Naruto accused with a glare at Jiraiya. The Toad Sage merely shook his head and laughed. You're telling me that was your teammate? Jiraiya rubbed his chin as he always did when in thought. Believe it or not, she was as flat as a Rio coin back in the day. She didn't get to look like that until she was in her 20s. Jiraiya smiled, clearly a fond memory coming to him. Let's go say hello. Naruto followed the sage as they walked over to the table where Tsunade sat next to her dark-haired companion, a woman modestly dressed in a dark-colored kimono hugging a piglet to her chest. That's an odd choice for a pet, Naruto thought as they came to a stop in front of the two. Tsunade's companion was visibly and audibly surprised as Jiraiya stood before them, casting a glance at Naruto briefly and then turning her eyes back to Jiraiya. "Jirizuma," she greeted friendlily, albeit somewhat nervously. "What are you doing here?" "Look, Sinesma, it's your old friend." Tsunade audibly exhaled with annoyance and looked up, her light brown eyes shone with disdain. "What do you want, Jiraiya?" "It's been a while." "Tsunade." "It's been a while." "Tsunade." "What do you want, Jiraiya?" The legendary Kunoichi turned her attention back to her drink and didn't even look at them as she helped herself to a saucer refill of vintage sake. Several heads were turning by now as many of the inn's patrons recognized the two legendary shinobi that made up 2/3 of the Densetsu no Sannin. "Whatever it is, be quick about it. I'm in no mood to deal with you right now." Naruto whistled, looking to Jiraiya, half expecting him to look offended or give an angry retort. It turned out, however, that Jiraiya was used to Tsunade's cold shoulder treatment and he sat down next to Tsunade's aide, who quickly moved to sit next to her teacher as Naruto also sat down in the booth. "How long's it been since we last spoke, Tsunade?" Jiraiya tried to break the ice with a friendly smile, reaching for the sake bottle on the desk. Tsunade did not reciprocate the sentiment. "Not long enough," she responded sourly, pulling the bottle out of his reach. "Who's the kid staring at my chest, Jiraiya? Another one of your protégés just waiting to die young." "Hey, I wasn't looking at your, what do you mean, another protégé?" Naruto gave a curious look to Jiraiya, whose expression had turned stony and apprehensive. What is she talking about, Ero Sennin? Now that he was thinking about it, it made sense Jiraiya had taught others whether it was as a Jonin instructor or as a MSTR over an apprentice. He was a shinobi of legendary renown after, of course others beside himself must have sought him out for training. It also reminded him of the sneering and the disapproval of the old man's advisors. Clearly they had thought Jiraiya could have done better in picking an apprentice. Tsunade burst out laughing, snorting in a rather obnoxious fashion. Her laugh sounded more like an unpleasant cackle to Naruto. "I was irritating. Ero Sennin. At least this one has a sense of humor, Jiraiya. How about we change the subject?" Jiraiya offered with a sudden serious expression that surprised Naruto. It was rather uncharacteristic of his teacher. He hadn't thought Jiraiya to be able to get worked up about anything other than women and booze. What old wound was this woman picking at? "Ero, Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto quickly rectified, not wanting to further embarrass the sage in front of his old acquaintance. Jiraiya gave him a curious look, but said nothing while Tsunade merely snorted derisively in clear disapproval. "Do you want me to get you a drink while the two of you talk? Now, there's a good student." Tsunade praised mockingly with a raise of her saucer, to which Jiraiya chuckled as he gave Naruto a nod, prompting the youth to get up and head over to the bar counter. "Why did you bring him?" Tsunade asked whilst Naruto stood in line with other patrons. Her voice had turned even icier, now completely devoid of laughter or snark. "Are you trying to mess with me, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya noted the steely edge to her tone. "No," he answered calmly. "Does it bother you he's here?" Tsunade paused for a moment and then turned to her aide. "Shizune, take the brat for a walk." Shizune obeyed without a word and got up and walked over to Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder, whispering something in his ear. They left the establishment moments later and Tsunade leaned over to Jiraiya, who tried not to let his eyes wander over the view she was giving him. "Why don't you both save us some time and headache and cut to the chase, Jiraiya? We've been playing this stupid game for years and quite frankly I'm sick and tired of playing it." Tsunade snorted once more. It was a rather unattractive habit, a stark contrast to her unrivaled beauty. "You spent weeks tracking me down, you find me, we talk, we have, see, you beg me to come back to Konoha the next morning and when you get my answer, which still is and always will be no, you leave. Honestly, if you were this persistent when we were younger you might have actually scored with me a lot sooner. One Jiraiya chuckled and after a moment so did Tsunade. Those were some good times, Jiraiya said after long pause. I was pretty pathetic back then, wasn't I? Tsunade made out a sound as if to say, you have no idea. We did have fun though, didn't we? We did. Tsunade admitted quietly with a softer tone. Where did it all go wrong? Jiraiya dramatically asked rhetorically, in attempt to amuse her. To his dread, Tsunade answered. I lost the love of my life and my little brother, we lost Orochimaru to his obsession and you lost me. Jiraiya was thankful she smiled. He wasn't too sure how he would have responded if she wasn't. That I did. Jiraiya slid the sake bottle to himself and poured him a saucer, which he raised to Tsunade. To good old times. However long ago they may have been, Tsunade clinked her saucer with his as they both drank. The legendary Kunoichi downed her saucer in one, as did Jiraiya, and closed her eyes at the pungent taste. So, why are you here? Outside Naruto peered into the inn, standing by the door. It looks like they're laughing, that's a good sign, right, Shizen? Naruto looked back to Shizen with a hopeful expression. He quite liked the brunette, even though they had just recently met, she was incredibly friendly. You think she'll agree to come with us? Shizen bit her lip and gave him an uncertain shrug of the shoulders. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but that's just a ritual of theirs, she replied, and noticing his puzzled expression she elaborated, every now and then when Jiraiya comes to visit he tries to convince her to come home. At first, they used to fight it out, those usually ended in Jiraiya losing. Naruto had an incredulous look on his face but Shizen smiled reassuringly. Oh, I am quite certain Jiraiya-sama let her win those fights, Naruto-kun. But as the years went by, instead of fighting, Jiraiya-sama challenged her to drinking games with the terms of her returning if he won and him leaving if he lost. So he's never won at drinking games, not even once. Shizen nodded and Naruto remembered Jiraiya's words from earlier. If there is one person that can drink me under the table, it's Tsunade. Naruto felt an odd feeling settling in his stomach as he slowly came to realize the trouble Jiraiya went through, the trouble was still going through his entire life. Naruto experienced a clarity he had never felt before and he truly knew he now understood Jiraiya. The similarities between them were numerous, they were exactly alike, the same side of the same coin. Even now when Jiraiya was a fully grown man, deep down there still was this insecure young man Naruto could relate to. Both were overlooked for another by their sensei, scorned by the woman they loved since their youth, and always the desperate undying need to please, to be acknowledged, to never let those precious to them down festering in their gut. Too, in some ways it made Naruto happy he was exactly like his sensei, that he now understood what the sage had seen in the scruffy, diamond in the rough, young man he was. On the other hand, Naruto felt both pity and anger for himself as much as Jiraiya. We're idiots, aren't we? Naruto said out loud. Shizen was flabbergasted and undecided on how to respond to that, thus she opted not to respond at all. Shizen, Naruto spoke after a long moment of silence. Jiraiya. He's been in love with her his whole life, hasn't he? Shizen's expression was unreadable for a moment, but then she smiled and nodded her head. You're quite perceptive, Shizen observed, though it sounded like a compliment. Naruto would have disagreed, but she continued and said, it is true Jiraiya-sama has been in love with Tsunade-sama for many years now. Why won't she give him a chance? Naruto asked. It was almost a snarl, a demand, as though he felt Tsunade had personally wronged him by not returning Jiraiya's affections. Was this the path he might have gone down with Sakura if he hadn't been promoted? Would he have spent the rest of his life like Jiraiya had, promiscuous and on the borderline of alcoholism, just to get over the one that got away? No. Naruto nearly voiced his thoughts. Shizen gave him a sad smile. I wish I could tell you, but it's not my place to say, Naruto-kun. Naruto tightened his fists. I'm going back in there, he decided. I don't think that's a good idea, Naruto-kun, Shizen told him, grabbing his by his elbow. Why not? Naruto demanded. tugging back his arm and noting Shizen's firm grip despite her slender stature. What could possibly happen? Crash. Naruto fell to the ground, swept by a sudden explosion. He quickly scrambled to his feet and looked to the source of the crashing sound, realizing it had been a result of Jiraiya crashing through the inn's wall. From the guard Jiraiya still held up, he could tell the damage had largely been avoided. You still pack a punch as ever, Tsunade. For some inexplicable reason, Jiraiya was still grinning as Tsunade exited through the newly created hole in the inn's wall. Judging from her expression alone, Naruto could tell she was absolutely livid. Arrow Senin. Naruto ran over to Jiraiya and took a defense stance in front of him. What did you do to piss us off, that old hag? Immediately, Naruto noticed the color drain from Jiraiya's face, and a split second later the sage had grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and jumped high into the air as Tsunade brought down her fist on the ground, leveling the road. Chunks of earth split upwards from the sheer impact and Naruto's jaw dropped. Thanks. Naruto was painfully aware he stuttered, but then anyone would be if they had narrowly escaped death. What the f is up with that monstrous strength, Jiraiya? He was so alarmed he even dropped the nickname he usually reserved for his teacher. Stuck to the side of a building, Jiraiya moved Naruto to his side so he could support himself against the building with chakra under his soles and hands. I told you she was strong, didn't I? The hell you did. Not this strong. Jiraiya put on a serious expression. I'm going to talk to her, you stay here. His pride still damaged, Naruto outright refused immediately. I'm not running away from this old beach. Naruto went through a string of hand seals and ignored Jiraiya's shout. No. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu. Naruto's chest expanded significantly and like a dragon he breathed a stream fire, aiming it to bear down on Tsunade. He was confident she would back off now, but was in for a shocking surprise as Tsunade disappeared with a sealless shunshin and appeared between the emsar and student, grabbing Naruto by the back of his head and rocketing him into the ground face first. That should put him out, Tsunade ruled with a mere glance at dust cloud billowing from the crater she had just created. Now, what do I do about you? She turned to Jiraiya with a murderous glare. Both of them were stuck sideways to the building across the severely damaged inn. You can't just stay the hell away from me, can you, Jiraiya? She spat his name with venom. Jiraiya glanced away briefly to check on Naruto, but the dust obstructed his view. I thought the ladies liked persistence. Tsunade was not amused. We don't. And with that she aimed a fist for her old teammate, only to come to a sudden halt as Jiraiya grinned for an inexplicable reason. Tsunade looked down and found her body swept over by suffocating mud, racing vertically over the building to immobilize her. What she found even more surprising was that the young man she thought she had taken out was responsible for it. With BLD running down the side of his face, Naruto was crouched on the ground, fingers deep in the earth as he directed his Doryu Taiga to capture Tsunade. That ought to keep you in your place. Cute, Tsunade commented dryly. But hardly effective. With a merely flex of her muscles the mud flew off her and she was upon the younger blonde in an instant, touching down on the ground, mere inches away. Naruto jumped back immediately, back flipping through the air and landed in a sloppy crouch as now more and more civilians were rushing about outside. Most, if not all of them, were rooting for Tsunade, who must have been a regular visitor to Tanzakagai. From their perspective, Naruto was just an idiot who went looking for trouble and found it. I need to be careful I don't accidentally kill any of these people, Naruto thought with frustration. Too bad I don't have a close-range technique to deal with her. Wait a minute. A grin came to him as a plan formulated in his mind so quick, he had to remember to pat himself on the shoulder. Tsunade cracked her fist with a sadistic expression. So you seriously want to fight me, huh brat? Tsunade sneered. It's too late to back down now. Don't blame me if you die. Well, too bad for you, hag. Naruto took a fighting stance, rearing back his right hand and holding up his left arm in a high guard. Because, I'm not gonna die anytime soon. I'm going to be Hokage someday, so don't feel embarrassed when I beat you. The look of shock that struck across the Tsunade's face went unnoticed by Naruto as he pushed his palms forward, directing the attack not her, but on the ground in front of her. Futon, Repusho. A massive dust cloud rose from the earth and Naruto could hear Jiraiya's laugh nearby. Tsunade looked around in the dust cloud, still under mild shock but fuming her clothes had gotten dirty. "There you are," she shouted at a silhouette, ramming her fist in the youth's face. What the dash? Before she could finish her sentence, Tsunade was struck by two simultaneous high kicks. However, she smirked as the caught both in her hands using crossed arm block. "You're going to have to better than that." "I doubt it," shouted Naruto's disembodied voice as suddenly a pair of hands gripped Tsunade by the ankles and pulled her knee-deep down into the ground. Tsunade's eyes widened as the dust cloud spiraled towards the source of a vaguely familiar screeching sound. "The Rasengan." Tsunade whispered in a hiss as more clones jumped on her to hold her still as Naruto supported a pathetically erratically shaking and volatile-looking orb of chakra in one hand. Naruto rushed forward, rearing back an arm as he ran the last 10 feet. "Jiraiya, you fool!" Tsunade bellowed, and with extraordinary strength exclusive to her alone, she threw off the clones and coated her hand in chakra just as Naruto came in striking distance. Jiraiya rushed over immediately as the last of the smoke cleared and found Naruto on the ground with a shocked expression, and he looked upwards to Tsunade with an expression mixed between shock and fear. "You fool!" Tsunade bellowed angrily, the chakra coat dissolving over her hand, and she immediately turned to Jiraiya, her livid expression at full flare. "You fool!" she shouted again. Naruto got to his feet and took a few steps back, highly apprehensive and confused what had just happened. He had managed to perform the Rasengan, hadn't he? If so, then why was she so livid? Naruto opened his mouth, but Tsunade shot him a dangerous expression and Naruto looked to Jiraiya for an answer. "I don't want to hear a word from you, brat." Tsunade barked fiercely at Naruto. Then turning to Jiraiya, she grabbed him by the jacket and pulled him close, and growled aggressively. By far, Naruto reckoned, she was the more intimidating out of the two, despite the fact Jiraiya was significantly taller and muscular than she was. "What were you thinking trying to teach him a jutsu like that?" Tsunade's grip tightened on the sage's jacket. "That kid was lucky I noticed the imbalance when I did, or you'd be scraping him off the walls, Jiraiya. When will you learn to be more responsible? How many students do you need to lose dash?" Jiraiya's hand shot up in a sudden motion and grabbed Tsunade's by the wrist, pulling her grip away from his jacket. "Relax," Jiraiya told her with a calm voice. "Why are you getting so worked up, Tsunade? You nearly killed him yourself." "That was to teach him a lesson." Tsunade swung her hand back and turned around to Naruto, who instantly straightened up as he caught her glare. "You brat, if I were you, I would give up on that jutsu. A kid like you won't be able to complete it." The fight in Naruto hadn't let him yet and returned the glare defiantly. "A kid like me?" Naruto challenged. "What's that supposed to mean, you old hag?" A vein appeared on Tsunade's forehead and she looked like she was about to pummel Naruto to death, but fortunately she kept her cool. "I mean a reckless fool like you, who has no regard whatsoever to his own life. Do you have any idea how many years the Yondaime worked on that jutsu before he completed it? How long it took Jiraiya to master it?" "The Yondaime?" Naruto repeated with shocked expression that matched his tone. "You didn't know?" For a moment it looked like she was even more ticked off, but the shocked expression on Naruto's face amused her. She let out a shrill laugh. "That's right, that jutsu, the Rasengan, was created by none other than Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage." Naruto looked away from Tsunade and his gaze moving to Jiraiya instead. No words were necessary, the sage merely nodded with a solemn but otherwise unreadable expression. Namikaze was a genius amongst geniuses, and Jiraiya over there, though he might not be as smart, is an S-ranked shinobi. Do you seriously think you can emsar a jutsu they struggled with for so long? Tsunade snorted. "Don't fool yourself, brat. You're 1,000 years too young to be even trying." Naruto tightened his fists and looked Tsunade in the eye and said with defying determination, "So what?" "So what?" she repeated. "So what if the Yondaime created this jutsu? So what if it took him years to do it? And so FNG, what if Jiraiya had a hard time with it?" Naruto challenged in a loud voice. "I'm going to surpass both of them. I'll become the strongest Hokage Konoha's ever seen." I'll become the greatest shinobi to have ever lived. You can count on that. For reasons unknown to Naruto, Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately shared looks. What Naruto had just said wasn't said by very often, and moreover, the last person either of them had heard say it with such intensity was none other than their old comrade, Orochimaru. Ero Sennin. Naruto called to Jiraiya and the sage looked at him. How long did it take you to learn the Rasengan? Jiraiya cast a quick glance at Tsunade and then said, 3 months. I've had less than 2 weeks so far, Naruto said to Tsunade. How about we have a little bet? You're a gambler, right? Not a very good one, interjected Shizune from the sidelines, though she went unheard. That's right, Tsunade confirmed with an intrigued nod. Naruto grinned as he always did when faced with a challenge. Then how about this? If I can insar the Rasengan in 1 week, you'll come quietly and return with us to Konoha to heal Hiruzenjishin. If I lose, which I won't, but in the case I lose, Jiraiya and I leave and neither of us will ever bother you again. Naruto. I'll take that bet, Tsunade announced, much to Jiraiya's dismay. And I tell you what, I'll sweeten the pot with this. Tsunade took of her necklace from which an emerald stone hang. I don't want your shitty jewelry, lady. Naruto said immediately. Having said that, it had a comical result as Jiraiya face-planted, Tsunade twitched and Shizune's jaw dropped. Naruto. Jiraiya whispered and hissed from the sidelines, prompting Naruto to give him a confused look. That necklace belonged to the Shodai Hokage. It's worth more 3 mountains worth of land. Now Naruto was the one whose jaw dropped. Alright, I'll take that too then. I've got rent to pay, it. You have 1 week, Tsunade held up a finger. You're on, Granny. Tsunade twitched. If it had been a different situation she would have broken his jaw by now. Shizune, we're leaving. Tsunade-sama. The two walked off, leaving Jiraiya and Naruto their own devices, and once they got out of sight Jiraiya slapped Naruto in the back of the head. You idiot. What, you don't think I can pull it off? Naruto held his head in mild pain. No, that I think is actually a pretty solid bet, said Jiraiya, but he quickly silenced Naruto, who looked he was about make a cocky remark. You're an idiot for trying to pull off the Rasengan without completing it. If it hadn't been for Tsunade, I really would be scraping you off the walls, kid. Naruto glared at him, not particularly happy with his skills being put in doubt. You didn't seem too ticked off when I did it. Of course not in front of her. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto by the shoulders. The younger shinobi only now began to understand how angry Jiraiya was at him. Or perhaps the word he was looking for was concerned, as Jiraiya's eyes reflected pain that seemed out of place. What was the sage think about? That's not the kind of jutsu you test in the field, brat. The Rasengan is a spinning orb of grinding chakra. What the hell do you think would happen if someone used one as unstable and volatile as yours? Naruto clenched his fists tightly, but he had to admit Jiraiya was right. You're right, Naruto admitted in quiet tone. It was stupid of me to try it. Don't give me that look, Jiraiya said after a moment as they began to walk into a direction of their own. For not even completing the second stage properly, that was pretty DMN good attempt. I'm surprised it didn't explode in your face. You think so? Naruto's expression lit up. For real? Jiraiya nodded but quickly added, don't let that go to your head though. You've got stage 1 down, but you've still got some ways to go with the second before you get to the third. Third? Naruto repeated. I thought you said there were only 2. What? I said what the first and second stages were, and then I showed you what the result would be of combining what you learned from those 2 stages. That's the third stage of mastering the Rasengan. How did you not get that? Naruto was red in the face with embarrassment. Shut up. On a nearby rooftop a lone cloaked figure looked down upon Tsunade and Shizune as they left. Then shifting his gaze to Jiraiya and Naruto, the figure's hand, stowed under his cloak, clenched, onto something as Sasaki smiled ferociously. These Sannin are incredible. If they are anything like Orochimaru, this should make for some interesting developments. The wind kicked up nearby cast Sasaki's coat aside, giving full view of 4 swords, 2 on each hip, intricately designed in wave patterns of gold and black steel with shapes of silver arachnids. Another two hands under Sasaki's folded arms reached out and drew his cloak to a close, and Sasaki sniggered to no one in particular as his eyes zoned in on Uzumaki Naruto. Interesting. The next day, in a clearing several miles into Tanzegai's outskirts, an hour or so traveling from their lodgings, Naruto and Jiraiya were training by a river, or more accurately, Naruto was training whilst Jiraiya was tending to his energy. It was late in the afternoon, but the sun would be up for a few more hours. The weather wasn't too bad either. It was little over 6 and the weather was rather chilly, though not so much it distracted from his training. Not as much as Jiraiya's undignified giggling did anyway. It's in the middle of the day, at broad daylight, and you're reading one of those perverted magazines. Naruto threw the RBB ball in his hand at Jiraiya with an irritated expression, which only increased as Jiraiya caught the ball with ease without even looking up from the adult literature. I'm serious, come on, why don't you try to help properly like a normal sensei would? Don't wanna. Naruto deftly caught the RBB ball aimed for his face and took a wide stance, exhaling a deep breath and closing his eyes as he concentrated on channeling his chakra into the object. Step 1 was relatively easy by now, simply spinning the chakra was not a problem. Step 2 was another case though. It didn't have much to do with spinning, it had more to do with using denser chakra to break the RBB ball, as though to expand the chakra. Naruto suspected they were using ball in the first place because the Rasengan was a spherical product of combining step 1 and 2 and by destroying the water balloons and RBBS ball without touching them, thus the only logical explanation was that the physics of it all made it form into a sphere on its own. The reason why Naruto's earlier attempt had failed aside from his lack in control of his chakra density was because he was trying to force a principle of physics without the need to. In other words, his forcing the chakra into a sphere was not only an exercise in futility, it was highly dangerous because it made his orb of chakra prone to losing rotation and exploding, and who would have, though a harmless-looking thing like the Rasengan could be that volatile? You look like you just figured it out, Jiraiya observed, looking up from his magazine with mild curiosity. Naruto nodded, confident in his epiphany. Yeah, I think I've got it dash. You think? Jiraiya lowered his magazine, a steely expression in his eyes. There's no I think in our world, Naruto. Either you know you're right, or you don't. You know what happens to those who think they know something in our line of work. Naruto gave no encouragement, but Jiraiya answered anyway. They die, Naruto. They die early on in the game and it's never pretty. All right. Naruto replied agitatedly. It seemed as though Jiraiya would only offer his insight when he felt like it, and not when Naruto asked for it. It was a pain in the butt, but he knew why the sage was so intent on making Naruto struggle on his own, so that he could learn from his mistakes. I know. Are you happy now? Jiraiya gave him one of his rare serious frowns. It's not about making me happy, brat. It's about you taking this lesson to heart. I didn't survive this long on luck, you know. Neither did Hiruzen-sensei. Right. Naruto didn't have much else for a reply and nodded to Jiraiya and held up the RBB ball again. I know what I did wrong and I know how to fix it. Good, Jiraiya said, looking to the sun and getting to his feet and rolling up his magazine. You go work on that. Where are you going? Naruto asked as Jiraiya walked off. Research. Naruto swore under his breath, glaring daggers at Jiraiya's back. Tanzegai. In a wide alley behind one of Tanzegai's many liquor establishments stood Tsunade and Shizun. The former's eyes were fixated on the 3 cloaked men in front of her, one of whom was none other than Orochimaru. How many years has it been, Tsunade? Orochimaru's smile was either forced or naturally disturbing. His bespectacled associate gave an unusual respectful nod to Tsunade, though it went unnoticed. The other associate merely smiled, and by the looks of his eyes he wasn't looking at her face. So what they say is true, Sasaki Wolf whistled. You are a pretty one, aren't you? And then, with the slightest of movements, just as an Orochimaru's brows furrowed in anger, Tsunade glower and a wave of pure, terrifying killer intent washed over the 3. Orochimaru was far too seasoned and on par with the legendary Kunoichi. His only reaction was a shift in his steps and noticeable apprehension. His silver-haired associate broke out in a bead of sweat and took a step back while Sasaki instinctively jumped back a significant distance, clearly about to unsheath his blades. "We are not here to fight," Orochimaru reminded his swordsman in a clearly agitated hiss. His voice took a softer tone as he looked back to his former teammate with a disarming smile. "We are just here to talk, Tsunade." "Not long enough." Orochimaru gave her a confused look. "You asked how long it had been," said Tsunade. "The answer is not long enough. Perhaps your attitude will change once you hear me out, Tsunade," Orochimaru replied. "I have a proposition for you." Tsunade unfolded her arms and cracked her fists. "Yeah, you and Jiraiya both." The look of mild shock on Orochimaru's face did not deter her as Tsunade began to approach them. Kabuto took a stance, flinging aside his cloak and activating chakra scalpels. Shizune pulled her sleeve and aimed her wrist-mounted Senbon launcher. "I heard what you did to Sensei," Tsunade stated as though she was telling time. "Usually I wouldn't give a DMN about what you did, you'd be too much of an effort to track down, and let's be honest, I don't care that much for the old man. Still though," she cracked her knuckles again, and this time more menacingly, "I can't in good conscience let your butt go unkicked whilst you're within my reach." Orochimaru took a good look around him and instantly realized the enclosed area they were in was the perfect battlefield for Tsunade. Even if they outnumbered her, all it took to be down and out for the count was one punch, for his associates anyway. "Hear me out at least. I came here with an offer, why not listen to it before you make your decision?" "I'm not interested in what you've got to say, Orochimaru," Tsunade said with a detached coldness. Orochimaru glared at her, clearly frustrated with her narrow-mindedness. "I can bring them back, Tsunade." That seemed to do the trick, as Tsunade stopped dead in her tracks. "What did you just say?" "No, Dan," Orochimaru said in a whisper. "I can bring them both back to you, Tsunade. After years of research, I have mastered that jutsu. I can bring them back from the dead, both of them. Nawaki and Dan can live once again if you hear me out." From the sidelines an unnerved Shizune had gotten over her apprehension and made to interject. "Tsunade-sama dash," Tsunade held up a hand. "Quiet, Shizune," she barked with a glance over her shoulder. Then looking back to Orochimaru she gave the smallest of inclinations of the head. "What are you talking about?" Orochimaru smiled in a knowing and conceited manner. "Join me and I will grant you your most desired wish. You can have them both back, your beloved younger brother and your lover. All you need to do is join my cause." Tsunade dug her fingers into the palms of her hands as her fists shook. "You mean to say you can bring back the dead? You better not be playing games with me, Orochimaru." She spat his name as though it was corrosive venom. "It does not matter how," Orochimaru sneered, his serpentine features standing out in the darkened alley. "All that matters is your answer. I need you by my side, Tsunade." "Why?" she demanded. Orochimaru threw up his hands theatrically with a dark cackle. "Unsurprisingly, I have many enemies. Who better than you to have my back? You saved my life on the battlefield many times before and you will do so again, if you want to see them again, that is." Tsunade. Tsunade immediately silenced her immediately. "Shizune, be quiet." Orochimaru flicked his freakishly long, saliva-dripping tongue at Shizune, who looked unnerved, and then looked back to Tsunade. "So, what do you say?" "I will have to think about," Tsunade said after a long moment of silence. "When do you need my answer?" "Preferably today," Orochimaru said almost immediately. Tsunade picked up on it instantly. "You weren't kidding. You must have some dangerous enemies if you're this pressed for time. You have 3 days, Tsunade. We will meet in the outskirts of the city. Come if you wish to see your loved ones again." Orochimaru turned his back on Tsunade and walked away, his associates close on his tail. After a long moment of silence, Shizune spoke up timidly. "Are you going to take him up on his offer, Tsunema?" "I don't know, Shizune." She gave a heavy sigh. "I need a drink." 2 days later, nighttime Jiraiya brushed aside the high curtains as he walked into a tiny drinking establishment many blocks away from the bar they had found Tsunade. As expected, he found Tsunade slumped on a stool, leaning backwards as she took another shot of what he expected to be strong liquor. Jiraiya ordered a drink, pointing to Tsunade as he did so and sat down next to her. "I'll have what she's having." With a drink in his hand, Jiraiya finally turned to look at Tsunade, whose expression was unnaturally blank. "Where's your cute little assistant?" "I sent her away, her whining was getting to me." "What's with the long face, Tsunade? It doesn't suit you." Jiraiya sniffed the drink in his hand and downed the shot glass in one, closing his eyes as the bitter-tasting beverage went down his throat. "I need some lemons with these." Tsunade sighed tiredly, a rare expression of vulnerability on her face. "Jiraiya, do you know why I look this way?" "To preserve the beauty you had in your youth." The sage shrugged in ignorance. "To preserve my beauty? Bah! How vain do you think I am?" The bartender came by to refill their drinks, and as he left, Tsunade's ire became more visible as she sat up in the poorly lit establishment. Gone was her look of vulnerability, yet it somehow still remained present in her body language. Have you ever woken up and found an old man looking back at you in the mirror? Did it take you a few minutes before you finally realized that it was your own reflection? I hate being old, Jiraiya. I hate it more than anything. Jiraiya, for his part, didn't seem to be fazed by what she said, snacking from the bowls of peanuts on the counter. It was as if he was completely uninterested and indifferent to what she was saying. "Of course I have," he said after a while, and Tsunade gave him a look he could not quite decipher. "The only difference between you and me, Tsunade, I keep seeing my reflection every day and I'm fine with it. I guess I don't pity myself the way you do." Despite this, Tsunade did not seem to be offended. Suppose I'm a coward, aren't I, Jiraiya? Not as gutsy as you, I never have been." Tsunade reached over the counter and grabbed a bottle, uncaring to the apprehensive look the bartender was giving them. "Why did you come here, Jiraiya?" "You know why." She shook her head so slowly her pigtails didn't even move. "No," she said, facing him with a serious look in her eye, "I don't." What few patrons had been left in the bar seemed to be leaving. Perhaps it was an omen of bad things to come. "Why did you come? I'm sure you've made some contacts that could have helped out the old man. It wouldn't have cost you much." "You were never one to take anything at face value," Jiraiya stated with a loft smile. "It's one of the many things I've always liked about you, Tsunade." For whatever reason, whether it was that last remark or perhaps something else that troubled her, Tsunade spat on the floor next to her. "Orochimaru's back," she said with a monotone voice. "He's come to recruit me." The stunned expression on Jiraiya went unnoticed as Tsunade looked down to her drink on the counter, not touching it, but simply looking down as though there was something of great interest at the bottom of the shot glass. "What did you tell him?" Jiraiya said after a moment of silence. "Did you give him an answer?" "Why, would you be jealous if I took him up on that offer, Jiraiya? You're such a child." Her tone fell cold and derisive. "I've always hated that about you." The tension in the air kicked up. The bartender wisely decided to stick to cleaning his glassware on the far side of the counter whilst Jiraiya's expression turned into a stony one. "No, but I suppose I would have to kill you if you did. Tsunadeheim." Letting that sink in for a moment, Jiraiya looked away again, raising his glass to his lips, yet he did not take a sip. Undoubtedly his mind was elsewhere, thinking of the implications of Orochimaru's arrival and resenting the timing of it all. "He's a traitor, Tsunade. He betrayed Konoha, he betrayed you, Sensei Dash, and you, right?" Tsunade interjected sharply. "After all, you considered him to be your best friend. A pity he didn't feel the way, huh?" She mocked. "Maybe Dash." Jiraiya looked at her again, now with intensity in his eyes. "No," he said firmly and answered her questioning look. "No, maybes. Orochimaru is no longer my comrade, Tsunade, don't play your games with me. I won't hesitate to kill him, and neither will he to kill me." "Chi." Tsunade glared at him momentarily but said nothing further. "Since we're scratching open up old wounds," Jiraiya said, "did Orochimaru happen to offer you a way to be reunited with them? With Dan and Dash? Don't say his name." Tsunade barked loudly, her voice resounding in the near-empty establishment. "How did you know?" she demanded after a while. Jiraiya met her golden eyes and saw a glimmer of pain. Instantly he felt a shame greater than he would have thought. "I've been tracking Orochimaru for years, ever since he defected, you know that. It's given me some insight as to how he recruits his people." What you don't know is that he's begun falling in your great-uncle's footsteps. I don't know how he did. The Senju were thought to all have died in the war or simply disappeared, but somehow, he got his hands on that jutsu. Tsunade's eyes widened considerably. She made a choking noise as the severe implications dawned up on her like a tidal wave. The Edo Tensei, she whispered as though she could not believe what she had just heard. But I thought Sensei destroyed all the documents. He promised me the day. Abruptly and as quick as it happened, her outburst died in her throat. The look Jiraiya gave her was laced with understanding and pity. You tried to get your hands on it too, didn't you? Her silence urged him to go on. Nawaki was only 12 years old back then, a wet behind-the-ears courier ninja. He wanted to fight on the front line, but you didn't let him, so he signed on to be a courier ninja behind your back, and on the very first mission he was sent on stop. He died in a horrible explosion. It was a booby trap, and a pretty good one at that. A rookie genin wouldn't have been able to spot it. Jiraiya continued onwards, feeling as though she had to be reminded, feeling as though this was the only way to change her mind. I had never seen you cry so hard before, Tsunade. It broke my heart. Jiraiya, stop it. Tsunade's voice had taken a pleading tone to it by now, but Jiraiya ignored her. That night after Orochimaru came back, after he retrieved Nawaki's body. I never told you this, but I went to the site where it happened. Tsunade turned to him with a stricken expression, her eyes wide and tears welling up. And what you also don't know is that Orochimaru had tracked Nawaki's killers down. He wanted to let you know where they were so you could have your revenge. He told me how he felt when his parents were killed, and then it all made sense to me. I took the information Orochimaru gave me, the location of the squad that had been responsible for Nawaki's death. And I found them. And then I killed them all. Tsunade was at loss for words, and Jiraiya continued, having no confidence he could retell this story again. Something changed in me that day, Tsunade. I had killed them, and for the first time in my life, I felt guilt, a terrible, terrible guilt. I fell to my knees and I cried. I cried just as hard as you did the night before, and I prayed to whomever would listen to forgive me. I had never felt so sick, so rotten. I felt as though I had become the devil himself. Swept in emotions, Jiraiya slammed his fist on the counter. I killed many before that night, and I have killed many since, but I never killed without the need to, without being told to. They were my enemies, true, and they had killed Nawaki, and there was a war going on, and yet I still found myself praying for forgiveness. Then why did you do it? Tsunade screamed at him, sweeping their drinks and bottle of alcohol of the counter as she got to her feet and the bar stool fell, anger in her voice and tears streaming down his eyes. Yet the anger was not directed at him, Jiraiya could tell. She was angry at herself. And after a long moment of silence, Jiraiya gave her a response that chilled her to the bone. So that you wouldn't have to. I never asked you to that. Jiraiya smiled in a blend of affection and nostalgia, cupping Tsunade's chin. Even whilst seated he was tall enough to do so. Strangely enough, she did not resist his touch. Even back then I had seen the hate in Orochimaru. I had finally found out why he was so different from us. That night he told me he would have jumped at the chance to kill his parents' killers. Couldn't stand the thought of you becoming like him, so I went in your stead and I avenged Nawaki on my own, and I kept it from you. Why didn't you tell me? Jiraiya scoffed as though her were mocking her. Why didn't I tell you I avenged your brother before you could do it yourself? No, I was never going to tell you, Tsunade. That was a secret I intended to take with me to my grave. He knew what she was going to say and cut her off before she could speak. The only reason I am telling you now is because you're about to join the man that betrayed us and attacked our home, Nawaki's home. There couldn't be a greater insult to his memory, Tsunade. She had offered no response, and in her position, nobody probably would have one. You know why I brought Naruto with me for this mission, Tsunade? Well, I'll tell you one thing, it sure as hell wasn't to guilt trip you, and it sure as hell wasn't because he's Minato's kid. There was clear hesitation as he said the name, as though he had never spoken it before. When I look at that kid, do you know what I see? I doubt you would. You've been drinking yourself into a stupor for years, but what I see in Naruto is something great. I see the future in that kid. I know he is going to change the world someday, Tsunade. With or without my help, and I prefer to be a part of it for as long as I can. Grateful for a change of subject, Tsunade shook her head. What are you talking about? When I fought him the other day, I saw nothing special. He's got guts, but it'll take more than that, Jiraiya. His parents were already jonin at his age. I knew you would say that, Jiraiya shook his head with a confident grin. Naruto's a one-in-a-million kind of person. I've kept a close eye on him. He has a quality about him that I haven't seen since. Well, it doesn't matter, Jiraiya quickly amended as the image of a red-haired, pale-skinned teenager with ripple-patterned eyes came to memory. What matters is that my gut is telling me Naruto's the one he has to be. Not this again. Tsunade's outburst came as expected. Jiraiya, you can't possibly be serious. You've been ranting and raving about this prophecy for years and it's cost you 2 students already. When will you be satisfied? How many more have to die before you're finally convinced he's the one? Jiraiya slammed his palm on the counter and stood out of the bar stool with an unsettling grin on his face. He could have been a cult member from the way he was shaking with exhilaration. I'm telling you, Tsunade, Naruto is the child of prophecy. He's going to change the world. If you say so, Tsunade couldn't help but admire Jiraiya's unwavering faith and conviction in the prophecy foretold to him by the toads. She remembered the days when she, too, was as fanatic about Konoha, a young kunoichi, scion of the noble Senju clan and a patriot at heart, so happy to serve, so willing to fight for country and village like her parents, grandfather and great-uncle had done before her. So what does that have to do with me? She asked eventually. Well, to tell you the truth, my mission wasn't just to bring you back to Konoha to help the old man, Tsunade. From the look on her face, Jiraiya could tell she wasn't in the least surprised. They want you to become the Godame Hokage of Konoha, Tsunade. Tsunade burst out laughing, spilling her drink as she laughed loudly. Are you out of your mind, Jiraiya? Why would I even step foot again in that village, let alone become the Hokage? Don't make me laugh. It's not a joke, Tsunade, Jiraiya said smoothly. Tsunade shook her head, her honey-brown eyes fixated on his. Why aren't you taking the job? You can't possibly tell me they haven't offered you. Oh, they have, Jiraiya said nonchalantly. They've been trying to get me to take the hat for years now, but we both know I'm not capable of leading a village. I'm a fighter, and I'd like to think I'm a pretty good teacher. A nostalgic smile crept to his face, but it quickly disappeared. But we both know I'd be nothing but a figurehead if I took the job. I wouldn't know the first about being Hokage, but you on the other hand. No, Tsunade refused flatly. Not on your life. Why not? Jiraiya asked with genuine curiosity, though he had a pretty good idea why already. Tsunade had a commitment phobia for as long as he had known her. Sadly, the only one who had gotten her over then was Dan, but after he died, Tsunade went back to her old ways. You'd be a great Hokage, and the first woman to be a Kage at that. 3. Don't patronize me, Jiraiya. I'm not taking the job. Jiraiya shrugged and got off the bar stool again and stretched his arms, stifling a yawn. Well, the offer is on the table depending on how long it'll take us to get back to Konoha and when you'll leave, Tsunade. Wait a minute, you actually think I'm going to lose that bet with that kid? Jiraiya nodded as though it was the simplest truth in the world. Oh, you're going to lose all right. I've got no doubts in my mind about that. He headed for the exit and turned around for a moment. Tsunade, I really hope you don't take up Orochimaru on that offer. It'd be too much trouble to kill the both of you. With that, Jiraiya left, leaving Tsunade with a stunned expression. She then smiled for a moment and shook her head as she too got up and tossed a golden Ryo coin at the barkeep, who caught the golden token with bulging eyes, unable to formulate a proper response as Tsunade pulled on her jacket and left. I ran out of regular bills, sorry for your troubles, Tsunade muttered as she left. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Early hours. With Naruto in the same clearing he had been for the past few days, Naruto held his hand in his wrist and channeled his chakra, surrounded by fallen trees, small creates and shattered rock. Rasengan. The result was much stronger than it had been in only a few days ago. In the palm of his hand was a softly screeching, perfectly shaped Rasengan the size of his fist. Naruto reckoned he could make it bigger if he wanted to, but he decided on playing it safe and building his way up to size. All that mattered at the moment was that he got down the principles of the 3 steps necessary to perform the jutsu. For a few moments, Naruto played with the Rasengan in his hand, figuring out the best way to move the jutsu at someone. This jutsu would be even deadlier if I could figure out a way to throw it like a kunai or a shuriken or something like that. He toyed with the idea for a minute or so before dismissing it as an insane and not to mention impossible notion. This jutsu might be self-sustaining once you've done it, but going at it for 30 hours in 2 days really puts a drain on your reserves. Naruto cancelled the jutsu and pulled his turtleneck over his head and sat down by a tree, yawning as he nodded off and fell asleep. Jiraiya's sweet Jiraiya sluggishly stumbled past the door, clutching his heart as he closed his right eye in extreme discomfort, knocking over trinkets off the stand by the door. The sage swore as loudly as his ragged breathing allowed him, and he fell face-first on the ground, clutching his heart with a pained smile on his face. Diamenit. Tsunade. Midday, Tenseigai outskirts Orochimaru and his lackeys were already waiting in the clearing by the time Tsunade had gotten there. A brief look around and she knew why he had wanted to meet her out here in the open. Surrounded by a thick line of trees, the clearing provided to be large enough to perform the technique, yet at the same time provide enough space to get out of the way in case Tsunade changed her mind and decided to go on a rampage. She smiled wryly, supposing no S-ranked shinobi survived that long without always having a contingency plan as she came to a stop halfway in the clearing. "So you've come, Tsunade," Orochimaru announced theatrically as he approached her on his own. His grin was so wide it appeared as though his face was about to split with the clear smugness evident in his tone. "Where is your little friend? I had thought she would have wanted to see her uncle return to the land of the living." Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest. "That's none of your concern, Orochimaru," she said with a no-nonsense tone. "I came here to give you my answer." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. "But before I do that, I want you to hold your end of the bargain first." Orochimaru repressed a snarl with visible restraint and looked briefly over his shoulder to his associates. They were standing perfectly still next to another a good 20 feet away. "As you wish, Tsunade." Orochimaru smiled again in his twisted fashion. "I suppose it would only make sense get on with it." Tsunade barked loudly. This time the smile did not return immediately, as Orochimaru found it difficult to cope with the total and utter lack of respect. Usually those who spoke to him with such respect were either dispatched by Kabuto, his other lieutenants, or, depending on the gravity of the insult, himself. However, this was not just anyone who was insulting him. Orochimaru fully knew that. Tsunade was one of the few in the world that were in his league. Until he became the perfect being. Tsunade's eyes were locked onto his and Orochimaru twitched as he suppressed another snarl. "Now then, let's begin, shall we?" Immediately Orochimaru's lower jaw welled down and his body began to grow disproportionately, his entirely body bulging out of his cloak and shinobi robes. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped as 2 bulging figures in Orochimaru's neck traveled down and fell out of his gargantuan mouth, coated with slimy, green mucus. 2 corpses laid on the ground between Tsunade and Orochimaru. Both were male, one being considerably taller than the other. It was just then Tsunade's eyes widened at the similarities between the corpses and the appearances of her beloved lost ones. Immediately her mind was flooded with past memories she had unsuccessfully attempted to bury deep down in her subconscious through years of abusing alcohol. "Hey, I want to be like Grandpa someday. I will be honored with the name Hokage, because being Hokage is my dream." 5. It is because we are living in the shinobi world, where death is always following us, that I want to put my life on the line to subdue this war-ridden world. I dearly love both the village and my comrades. That is why I want to protect them. 5. The storm inside Tsunade raged with a great, unrelenting fury, a force she could no longer pretend to be aware of. From experience, it is best to use sacrifices that resemble those you intend to summon. Orochimaru's explanation died in his throat as he saw the rage in Tsunade's eyes, the incredibly fury with which she looked at him. A bull-like roar escaped Tsunade as she aimed a fist for the ground. "Orochimaru." Naruto's grin threatened to split his face in half as he looked down on the perfectly shaped orb of chakra in his hands. He had finally done it. He had completed the Rasengan so much sooner than he had anticipated. In a mere 3 weeks he completed a technique that took the Yondaime years to create, and Jiraiya, a legendary shinobi, 3 months with the Yondaime helping him along the way. It went to show how much he could achieve if he just used his head properly. Granted, Jiraiya had given him a few pointers here and there, but even so he couldn't be happier with himself. Still, as great as the achievement was, Naruto felt as though something was missing. Something he couldn't quite grasp yet. What that was, he had no idea. And yet he couldn't shake the thought. What was missing? The damage done to his surrounding area was a testament to the power of the jutsu. It could easily crush boulder and shreds thick trees with ease, and yet the feeling in his stomach refused to leave. What was missing? Naruto. In the distance, Naruto saw Shizen running towards him looking distressed. What is it? He was unsure whether they were on first-name terms after the violent altercation a few days ago. Shizen, right? She ignored this. Where is Jiraiya-sama? Shizen looked around as tough, half expecting to see the white mane of the sage sticking out somewhere nearby. Tsunade is in trouble. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What kind of trouble? I haven't seen her since last night. I think she's gone to see Orochimaru to take him up on his offer. Shizen hurriedly revealed. I need to find Jiraiya-sama. He's the only one who can stop her. Where is he? Gritting his teeth, Naruto recalled his run-in with the snake fiend and what he had done to Sasuke. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A clone appeared next to him, much to Shizen's surprise, as Naruto addressed his doppelganger. Go find Ero Sennin. You'll know where to find me, go. The clone didn't need to be told twice and was off in an instant, leaving Naruto to turn to Shizen with a serious expression. I don't know what's going, but I'll help. Shizen nodded with gratitude. You said she went to meet with Orochimaru. Do you know where they were? Somewhere in the outskirts. They didn't discuss a precise location, Shizen informed, perfectly fine with taking Naruto with her on this one. Having seen him take on Tsunade, albeit unsuccessfully, was enough for her to know he would be useful. Let's go. She made to move to take off, but Naruto had other plans. He bit his thumb and went through a string of hand seals so rapidly his hands were blurs. There's no time to manually look. Naruto jumped back and slammed his hand on the ground, forcing enough chakra into the technique to summon his familiar. Kuchios no Jutsu. Poof! A massive pillar of smoke concealed the appearance of Gamahiro. Naruto, long time no see. The toad greeted amiably. Hey, Gamahiro. Naruto greeted, perched on the gargantuan toad's head. I know I'm not supposed to call you for this, but can you give us a ride? A friend of ours is in trouble and we need to find her fast. Burbit? No problem. A friend of yours is a friend of mine. Happened, lady. Gamahiro said to Shizen, who looked bewildered but jumped on nonetheless. Naruto pointed ahead. Let's go, Gamahiro, he shouted, and the toad took off with a mighty leap, jumping his into the air, several hundred feet at least, giving them a clear view of the forestry below. Orochimaru. Tsunade's fist sank through the earth with tremendous power, chakra racing through her fist unleashed with pinpoint accuracy and explosive fury. The earth cracked like porcelain, chunks sticking out immediately as the crack turned into a racing crevice headed for Orochimaru. Haunted by the images of her dead loved ones, Tsunade's fit of rage was accompanied by an animalistic roar. Orochimaru backed off immediately, knowing full well what his irate, former comrade was capable of. She didn't let up though, rushing over to Orochimaru with her arm outstretched to clothesline the serpent, whose head would have surely been severed from his neck had it not been for the combined efforts of his 2 associates, Kabuto and Sasaki. The bespectacled shinobi had rushed over with chakra scalpels, cutting a tendon in Tsunade's arm to weaken her attack considerably, whilst Sasaki launched forward with a downwards slash of one of his 4 blades. Orochimaru crashed into the ground, skidding and bounding painfully and coming to a stop in a crouch, whilst Kabuto was on the receiving end of a ribcage-breaking kick, and Sasaki's attack was dodged and countered with a head, but that resulted in him crashing through the clearing and into a tree with a painful grunt. Undoubtedly, Tsunade was a force to be reckoned with. Years of inactivity may have taken their toll on her speed and power, but her mind was as sharp as ever despite her years of binge drinking. Green chakra sparked in her hand. The wound she received from Kabuto was healed in a matter of seconds. You shouldn't have come here, Orochimaru. Her voice shook with barely restrained anger. She was looking down into the crevice in the earth, where the sacrificial corpses resembling Nawaki and Dan lied in an undignified heap. First I'm going to kill your lackeys, and then I'm going to take my time ripping you apart. Orochimaru snarled at the notion, face contorted with disgust and rage. You're the one making the mistake, Tsunade. Whilst you wasted your best years away drinking yourself into a stupor, I never stopped fighting. You are no match for me. He bounded forward with amazing speed, regurgitating his blade like he had done with the sacrifices and holding it tightly with his tongue as he lunged like blurry missile of death. Tsunade sidestepped the attack, barely avoiding getting fatally wounded, and retaliated with an upwards kick. Orochimaru dodged it with his superior speed. Clearly he wasn't all talk. The two engaged in the briefest of taijutsu clashes shortly before Orochimaru's henchmen joined in. Tsunade found herself fighting three at the same time. Nonetheless, before long she was overtaking the fight, punching and kicking with increased fury. Even when they outnumbered her, they could not match her strength, not when they were so inept at collaborating their efforts, something they had evidently never had to resort to before. On the receiving end of a crushing right hook to the chest with enough force to break through a boulder, Sasaki was flung backwards once again. Confident he was out for the count, Tsunade was in for a shocking surprise when the 6 feet 6 inches tall swordsman remained standing, skidding back a few feet but standing nonetheless. What in the world? Kabuto capitalized on her distraction and managed to land a kick on her stomach before retreating a safe distance. It was nothing compared to what she could dish out. So, this is what you've been doing over the years, Orochimaru? Playing God with your followers? You despicable filth. Sasaki had taken the brunt of Tsunade's attack full on but managed to survive the otherwise sure-killing blow due to the fact there were 4 very muscular arms attached to his torso. As sickening as the idea was, the scientist inside Tsunade could not help but be intrigued with the possible explanation for this monstrosity. She banished the thought. This wasn't the time to be admiring her former friend's handiwork. She ought to get done killing him right about now. The defensive cross-shaped guards Sasaki had put up slackened as the lower pair of arms fell, veins popping up in the muscular limbs as they swelled up and grew purple, clearly broken under the brute force of Tsunade's fist. They had taken on most of the attack. Chi. Sasaki looked down to the additional pair of limbs he obviously had not been born with, but rather were the result of Orochimaru's experiments. You broke my arms, Beach? And I'll break your face while I'm at it. Tsunade roared, aiming another devastating punch to the ground. With Naruto and Shizune Gamahiro continued to bound forward with vigor, hundreds of feet at a time. Naruto remained perched on his head, scouring the landscape with his eyes. I really should invest in a pair of binoculars, Naruto noted mentally. I have to say, Naruto-kun, I'm amazed you are able to summon a toad of this size. Shizune commented, shouting so he could hear over the booming impact of Gamahiro and the screeching of the wind. She was riding on Gamahiro's shoulder to get a better vantage point. Not many shinobi are capable of a feat like that. And you're so young too. Naruto spared her a glance and gave her a smile. Thanks, he replied. I guess Jiraiya figured I'd be perfect for something like summoning jutsu. I've got more chakra than I know what to do with. Really? I don't feel it. Shizune said, adding, I'm not a sensory type, but I can't feel that much chakra coming from you. Your chakra levels are still higher than mine, but if what you're saying is true it should be much higher. Why is that? Yeah, I get that a lot. Technically he had only gotten in twice, once from a mad scientist with a penchant for beating him with a stick and the other from his sword-wielding teammate Hayate. I never really thought about it, but I guess my body just naturally knows how to suppress my chakra. Jiraiya's been teaching me how to make proper use of it. Oh. Having answered her question, Naruto turned to Gamahiro. Talking about summoning jutsu reminded him of something. We might run into some snakes, Gamahiro-chan. Naruto shouted as Gamahiro bounded onwards. Are you up for a fight? Naruto grinned as the massive toad gave a determined nod of his head. Always. Gamahiro croaked loudly, bounding onwards even faster at the prospect of battle. I sense them ahead, Naruto. Naruto frowned with confusion. Had he heard that right? You can sense them, Gamahiro-chan. Naruto shouted his question. Gamahiro nodded midair as they neared the enemy. What? You're a censor toad or something? Naruto fought the urge to laugh at the notion. It just sounded funny. It's called senjutsu, Naruto. Gamahiro replied. But more on that later, we're getting closer. Prepare yourselves. Tsunade was down to a knee to catch her breath, a bead of sweat rolling down the side of her face. She scowled. Her years of inactivity were really showing. Scrapes and bruises adorned her arms and legs. She bled from a few shallow cuts here and there. In particular, the cut on her forehead was a source of irritation. Her greatest annoyance at the moment, however, was the fact she knew she wouldn't have made the careless mistakes that got her these injuries a few years ago. She glared at the three in front of her, all of them sporting several injuries of their own, in particular Kabuto, who had taken the brunt of most of her attacks head-on, though he was able to heal his injuries whenever Tsunade was fighting Orochimaru and Sasaki. Still, she had the upper hand for now. They were too cautious to get within striking distance. Not even the cocky swordsman dared to attack on his own. After all, she only had to land one well-placed punch to end the fight and his life. You've made a grave mistake, Tsunade, Orochimaru reminded her for what seemed the 100th time. Clearly the prospect of missing out on recruiting her rubbed him the wrong way. She spat BLD to her right with a hateful glare at her former teammate. Unfortunately for you, Tsunade, I did not come unprepared to deal with you. Kabuto. Kabuto looked to his Zemper and nodded. Tsunade could see the resentment in his eyes as he hesitated for a moment before going through a string of seals to use whatever trump card they had stored just in case. Chikura Mezu. Tsunade's eyes narrowed and just as quickly widened as Kabuto ran the chakra scalpel down his torso, cleanly cutting through his clothes and the layers of his skin on his chest. And just like that, Tsunade was 20 years old again. On the battlefield, Dan's bloodied body appeared in front of her. He gasped for air and gurgled BLD. Her hands drenched in his BLD. Tsunade's memories came back to haunt her with a greater fury, gripping and unrelenting. Dan. No, don't die on me now. Not now. Dan. Tsunade felt sick, on the verge of vomiting as Kabuto pulled aside the layers of skin and fat to show his organs to her in order to exploit her severe hemophobia. Who would have thought the greatest medical jutsu expert in the world was afraid of a little BLD? Sasaki sneered as he rushed forward to Tsunade, who fell to her knees, covering her face with her hands, fighting the ghost of her memories. Even now, in the midst of battle, decades later, images of her loved ones tormented her so. Sasaki came to an abrupt stop as a blur of red, green, and white appeared in front of him. A split second and palm move to the chest later, the swordsman flew through the air for the third time and crashed through two trees before coming to a skidding stop on the opposite side of the clearing. On your feet, Tsunade. Jiraiya commanded, swaying somewhat on his feet. You stupid woman, Jiraiya shouted at her, though his voice was somewhat gentle. Give me a cure for this FNG drag. I'm seeing double, scratch that, I'm seeing triple. Jiraiya. Orochimaru screamed furiously, gripping his sword tightly and hating the very image of his former teammate. Why is it you are always there to foil my plans? Enough. Orochimaru rushed forward, having heard Jiraiya mentioning his poison state. Intent on finishing the sage off before his condition could be fixed. Kabuto, tend to Sasaki. Orochimaru's body transformed midair, shifting into a more snake-like figure. His body gained freakish length and his scaly skin became more prominent. As he closed in, he was brought to a sudden halt as mud acted before him, hardening into a thick wall of earth. Recognizing the jutsu instantly, Orochimaru remembered with bile and hatred how his former sensei had used it against him in their bout only mere months ago. Who? Orochimaru demanded with a scream. He reverted to his human form and looked around, half expecting to find the culprit. Me! Shouted Naruto's clone as it appeared a short distance away, hurling a salvo of kunai with exploding tags attached to them. Orochimaru dodged and deflected them easily enough. However, most of them sank in the earth wall behind him and detonated, sending thick, jagged chunks of earth his way. As Orochimaru batted chunks away with his sword, slicing and dicing the chunks of earth like butter or some other soft substance, and retreated a short distance, a stream of fire came bearing down on him from behind. Snarling in anger, Orochimaru dived through the fire, much to the audible surprise of the clone, protected by his tough skin, modified with extracts of snake scales, a result of his life's work to become the ultimate being. The clone was dispatched easily enough, but Orochimaru had already lost his momentum. Surely Jiraiya would have already prepared to counter his attack by now, even in his poisoned state. Kabuto! Sasaki! His associates were by him instantly, their injuries tended to by Kabuto, whose skin was once again covered his organs. The use of Chikura Mezu in such a manner was nothing short of a life-threatening. Prolonged exposure could result in all kinds of health problems, ranging from infections to failing organs. You two take care of Tsunade. I will deal with Jiraiya. Do not fail me. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied dogmatically just as Sasaki nodded and said, You got it, boss. They made to charge forward, intent on separating the Sannin as quick as possible and disposing of them individually, just as Gamahiro came crashing down before them. Crash. The giant toad crashed down with such force the earth gave away, forming a deep impression on the landscape as it landed next to two Sannin, destroying multiple trees as it landed. Bit. Shizen jumped of the road and rushed to her MSDR's side. Tsunade-sama, she called with relief. Naruto looked to Jiraiya. Ero-sennin, how did you get here before we did? He was somewhat annoyed, despite the look of things. How the hell did Jiraiya move so fast? From what his clone had reported through their mental link, Jiraiya had been poisoned, by Tsunade no less. For him to beat them to this location, Naruto had a new respect for the sage. He was something else. Jiraiya kept his eyes locked on Orochimaru. Let's just say this isn't the first time Tsunade's tried to poison me. He gave a wry smile as though remembering something humorous. I've built a resistance to her poisons, more or less. Right. Naruto jumped down in a crouch next to Jiraiya just as Shizun reached Tsunade, hurriedly charging her own hands with green chakra, though it was quite unnecessary as Tsunade's wounds were not the problem. What's happened to her? There's no time. How about you use some of that medical expertise on me instead? I'm still poisoned, Jiraiya reminded her. Shizun nodded, looking to Tsunade for a moment, and then moving to Jiraiya with green chakra in her hands. She placed her hands on Jiraiya's chest. As he did so, Jiraiya looked to Gamahiro and whistled appreciatively. You got Gamahiro to be your familiar. Not bad, brat, not bad at all, Jiraiya complimented, shifting his gaze from Gamahiro to Naruto with an approving nod. The massive toad gave a croak and bowed his head respectfully. Naruto gave a small smile. It wasn't really the right time, but he rarely got compliments from the sage that weren't accompanied with an insult or two. Of course, it only took me a month to summon toads his side, Jiraiya added airily. And to think it took you this long despite my help. It's kinda embarrassing, don't you think? Naruto's expression fell. Talk about speaking too soon. He muttered as he assumed a stance. Eyes narrowed, Naruto spotted Kabuto and Orochimaru biting their thumbs. The former went through a string of hand seals whilst the latter merely pulled up his sleeve and smeared BLD down his arm. Hey, Aragigi, what is that tattoo? Is he about to summon Dash? Kuchios no Jutsu. Sheet. Jiraiya swore. By the looks of it, Naruto's thoughts were confirmed. One could make a tattoo of their summoning contract. Poof, poof. With two massive pillars of smoke, two of the largest serpents Naruto had ever seen appeared. He felt a cold shiver run down his back as he viewed the larger of the serpents. He was colored purple, and had black rings running down intervals on his body and massive fangs, easily 5 times as big as Naruto. The other was similar to the former, albeit considerably smaller, and was silver and black. He oddly resembled Manda enough Naruto imagined them to be related, perhaps father and son. They easily dwarfed the serpents he had encountered in the Forest of Death. Orochimaru, hissed Manda angrily. How dare you summon me unannounced? Where are my 100 sacrifices? You shall have them soon, Orochimaru assured as he stood on the massive beast's forehead. Staring into the distance, he saw Jiraiya biting his thumb and go through a string of hand seals of his own. And you may want to save your appetite for your archenemy. What nonsense is this, Orochimaru? Manda demanded angrily, swiping his tail and crushing a portion of the trees encircling the clearing, which had already been damaged severely by the battle that had raged on before the snakes were summoned. You mean dash? Poof! Jiraiya! Gamabunta appeared, a massive dumpling of rice and flies the size of a small house still in his hand. Evidently, the Toad Chief had been eating just as he was summoned, and this clearly angered Bunta. How dare you summon me during my meal? You and your little apprentice both. I ought to dash. Gamabunta caught himself mid-sentence as his massive eyes Manda and his son before them. Manda! Naruto's sweat dropped. He could instantly spot the hatred between the Toad Chief and boss summon of the snakes. How in the hell did I get caught up in this freak show? Naruto looked up to Jiraiya, perched on Gamabunta's head, and decided to jump on top of Gamahiro, whose cheeks were swelling and deflating angrily at the sight of Manda's son, upon whose head Kabuto and Sasaki were standing. Make me a snakeskin wallet, Gamahiro-chan. UFING got it, Naruto? Having never heard or expected his toad familiar to swear, Naruto did a double take. The notion of it hadn't even crossed his mind, it was just too odd. It sounded even odder since Gamahiro's entire getup resembled that of a samurai, warriors, Naruto believed, who never swore as it was deemed unnecessary and dishonorable. Get him, tear those slimy snake BSRDS apart. You too, Gamabunta. Bit. Gamahiro and Gamabunta responded in unison as Gamahiro unsheathed his blade. Here, take that, you stinking snake. Gamabunta threw the smelly-looking rice and flies dumpling in his hand at Manda, hitting him straight in the face. SEK on that, you worthless sheet. Orochimaru had been lucky to dodge the massive rice ball, however Manda was not, and the massive snake trashed with fury. What is this stench? Filthy toad stench. Arg, you have crossed me for the last time, Gamabunta. I will swallow you whole. And the fight was on. Whether their summoners directed to or not. Perhaps one day Naruto would look back and laugh his butt off as he retold the story. However, that was not the case now. It was the present, and the present was FNG terrifying. It took Naruto's utmost of self-control not to let out a frightened scream as the massive beasts collided. Midair, Orochimaru and Jiraiya jumped at one another and engaged in a fierce taijutsu match he soon lost track of as they seemingly disappeared, leaving Naruto, Gamahiro and Gamabunta to deal with Kabuto, Sasaki, Manda and his son. Distracted for the briefest of moments, Naruto did not see it coming when Sasaki flew towards him and jump-kneed him straight in the face with such force Naruto could hear something break as he flew backwards through the air. Kabuto soared past, using him as a stepping stone to get ahead whilst crushing his ribs under his sandal. Naruto vs. Sasaki. Naruto crashed to the ground and was followed swiftly by Sasaki as Kabuto landed in a nimble crouch like a cat and charged towards his targets, Tsunade and Shizune. Clearly, he intended to take out Tsunade before she got over her catatonic spell. Kabuto's hands were already sparkling with blue chakra. Naruto saw it clearly when the bespectacled shinobi stepped on him. Naruto could only hope Shizune was on top of her game. As strong as Tsunade was, Shizune had informed him of her affliction on the way over, and from the looks of it she wasn't going to be of much help. Oof. Naruto lied flat on his back, BLD running down his nose and a headache already on the way. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Naruto mentally berated himself. How could he have let himself be distracted like that? Keen on some revenge, Naruto rolled over his shoulders in a crouch to face his attacker. He was considerably taller than Naruto, around 6 feet 6 inches, and appeared to be rather muscular. He couldn't quite tell due to his opponent's cloak. His skin was somewhat grayish-brown, his hair short rows of brown spiky locks, dark eyes accentuated by a feral grin easily noticeably due to his jagged shark-like teeth. A thick, jagged scar ran down Sasaki's left eye, a wound of battle most likely. Sasaki stood waiting for him calmly, arms stowed under his cloak. It was insulting really, but Naruto wouldn't let his pride get the better of him. It was much more entertaining to wipe the smirk of his face through force and make him regret his arrogance right before he put him out of his misery. Naruto whipped off the BLD from under his nose and climbed to his feet. The Kyuubi's chakra already started to heal his broken nose. A healing ability. Now that's impressive. Sasaki exclaimed with unnerving enthusiasm, clearly impressed. Is that a bloodline limit or something? You're a lucky little sheet, aren't you? Naruto gave no response and surged forward. A kunai shot in his hand from the ninja wire contraption built under his sleeve. Sasaki sidestepped the initial lunge and lightly dashed backwards to avoid the second swipe, all the while keeping his hands under his cloak. You're going to have to better than that, Sasaki taunted, much to Naruto's annoyance, who growled and charged again, swiping and stabbing with fury, only to miss at every step. Sasaki retaliated with a sudden, brutal high kick to the face. Naruto dropped to the ground, rolling over his shoulders on the dirt. He formed a hand seal and wordlessly created 3 Kage Bunshin to aid him in his fight. The clones charged ahead as Naruto switched to ninjutsu. He could tell Sasaki was faster than him and that taijutsu would not win him this fight. It wasn't so much that his opponent was that fast, but rather that his considerable height advantage over Naruto made it tougher for the Chunin to land a solid blow, let alone beat him. The blonde had learned of this disadvantage against Kajiri, the first opponent who was considerably taller than him. From a mere glimpse of Sasaki's abilities, Naruto could tell he wouldn't have it as easy as he did against Kajiri, who was considerably slower and whose moves were painfully easy to read. He had a much more difficult time reading Sasaki's movements. I really need to spend some more time with Lee, Naruto made a mental note as he took deep breath. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu. The 3 clones who had been throwing kicks and punches at Sasaki simultaneously jumped back as the Dragon Fire Jutsu raced towards Sasaki. Chi. Sasaki was audibly annoyed having to resort to his kenjutsu as he withdrew a single sword, sheath and all, from his hip and twirled it at an insane speed to redirect the fire. The fire stream bounced off the sword sheath and split into 3 smaller blasts to destroy the clones. Naruto jumped forward, expecting to land a punch, only to be blocked by the sword sheath gripped firmly by Sasaki, who had the audacity to look indifferent. You're good, kid, but hopelessly out of your FING league. Sasaki declared. Furious with himself and with Sasaki for toying with him, Naruto launched himself backwards and landed in a crouch and ran forward again, pinged back his arm and aiming for the dirt before Sasaki. Futon, Ripusho, he shouted, palm moving the air. As it had done against Tsunade, dirt kicked upwards to form a massive, obscuring cloud of earth. However, no sooner had Naruto ran into it and made a seal to create more shadow clones, had Sasaki appeared before him, somehow having sniffed him out in the dirt cloud, leaning so low he was ducked under Naruto's hands as they formed a hand seal. The swordsman half unsheathed his blade, shoving the butt of the sword handle into Naruto's ribs. Naruto held his ribs as he flew out the dirt cloud through the air, a sharp pain in his ribs. Sasaki possessed monstrous strength. Though it was nowhere near that of the Sannin, he still cracked bones with ease. I've already seen you use that attack, Sasaki revealed. Once I've seen an attack, it won't ever work on me. Naruto struggled to catch his breath. When he regained his bearings, he reached for his summoning scroll in his pouch. He came to the conclusion a while ago. He was going to need to use a real weapon at some point if he ever faced a swordsman as skilled as Sasaki. He withdrew the summoning scroll in which he stored the weapons he had gathered from the bandits he dispatched days ago. Naruto didn't have time to specifically unseal one, thus decided to unseal all of them at once. With a pillar of smoke, the weapons appeared on the ground. There were several weapons he had collected, a bow and a few clubs and spears and daggers here and there, but Naruto picked the one that came without a sheath, its gleaming metal beckoning him. What's this? Sasaki mockingly feigned ignorance. You're going to try and match my swordsmanship. You must be a whole FNG lot dumber than you look, kid. Naruto gripped the blade tightly. It was shorter than a katana, a kodachi or a nodachi perhaps, he couldn't quite tell. His knowledge on swords was too limited to accurately determine the sword type. Examining it for the briefest moments, it seemed to have been kept in good condition. Its metal gleamed in the light as he held it up. Where there was supposed to be a guard or a sword hilt, there was only a thick layer of white bandages. Naruto could tell the sword was probably never finished, but he didn't have much time to be choosy and pick another as Sasaki rushed forward with his own sword still sheathed. "Don't think I'll let you have a nice little knit and pick, kiddo. I don't have all day." Clang! Naruto successfully blocked Sasaki's downwards slash with the blade in his hand. Sasaki's eyes widened. What the dash? Capitalizing on the opening, Naruto kicked him in the chest, forcing the older man to back off and charged on, intent on keeping his momentum going. "You're not getting away that easily." Naruto lunged forward. Sasaki deflected with considerable force, blowing Naruto's arm backwards. The swordsman was in for a surprise, however, when Naruto reversed the blade's hilt and somersaulted sideways, ripping through Sasaki's cloak and revealing Sasaki's remaining two arms. Much like Tsunade, his brief distraction cost him a kick to the gut, a surprisingly powerful kick which sent him skidding and bounding over the ground with incredible force. Naruto stabbed the earth with his blade to come to a stop. He pointedly ignored the pain in his chest, too shocked with his opponent's forearms. "What the F is that?" Naruto needlessly gestured to the pair of additional arms attached to Sasaki's ribcage. Though muscular, they were a sickening hue of dark purple and veins popped out. They appeared to be broken. Probably by the old hag, Naruto deducted, whistling lowly at that thought. "Oh, Sasaki feigned embarrassed modesty. "Let's just say Orochimaru-sama is good to his people." Sasaki made a distasteful noise. The old beach broke these with a single punch though. As though decided on a whim, Sasaki unsheathed his blade, and to Naruto's horror, sliced off his additional pair of arms. "What's that look for? It's not like you're the one feeling it. This hurts like hell." "You sure don't look like you're in a lot of pain," Naruto observed easily. Sasaki shrugged indifferently. "Heh, I guess I've grown used to it." "What's your name?" Sasaki then asked curiously. "You're an interesting kid. I'm still going to kill you, but I like to learn the names of the interesting people I kill." Not at all flattered, Naruto humored him anyway. "Uzumaki Naruto." Sasaki Genji, his opponent, gave a mock bow. "Thought that won't matter much longer, seeing as you're going to die now." "Ahu," Naruto grunted non-committally, sneaking a glance over his shoulder to see Shizune fighting Kabuto whilst protecting an unmoving Tsunade. "I need to settle this as quickly as I can," Naruto decided. "Let's get this over with, Sasaki." Sasaki shrugged. "It's your funeral." "No, it isn't." "Not today," Naruto challenged, the sword still held in a reverse grip. It felt more comfortable that way. The sword's hilt was shorter than usual. It was light and balanced, only somewhat heavier than a kunai. Whoever created this sword clearly knew what they were doing. Its sharpness and lightness was a testament to that fact. Seemingly accepting his challenge, Sasaki unsheathed his blade and held it along with the sheath in his other hand. "I'll make sure to spill some sake for your soul, Uzumaki Naruto." Sasaki kicked his discarded limbs at Naruto and charged. His opponent wasn't above using dirty tricks, it seemed. Naruto realized as he cut through the discarded arms far easier than he had anticipated. Sasaki was upon him in an instant and slammed his sword sheath in his ribs, breaking his feeble defense and stabbing at his face, though he escaped with only a cut on his cheek. Angered, Naruto retaliated with a headbutt, which he instantly regretted as it did him more harm than Sasaki, who recovered almost instantaneously and punched back with the guard of his blade, forcing him into a dazed stumble. Whether it was down to pure luck or actual skill, Naruto had no idea, but as he kicked upwards on instinct, he pushed back the upcoming attack, forcing the hilt away with his foot and using his body as a ledge of sorts as he fell backwards in his stumbled and rolled over his shoulders back to his feet and side flipped again to avoid another stab. "I can't face him head on," Naruto reminded himself, flushing chakra to his legs and dashing back and around in rapid succession, and eyes locked on Sasaki, looking for an opening to exploit as he dodged, ducked stabs and swipes. There were no openings, much to his frustration. "You're a fast little effer, I'll give you that. It's not going to do you any good though," Sasaki declared, sauntering aimlessly and yawning without a care in the world. "You won't touch me, kid. You're nowhere near skilled enough with a sword to actually beat me, And even if you were, you still wouldn't be fast enough to do any damage. Naruto leapt forward, the blade in a regular grip and attempt to hack and slash away at Sasaki. Perhaps random and unpredictable attacks would throw him off. It could work, or not. Naruto backed away with a fresh cut on his abdomen, once again saved by his reflexes. Sasaki had aimed to run him through this time. This is getting old, Sasaki noted with clear boredom. Despite this, Naruto could tell he was getting on his opponent's nerves. Say, why don't you tell me all about your little healing ability? At least humor me, won't you? Four Eyes over there is hogging the cute one, so even if I kill you right here and now, I'll still be left to my own devices. I'll be bored out of my effing mind watching Four Eyes play with his food. How the hell is this guy beating me? It was one thing to lose to someone more skilled than you were. It was another, completely unacceptable thing to lose to someone with the mentality of a FING 6-year-old. It's called none of your business. Ooh, touchy. Sasaki mocked. Naruto decided to wing it and charged ahead, once again engaging Sasaki in a brief bout of a kenjutsu duel. He fared better this time, letting his instincts and reflexes take control as he jumped and turned and sidestepped with acrobatic finesse and retaliated with ferociousness, hacking at whatever he could reach. It seemed to put Sasaki on the defense, something he clearly wasn't used to, and whilst he struggled to react in time, Naruto managed to cut him in the arm. It was a shallow cut, perhaps in actuality it was a graze, but he regarded it as a small victory nonetheless. Sasaki dashed backwards. He held his sword above him, expecting his wound with a bemused expression. All right then, looks like you're getting serious, kid, Sasaki growled approvingly. See if you can take this. Hitotachi no Tensai. In an instant, before Naruto could even blink, Sasaki blazed past him at speed his eyes follow but his body could not react to. Pain suddenly shot through Naruto, and as he looked down his chest, he realized he was bleeding from a deep slash mark running from his abdomen to his side. Ugh, you've got to be effing kidding me. Naruto dropped to a knee, leaning on his sword for a second or two before he fell face first on the ground with a grunt, eyes closing as the world went dark. Jiraiya versus Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were going at it at untraceable speeds, trading blows all over the place. They were moving so fast they were merely blurs to anyone who tried to keep up. Their clashes were brief and destructive, rendering their surrounding area to nothingness, as though a bomb had gone off and blown everything away. It appears your apprentice has met his match a little early, Orochimaru taunted. He was stuck to a tree, which shuddered and lost its leaves as Gamabunta and Manda continued to go at it, destroying the landscape even more than they were and their massive weights causing minor quakes. Did you really think he could best Sasaki? You're a fool, Jiraiya. Ketan, Ryuka no Jutsu, was the sage's response. Orochimaru didn't even bother dodging and dove straight through the fire, protected by his hard-as-rock scales. Clang! His blade held in his tongue was met with tough resistance against Jiraiya's headband. Orochimaru frowned. He should have cut straight through it with ease. After all, the Kusanagi was a legendary blade of untold value, a true Shinken. Jiraiya broke his thoughts with a solid punch to the face that sent him crashing through the tree he had just vacated. The toad sage hung upside down from a thick tree branch and tapped his forehead protector. It had the kanji for oil engraved between the two demonic-looking horns. Empty Myobokuzen steel, Jiraiya elaborated. Your pretty little blade might cut through everything else, but not this. We'll see about that, Orochimaru hissed. The legendary shinobi moved in an instant, meeting one another midair in another clash, which was left wholly undecided as they broke apart in less than a second. I'll make sure you'll be reunited with all of your students today, Jiraiya. Orochimaru spat a green, acidic substance at Jiraiya. The white-haired Sannin dodged with relative ease. Why don't you worry about yourself, Maru? Jiraiya mocked. He snuck a glance to the distance, hoping and willing his apprentice to get to his feet and carry on fighting. You look worried, old friend. Jiraiya ducked and dodged swipes and stabs spat and acidic oil of his own at Orochimaru, forcing him to a distance once more. Two could play at that game. I'm not. I've got complete faith in that kid, Jiraiya replied with bravado. Unlike you, I don't just use my students for my own gains. I have faith in my kid's abilities. He'll pull through. You just watch. Orochimaru snarled at Jiraiya. What would you possibly know about teaching, Jiraiya? At the very least, all of my students are alive. Well, those that didn't fail me. He cackled with mad laughter. The same cannot be said for you. All the students you have ever taught are dead. Orochimaru sneered at him. And this one will join the others soon enough. As will you. Jiraiya's face contorted with anger. You're going to pay for that one, Orochimaru. Jiraiya jumped back a distance and went through a hand seals. I guess it's time I'll show you some of my new techniques. I'm sure you'll appreciate the contrast between the freak show you've become and what I am capable of. Jiraiya slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. Poof, poof, Jiraiya-chan. Shima and Fukasaku croaked as they appeared before him. Long time no see, Shima croaked happily whilst Fukasaku glared at Orochimaru. So it has finally come to this, Jiraiya-chan. Well then, I suppose calling us was the right to do, but still, the elderly toad's cheeks swell up with annoyance. You really must take the time to enter sage mode on your own, Jiraiya. Thanks for coming, Mava. I will, Jiraiya replied. They did tend to infantilize him, and had done so since he was a child. It only seemed appropriate to refer to them affectionately. Orochimaru's sneer was dropped in exchange for a confused expression. Sage mode, the serpent repeated. Well, that sounds interesting. You'll see soon enough. Jiraiya declared as Ma and Pa hopped on his shoulders and he slapped his hands together. Right after I gather enough sage energy, see ya. Orochimaru nearly did a double take as Jiraiya suddenly turned around and hightailed out of there. What is this mockery? Orochimaru hissed as he pursued. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto woke up with a groan and crawled to his feet, noticing under the poor lighting the water he had been lying face down was neither cold nor wet. This place again, Naruto said out loud. He had only been here once, but he remembered it clearly. Who wouldn't have? He was thrown of a diamond ravine when it happened the first time. Good times, Naruto thought dryly as he remembered summoning Gamabunta for the very first time. He looked around the Kyuubi's lair. Technically it was his mindscape, but for the life of him Naruto couldn't understand why his mind would resemble a sewer, thus he preferred to think of it as the Kyuubi's dominion. Might as well get this over with, Naruto grumbled as he began to walk in a random direction. Finding the Kyuubi's cage was easy enough. He seemed to instinctively know where to go. Kyuubi! Naruto called out to the darkness behind the giant gate. I know you're there. Wake up. It's time to pay rent, furball. A gargantuan claw emerged from between the gates, clawing at Naruto angrily. Welp, the Kyuubi acknowledged his presence. I had expected to see you sooner, now that we have an agreement. Naruto stared right back at the giant red, slit eyes. The Kyuubi's massive fangs gleamed in a snarl. No thanks, Naruto replied, refusing to blink. There's no way I'm going to start relying on you, Kyuubi. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I'm going to fight with my own strength. I'm not a coward. The fox gave a dark chuckle, pressing its head to the gates. Naruto gave a sigh. He didn't exactly like doing this. It looks like we're up against someone stronger than I am. I'm going to need your help on this one. And you shall have it. As per our agreement. Crimson, bubbly chakra began to ebb outwards from the cage and touched Naruto's feet. It appeared as though Naruto was set on fire as a cloak of crimson chakra settled over him, infusing him with strength that was not his own. Thanks. Real world. Naruto vs. Sasaki. Sasaki had been watching Kabuto from afar, having thought his blonde opponent was down for the count, but as he felt an enormous spike of chakra, his eyes flickered to Naruto, who stirred awake with a grunt as his body rejuvenated and the wound on his side and stomach seamlessly closed up. What the F is this? Sasaki growled with confusion. What the hell was going with this kid? He was sure he had put him down for good. What are you? Sasaki demanded. Naruto slowly got to his feet, his eyes no longer electric blue orbs but BLD red, slit eyes piercing the older man with cold, level-headed killing intent. The end of you. No sooner had Naruto said it, did chakra, crimson chakra, flow out and cover him like a cloak. I guess I should give this form a name. Naruto said to himself out loud in a soft, pensive tone. Then, looking at Sasaki for the briefest of seconds, he seemingly disappeared and reappeared next to the arachnid swordsman, decking him in the cheek with enough force to break his cheekbone. Sasaki grunted in pain, hopping sideways on one leg to keep from falling due to the pure force he had been struck with. Sasaki stopped himself by stabbing the earth and leant on his sword. But Naruto was on him, speedily appearing in front of him and plunging his fist in the swordsman's stomach before he could defend himself. His gasp for air was like music to his ears. AFING Symphony. Naruto thought as Sasaki fell to his knees, now at the height of Naruto's shoulders. Taking a step back to dodge a wild swing to the neck, Naruto retaliated with a powerful kick to Sasaki's face. The swordsman's head was smashed straight to the ground sideways, sinking a few inches into the ground. He wasn't down for long, however, rolling aside as Naruto raised his heel high in the air, intending to break Sasaki's solar plexus. The earth crumbled upon impact, forming a sizable depression. Naruto looked to his side, glaring at Sasaki, who had managed to react fast enough to avoid his killing blow. Swiping BLD from his chin, Sasaki snarled. "All right, no more playing around." He cast aside the remains of his cloak. Under his cloak, Sasaki wore a simple black mesh garb, nothing extravagant. It was wholly basic and practical, with additional holes on the side of his robe to accommodate his additional pair of limbs. Sasaki held a syringe in his hand. He gave a laugh, loud and boisterous. "This, my shithead little friend, is a serum created by Orochimaru-sama. What is it, do you ask?" "I don't care," Naruto interjected with indifference. Sasaki continued unperturbed. "Well, I'll tell you anyway." Sasaki cackled insanely. Naruto remained unimpressed. "You might have heard of Orochimaru-sama's cursed seals." At this, Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. "Well, this is that in the form of serum. See, our agreement was that I didn't get a pretty mark like the others. I don't want him to control me. I'm not like the others, I'm not crazy." "You sure could have fooled me." Naruto stared impassively, his insides cold with measured rage. For whatever reasons, this Jinchuriki mode changed his disposition. He was calmer, more level-headed. His anger was still there was no doubt about it, but he felt in control. It was in control. "It won't help," Naruto said coldly. "You're going to die right here." Sasaki cackled with deranged laughter. He seemed psychotic. Even more so when he suddenly stabbed himself in the thigh without warning, screaming at the top of his lungs. "I just want power." Sasaki roared with pain as he buckled under the strain and agony his body was going through as flesh seemed to pour of his sides. It was a sickening sight, but Naruto watched on nonetheless. "There we go," Sasaki breathed heavily moments later, on one knee and with a twisted grin on his face. In the distance, Naruto could see Gamahiro was having a tough time against Manda's son, but he was faring well nonetheless. The same could be said for Gamabunta. Though he had been bitten once or twice, Manda had at least 3 puncture wounds in his thick hide and was bleeding more than the Toad boss. Naruto could see the massive snake was in the process of shedding its skin to heal itself. "Let's get this over with," Naruto said, glancing to Tsunade and Shizune. Shizune was forced to take on Kabuto on her own while Tsunade remained in a catatonic state. "You're going to regret those words, you little sheet." Face darkening with anger, Sasaki unsheathed all 4 of his blades. Naruto smiled slightly in a taunting fashion. "I thought spiders had 8 legs. Even including your legs, you've got 6. What are you, a reject?" It didn't get a rise out of Sasaki as Naruto had hoped. The only response he got was a scowl. "The serum is a work in progress." Sasaki's 4 swords crossed in front of him in offensive guard. "Now the fight really begins, kid. Now you die." Sasaki charged, not quite as fast as he was before. Naruto credited this to the strenuous results from growing additional limbs. Yont Satsujin. Naruto's chakra flared and the crimson cloak of energy covered him. He moved instantaneously, past Sasaki and coming to an abrupt stop a few feet away. He suffered a thick gash on his right bicep and a cut on his cheek, and his shirt was badly ripped. It was a small cost, however. His wounds immediately started to heal. His psychotic opponent fell to a knee with a scream, having been on the receiving end of tearing claw of the Kyuubi's chakra to his side but not yet out of the fight. Naruto calmly turned to look over his shoulder to see Sasaki turn around. He smiled vaguely, a bead of sweat running down the side of his face. Oddly enough, Sasaki seemed to be calling down. He went from enraged to passive so quick Naruto was convinced there was something wrong with the guy. "You're good, kid. I'm glad I met you." Naruto slowly turned around and went through a string of seals just as Sasaki noticed the dozens of caltrops on spread over the ground. "Doton, Doryutaiga," Naruto called, crouching as he sunk his fingers into the ground. The earth rapidly grew moist and shot up to wrap Sasaki in a muddy blanket. The caltrops stuck out sporadically over the mud. Why was it easy? The Kyuubi's chakra strengthened his jutsu exponentially. It was almost too easy restraining the swordsman. The look of horror on Sasaki's face was almost amusing. Perhaps the swordsman could tell he was about to die already. Naruto withdrew his fingers from the earth and stood up, his hands in the ram seal. Yum no Hara. Keyed to his chakra signature, the special brand of caltrops given to him by Shiho detonated within the containment of the hold he had on Sasaki. The explosion was so powerful a powerful gale blew past. Where Sasaki had stood only moments ago was a large, blackened crater bellowing smoke. Naruto spared no second glance and looked to the distance where he saw Tsunade and Shizune. His eyes narrowed. In a blink of an eye he disappeared, a mere blur at the speed he was traveling. Shizune and Tsunade versus Kabuto. Shizune couldn't remember ever having a tougher time on the battlefield than she did now. Granted, she wasn't very battle-hardened to begin with, considering she left Konoha with Tsunade at a young age. She had been barely a genin at the time, so it wasn't like she had any experience worth speaking of at that point. Tsunade took her in to be part of the first batch of kunoichi trained as medical shinobi. She was supposed to be proof that Tsunade's proposed policy, the compulsory teaching of basic medical ninjutsu, would be a great addition to the academy's teaching curriculum. Her uncle Dan had encouraged Tsunade to push for the idea. Unfortunately, Tsunade's policy was not only rejected due to low funds at time of war, but Dan died not long after. It had taken Tsunade too long to reach his team's position in the battlefield. Had her proposed plan been accepted and enforced, there might have been someone there who could have stopped the bleeding until she arrived. Perhaps in another universe, where her plan was accepted, Dan could have lived. Perhaps. Shizune snapped out of it with a shake of her head. Tsunade's hemophobia had thrown her mind off track. "Tsunade-sama, please snap out of it," Shizune pleaded, pulling back the wire on her Senbon launcher and firing a hail at Kabuto. "Oh, by the look of her, she's clearly gone catatonic," Kabuto patronized. He dodged her Senbon projectiles with relative ease. An arrogant smile graced his bespectacled features. "Just give up," he taunted Shizune. "You know you cannot beat me." "You coward," Shizune spat for a lack of words. Kabuto was not impressed. Offering her a theatrical raise of the arms, he mocked her in a pretentious tone. "Oh, come now. We are shinobi, there is no such thing as cowardice. There are only those who kill and those who are killed, like you." Chakra scalpels charged, the silver-haired Nukenin rushed at Shizune. She glared at him, wrapping Tsunade's arm around her neck and holding up a one-handed hand seal. "Ninpo, Dokujiri." Purple gas escaped out of her mouth in an obscure cloud of poison. The poison mist technique was Shizune's ace in the hole. Classed as a kenjutsu due to the harmful long-term risks to the user and highly dangerous nature of the technique, it was useful for making a quick getaway and making sure your pursuers couldn't follow you. Shizune's variant was a mild toxic one, capable of knocking out a fully grown adult for 12 hours. Unfortunately, she was up against another medical shinobi. Kabuto's Chakura Mezu faltered, replaced seconds later by green healing chakra to clear his lungs and from the toxic substance in the air, also preventing it from entering his bloodstream. "DMN it, Tsunade-sama." Shizune swore. She felt helpless, beleaguered by both Kabuto and Tsunade, the latter of whom had become a liability in her catatonic state, unable to take care of Kabuto, a shinobi she could have destroyed with ease on her worst day in her prime. "Neat little trick," Kabuto commented as he emerged from the purple mist of poison. But we really must wrap this up. Kabuto retrieved an unconventional kunai from his holster. It was customized to be longer and curved on the end, a tool used by hunter ninja for field autopsies perhaps. Shizune stumbled backwards and fell to the ground in her hurry to escape. She spread her arms protectively over Tsunade, a determined expression on her face, willing to die protecting her teacher. Touching, Kabuto sneered. He plunged the kunai forward, aiming for Shizune's chest. She closed her eyes, not wanting to see her killer in the eye. As she closed her eyes, she saw a blur of black and blue. A ripping sound of flesh and spatter of blood made her open her. Before her stood Naruto with his back turned to them, in his hand firmly gripping Kabuto's hand despite having a lengthy kunai drilled to his hand. What happened to Sasaki? Kabuto demanded. His arrogance changed to outrage and confusion. You should be dead. You should be dash. He fell short on his sentence, a cold shiver running down his spine as he looked into Naruto's red, slit eyes. He's dead, and you're about to join him. Naruto called forth the Kyuubi's chakra and applied more pressure. Kabuto gave a scream of pain as Naruto audibly broke his hand and forced him onto one knee. Naruto then let go of the Kyuubi's chakra and it ebbed away as soon as he called it. His eyes reverted to shocking blue. Pay attention, Bakon, I'm about to win our bet. To Shizune's immense shock, Tsunade, even in her catatonic state, shifted her gaze to meet Naruto's eyes as he looked at her over his shoulder, nodding ever so slightly. Tsunade-sama. Naruto looked back to Kabuto who lunged with another kunai. Naruto batted away his hand, reared back his head and delivered a cracking heat but to the bespectacled medic Nin, breaking his glasses with ease. Then Naruto outstretched his free hand and concentrated. Kabuto quivered as chakra began to visibly swirl in Naruto's hand. Did Kabuto recognize the jutsu he was about to use? Naruto wondered for only a brief moment. The blue orb of chakra screeched a delightful humming sound. Kabuto jumped to his feet and desperately tried to back away. Unfortunately for him, Naruto's grip was too strong. As Naruto pushed the orb towards Kabuto's chest, the latter's free hand sparked with chakra. Naruto roared as he pushed the blue orb into Kabuto's chest. Rasengan. The results were spectacular. Drilling an actual human with the technique was far different than what he had experienced testing the jutsu on inanimate objects like trees and boulders. The Rasengan's screech kicked up in volume as it rotated with such velocity Kabuto's clothes shredded under the rotating force of the Rasengan. Naruto's eyes widened as Kabuto began fighting back against the Rasengan's force, much to Naruto's horror, and raised his chakra-covered hand with a furious scream. Acting on instinct, Naruto roared as he pushed more chakra into the Rasengan. Then the orb expanded and swallowed Kabuto whole. Naruto continued to push the technique and sent it blasting off. 5 Kabuto's screams were drowned by the screeching Rasengan that enveloped him. The Rasengan blasted through the clearing before coming to a stop with an explosion. Bang! Shizune's eyes were widened. That was amazing, Naruto-kun. She felt like cheering as she scrambled to her feet. Naruto's posture slumped. His face was set in an ambiguous expression. He appeared to be half surprised with his own technique and conflicted. Angry even. Naruto-kun. Shizune placed a hand on his shoulder. Are you alright? She asked. He gave no response. Build gushed out of his mouth. Naruto fell forward, his eyes rolling back into his head as he fell with a dull thud. Naruto.